Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the whole House will want to join me in expressing our deepest shock and sadness at the news of the air crash in Ethiopia on Sunday. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of all 157 that were on board, including the British nationals who were amongst the casualties. I've sent a personal message of sympathy to Prime Minister Abiy and extended an offer of UK assistance. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues, including my right honourable friend, the International Development Secretary, who very helpfully offered to teach me sign language. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Mr. John Barron.
I'm sure all of us concur with the Prime Minister's remarks about the disaster in Ethiopia, and many of us recognise the Prime Minister's efforts to secure a deal. But given that we profitably trade with the majority of the world's GDP outside the EU on largely WTO no-deal terms, has the time not come to look beyond this Westminster, this Remain-dominated Westminster bubble, and for all of us to recognise that the default position of our votes to trigger Article 50 is that no deal is better than a bad deal, so that we can honour the referendum and leave the EU on the 29th of March?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it may be to the benefit of the House, and I'm sure people will recognise if I try and keep my answers shorter than usual today. Can I say to my honourable friend, I want to leave the European Union with a good deal. I believe we have a good deal. Yes, no deal is better than a bad deal, but have been working for us to leave on the 29th of March and leave with a good deal.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely concur with the Prime Minister's remarks about the disaster of the air crash in Ethiopia and indeed the earlier crash in Asia that affected the same aircraft. And could I also at this point commend the Civil Aviation Authority and the European Union for taking prompt action about the safety of the aircraft concerned. We need to ensure that all air passengers are as safe as they possibly can be. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been stubbornly declaring that the only choice is between her deal and no deal. Last night's vote finished off her deal. Tonight, she's not even showing the leadership to whip on no deal. Just a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister whipped her MPs against ruling out no deal. So how will she be voting tonight?
Prime Minister.
I'll be voting for the motion standing in my name.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there may well be other votes, and her Brexit strategy is clearly in tatters. Her deal has been twice rejected and is now dead. And she's not even asking her MPs to support her on it tonight. A couple of months ago, the Chancellor, who is here today, we'll hear from him later, reassured business leaders that the threat of a no-deal Brexit would be taken off the table, while the Business Secretary said a no-deal Brexit would be ruinous to the UK economy. Indeed, the government's own forecast suggests that no deal would knock 10% off the economy, damaging jobs and industry. Why is the Prime Minister still ambivalent about the outcome?
Prime Minister.
I say to the right honourable gentleman, I've been working for leaving the EU with a deal. Businesses and business organisations have been clear across the UK that they want MPs to back the deal. Yes, businesses worry about the uncertainty of Brexit, but there's one thing they worry about more, and that's a Corbyn government.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister doesn't seem to understand. Her deal has been flatly rejected twice by this House by unprecedented majorities. And even this morning, the CBI has said that no deal would be, and I quote, a sledgehammer to the economy. And went on to say there has been no consultation with business, adding, this is no way to run a country. The reason her deal is now dead is because at every step of the way, the Prime Minister has refused to listen. Refused to listen to manufacturers, refused to listen to trade unions about the best way to protect jobs in this country, which is to agree a customs union. Manufacturing is now in recession. Many companies have laid off many workers. her own deal has been decisively rejected. When will she listen to those workers who are concerned about their jobs, those businesses are concerned about their future, and accept the case there has to be a negotiated customs union with the EU?
Prime Minister.
When it comes to the CBI said that the Labour government's policies would lead to a drop in living standards. That's not very good for the people he claims to stand up and represent. But he talks about a customs union, which of course was part of proposals that he put forward. But it's yet another position that he's taken. He's moved to being in favour of a second referendum, but I note that last night he didn't actually refer to a second referendum. He's just spoken about a deal, about a customs union that's already been rejected, and actually, in the past, very often rejected by him.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, it would be rather reckless to rule out any option at the present time for the Prime Minister, I would have thought. I don't think her answer will help workers at Honda in Swindon, or those in Nissan in Sunderland, or many others that are very concerned about their future because of the danger to manufacturing industry. Mr. Speaker, Britain's food producers are also in despair. A coalition of UK food producers asked the Prime Minister to call for tariff-free access to the single market. With her red lines now in tatters, will she now back the view of UK food producers and back close alignment to the single market to secure their industry? After all, she promised at Chequers there would be frictionless trade.
Can I say to the right honourable gentleman that the deal that we have negotiated includes access to the European Union on the basis of no tariffs? Might help if he'd actually read it.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, it was a former DEFRA secretary, the member for North Shropshire, who was campaigning to leave in the referendum and actually said during that, and I quote, because it's not the kind of language I would use, only a madman would actually leave the single market. The Prime Minister has previously said you can't just reject no deal, you need to be for something. So with her own deal now so decisively rejected, can we be informed by the Prime Minister what is she now for? Does she now recognise the Labour alternative, the 5 pillars we put forward, is the credible show in town, available and ready to be negotiated? Isn't it time she moved on from her red lines and faced the reality of the situation she has got herself, her party, this Parliament and this country into?
Prime Minister.
The gentleman talks about not wanting no deal, yet repeatedly votes in a way that brings no deal closer. Can I say to the right honourable gentleman, the deal that he's proposing actually has been rejected several times by this House. I may not have my own voice, but I do understand the voice of the country. They want...
The House must calm itself. I want to hear what the Prime Minister has to say and what everybody has to say, and it should not be necessary for voices to be raised for a member to be heard. The Prime Minister.
And that is, people want to leave the EU, they want to end free movement, they want to have our own trade policy, they want to ensure laws are made in this country and judged in our courts. That's what the deal delivers. That's what I continue to work to deliver. He used to believe that too. Why is he just trying to frustrate it?
Jeremy Corbyn.
Speaker, I do have sympathy with the Prime Minister's voice, and I hope it soon recovers. I understand how painful this is. The Prime Minister's deal has failed. She no longer has the ability to lead. This is a rudderless government in the face of a huge national crisis. The honourable member for Broxbourne recognised it, saying, and I quote, "The government is not fit for purpose. We're not doing what we need to do, which is govern the country properly and effectively." Where the Prime Minister has so obviously failed, this House needs to listen to the country. Listen to unions, listen to people in work fearful for their future, manufacturers and businesses, workers and European Union citizens who've made such a fantastic contribution to our society, and British citizens across Europe, all facing uncertainty, jobs and industry at risk, the country in crisis. She needs now to show leadership. So can the Prime Minister tell us exactly what her plan is now?
The Prime Minister.
Can I say to the right honourable gentleman, I continue to believe that the House today will have an opportunity to vote on no deal. They will then have an opportunity tomorrow, depending on how they voted tonight, to vote on the question of the extension of Article 50. And as I said last night, there will be hard choices for this House, but this House will need to determine what its view is on the way forward. As far as the government is concerned, we want to continue to work to leave the European Union. That's what we deliver for the people on the vote of the referendum. We will continue to work to deliver leaving of the European Union, but to deliver leaving the European Union with a good deal. And as regards the right honourable gentleman, he doesn't agree with government policy. He doesn't even agree with Labour Party policy. He has nothing to offer this country.
Andrew Rosingale.
30 points behind.
Mr. Speaker, the whole House will want to send its condolences to the families of the recent victims of knife crime, including the 17-year-old Jodie Chesney, who was tragically murdered in my borough of Havering. But when 2/3 of those carrying a knife escape custodial sentence, and when 1 in 5 repeat offenders avoid prison, what assurances will the Prime Minister give that we are serious about getting tough on knife crime? And does she understand why so many people are fed up with soft sentencing?
Can I say to my honourable friend, first of all, that I'm sure that members from across the whole House will want to join me in sending my deepest sympathies and condolences to the family and friends of Jodie. And I know there's nothing that we can do or say that is going to ease the pain that the family are going through at her loss. Can I say to my honourable friend that we are very clear that judges must have the powers they need to impose tough sentences on those involved in serious violence and knife crime. The law already provides for a mandatory prison sentence for a second offence of carrying a knife, and conviction of a knife or offensive weapon offence is now more likely to result in some form of custodial sentence, and for longer than at any point in the last 10 years. Obviously, individual sentencing decisions are a matter for the courts, but we are catching and prosecuting more people who carry a knife. Those who are convicted are now more likely to go to prison and for longer. But as I set out in Prime Minister's questions last week, both I and the Home Secretary are working to see what more we can do to deal with the serious violence and the knife crime that has beset so many of our communities.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister of the tragedy in Ethiopia and the tragic loss of life? And of course, on this day we commemorate the sad loss of the 16 young children and their school teacher in Dunblane that were cruelly cut down by Thomas Hamilton. And of course that sanctity of young life is something that we remember today when we hear the news that the Honourable Member for Murray and his wife Crystal gave birth to a young son, and I'm sure the whole House will want to congratulate him. Mr. Speaker, a no deal will result in unprecedented harm. Does the Prime Minister really want to be the first Prime Minister in history to deliberately plunge the United Kingdom economy into recession?
First of all, can I say to the right honourable gentleman, I'm pleased to add my congratulations to my honourable friend, the honourable member for Murray, and his wife on the birth of their son. Can I also say to the right honourable gentleman that I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House are with him in remembering the terrible events that took place in Dunblane and the terrible loss of young life that we saw when that happened. And then can I finally say to the right honourable gentleman, he will of course hear the spring statement from my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, in a short time. I'm pleased to say that will show the strength of the United Kingdom economy, the strength of the United Kingdom economy of which Scotland is able to participate as a member of the UK.
Ian Blackford.
Mr. Speaker, in 16 days, the United Kingdom runs a risk of crashing out of the European Union with a no deal. And we know from the government's own analysis that that will crash the economy. Why doesn't the Prime Minister show some leadership today, do the right thing, and whip all her MPs to take no deal off the table on the 29th of March and forever.
Prime Minister!
You can only take no deal off the table by doing one of two things. Revoke Article 50. Revoke Article 50, which means betraying the vote of the referendum, or agree a deal. If the right honourable gentleman wants to take no deal off the table, he should have voted for the deal.
Lightwood!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As our honourable friend, the member for Romford, said, nearly a fifth of people convicted for a second or subsequent time of possessing an illegal knife are spared a prison sentence. We would not accept this for firearm offences. Will the Prime Minister look again at sentencing guidelines and sentencing practice to ensure that anyone carrying an offensive weapon gets the sentence they deserve?
Well, again, I say to my honourable friend that I fully appreciate the concern that he and our honourable friend, the member for Rossendale, and others across this House have shown on this issue. The most recent statistics show that 82% of offenders received a custodial sentence for repeat possession offences. Obviously, as I said, sentencing decisions are a matter for the courts. But we do, as a government, regularly look at ensuring that the powers are there to ensure that tough sentences can be imposed on those who are involved in knife crime.
Rosie Duffield!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, some of the excellent head teachers in my constituency sent letters home with their pupils detailing to parents how their budgets have been slashed by 8% and they're struggling to make ends meet. They have asked on three separate occasions since September 2018 for a meeting with the Secretary of State for Education to discuss school shortages in Kent and have been refused. So can the Prime Minister please ask him to meet with Ms Spinks, Ms Hines, Mr Wright, Mr Cooper, Ms Butcher, Ms Nope, Mr Pywell and others as a matter of urgency?
Prime Minister!
Well, I'm sure I will ensure that Ministers in the Department for Education have heard the request that the Honourable Lady has put forward. But just to remind her and members of this House, the school's budget this year is £42 billion. That is the highest school budget ever.
Order! The Honourable Member for Yardley is usually advocating good and respectful behaviour, which she must now herself exemplify, notwithstanding her passion or insistence upon her point of view, in which she is not exceptional. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The school's budget is the highest ever this year, and we've given every local authority more money for every pupil in every school this year.
Mr Peter Bow!
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think the whole House could unite in agreeing that the Prime Minister has put an enormous amount of hard work and energy in trying to resolve the European Union issue. And we certainly wish her well and get better soon. Has the Prime Minister had the opportunity to look at Amendment F on the order paper today, proposed by my right honourable friend from Ashford, the former Deputy Prime Minister, signed by many Conservative Remainer MPs and Conservative Labour MPs, by the leader of the DUP and members of the Labour Party? I believe that, Mr Speaker, would unite the Conservative benches and would the Prime Minister and attract support from the opposition benches. Prime Minister, have you had an opportunity to consider whether you would be able to support that amendment?
Can I say
Prime Minister!
To my honourable friend, and I'm grateful to my right honourable and honourable friends for the spirit in which they've sought to broker compromise in this House. The amendment has 4 propositions within it. The first is that we should publish our Day 1 tariff schedules. We've done so this morning. The second, that we should seek to extend the Article 50 process. We remain committed to giving the House the opportunity to debate and vote on this tomorrow. The third, that we should unilaterally guarantee the rights of EU citizens resident in the UK. I'm pleased to reconfirm that we have done this. And the fourth is to seek to negotiate an implementation period in return for a financial payment, but without the withdrawal agreement that we've agreed. The EU have made it clear there will be no agreement without a withdrawal agreement, and that includes what we've already negotiated on citizens' rights, a financial settlement and a Northern Ireland protocol. The plan that exists, that has been agreed, is obviously the deal that was put to the House and rejected by the House last night. But as I say, the EU have made clear that they would not accept elements of the what is in the current withdrawal agreement without them being in a withdrawal agreement.
J. Platt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, it will mark 40 years since the Goldborn mining disaster in the constituency of Lee. It's a disaster which saw the tragic death of 10 miners, which still reverberates throughout our community and affects the families of those involved. Will the Prime Minister send her support for the commemoration service on Sunday and recommit in their honour to increase our work safety standards and provide all the support needed to our ex-mining communities?
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady for raising this issue? I'm sure the whole House will want to join me in sending my deepest sympathies and condolences to the families and friends of those who were affected by this terrible tragedy. I'm pleased to say that our health and safety record for mines has improved greatly since 1979. This improvement has resulted from learning from previous incidents such as the Goldborn tragedy and to prevent as far as possible disasters like this. And as the Honourable Lady may know, in 2015, following an extensive review, the mines regulations replaced all previous legislation relating to health and safety in underground mines. And those provide a comprehensive and simple goal-setting legal framework to ensure mine operators provide the necessary protection for mine workers and others from what we all accept are inherent hazards in mines. But I can assure the Honourable Lady we'll continue to review safety regulations so we can make sure a tragedy like this never happens again.
Shailesh Bara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that no-deal Brexit is the government's default position, will the Prime Minister kindly inform the House that she will instruct the Chancellor of the Exchequer to make available whatever funds are required to ensure that the country is as best prepared as possible in the event that we do leave on a no-deal basis?
Can I say to my right honourable friend, obviously we continue to be working to leave in an orderly fashion with a deal, but we have made funding available. That funding is being used to ensure that we have preparations for a no-deal.
Bridget Phillipson.
The Prime Minister routinely deflects questions on child poverty, insisting on absolute rather than relative measures. Can she assure the House that if the figures published later this month on her own preferred measure of absolute poverty showed that child poverty is rising, that she will at last join those of us calling for a pause to universal credit?
Prime Minister. I say to the Honourable Lady, I continue to believe, as I have said in this House before, that the best route out of poverty is through work. She refers to figures that I quote. I also do quote the figures, which I have to say I think are very important for this House, of the number of children the reduction in the number of children who are living in workless households. And all the evidence is, and there is very clear evidence about how the advantages of children being brought up in a house in which there is work. Universal credit is encouraging work. It is delivering on ensuring that we see more people in work and able to provide for their families.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former technology entrepreneur, I've seen for myself the barriers that face aspiring women seeking to start up new businesses. And yet we know that £250 billion could be added to the UK economy if women can start and scale up businesses at the same rate as men. So therefore, does the Prime Minister welcome Alison Rose's review into female entrepreneurship, and will she call today for the banks to adopt those recommendations without delay?
Can I thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue and for bringing her own successful experience as an entrepreneur into this House. I'm very happy to join her in welcoming Alison Rose's review. We are setting out our ambition to increase the number of female entrepreneurs by half by 2030. We're doing that in various ways, including my honourable friend, the Business Minister, will sponsor an industry-led task force alongside Treasury Ministers that is going to drive forward work to encourage greater investment in female entrepreneurs by all types of finance providers, including the banks.
Last year, 690 children were attacked or threatened with a knife in the West Midlands. Parents are terrified. police officers across the country agree that there's a link between the knife crime epidemic and the Prime Minister's decision as Home Secretary to cut 20,000 police officers from our streets. Is she the last person standing to deny that link?
Can I say to the Honourable Lady,
Prime Minister.
I set out last week some steps that the government is taking to increase the work we're doing in relation to knife crime. I understand my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, met with the Chief Constable of the West Midlands at the end of last week to discuss policing in the West Midlands. And can I say she refers to decisions that were taken by the government in 2010. Those decisions, yes, led to some difficult decisions in terms of public sector funding, but they were taken because of the appalling set of circumstances and the economy left by Labour.
Order. I understand that the honourable gentleman member for Bexhill and Battle is about to name-check his mother, an admirable woman, a former teacher, and, in my view, very importantly, my constituent, Mr. Hugh Merriman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think she loves you more than me these days. Because she's also a Labour supporter. Albeit, of course, you are independent. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of me and my lovely mum, there are parts of the country, from Sheffield to Staffordshire to Sussex, where pupils are receiving less money per head than other parts of the country. I know the Prime Minister values a good education because she went to the same school as my mother, who became a teacher. So for me and my lovely mum, three things. More funding for our schools. Secondly, special educational needs. More focused priorities, stopping academies excluding pupils unnecessarily for their targets. And thirdly, lowest funded areas funded first when we get this right. Thank you.
The Prime Minister!
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? I was tempted to start off by saying that I suspect I and his mother were at the school at a different time. But I'm not. Oh, he says it's true. Good, because I wasn't. In relation, I recognise that we have been asking schools to do more. We've responded with 1.3 billion extra investment going to our schools across this year and next. So the core schools budget will be rising by around 2.6 billion in total, and overall per pupil funding is being protected in real terms by this government. Every school is attracting at least 1% more per pupil by next year, and thousands of schools will attract significantly larger gains of up to 3% per pupil per year. This investment will mean more children having the chance of a better future. But of course, what matters also is the quality of education that is provided. And I would commend my honourable friend's mother, who I understand was a teacher, for the work that she has done in education, and say the thanks from this whole House to all our teachers up and down the country for the work that they do.
Lynn Brown!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I told the Prime Minister a month ago, my constituent Mariam was diagnosed with SMA1 in November of last year when she was just 4 months old. She needs Spinraza now and is likely only to live a few months without it. NICE met last week to discuss it, but cruelly, to date, haven't even announced a decision. Last time the Prime Minister told me to see a minister, I did, and nothing's changed. All I'm asking is for baby Mariam to have the same chance of Spinraza as she would if she lived in Scotland, Germany, Italy, Romania or 20 other European countries. Let me be clear. I'm asking the Prime Minister to intervene. Will she?
Prime Minister!
The Honourable Lady, I'm sure everybody across the whole House obviously is sending our sympathies and our concerns to the family of Mariam. We recognise this must be an incredibly difficult time. Decisions of this matter are rightly taken, not by politicians, but by clinicians. And I understand the Honourable Lady recently met my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary. As she says, NICE did look at the relevant information at its appraisal committee meeting on the 6th of March when it was considering recommendations in relation to this. But it is right that the benefits and the evidence in relation to new medicines are properly considered by the experts in the field, by the clinicians. The Department for Health and Social Care is working with NICE on this issue.
Andrew Griffiths.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent, Nicola Morgan Dingley, is a wife and a mum. She was just 36 when she was diagnosed with triple-negative breast cancer, the most virulent form. Sadly, at 38, Nicola has a terminal diagnosis. She's asked me to ask 3 things today, Prime Minister. First of all, will you look at publicising the fact that women should never miss a mammogram and how important it is that they attend? Secondly, will she consider lowering the age with which women are able to seek a mammogram so that more women aren't missed out? And thirdly, there are some immunotherapy trials taking place across the country which could potentially offer a lifeline to Nicola. Will she consider expanding those trials so that Nicola can get the help that could save her life?
The Prime Minister.
Can I say to my honourable friend that obviously I'm sure the whole House shares his concern for his constituent Nicola, and our sympathies are with her and her family and friends. She asked about 3 things. In relation to the age at which a screening becomes available or is required, that is a matter that has been looked at previously, and I'm sure this is something that, as we look forward to the long-term plan, will be considered again. But my understanding is that the decision is based on the evidence again about the benefits of these screenings at certain times. He referenced the immunotherapy. The National Institute for Health Research has delivered 64 studies of immunotherapy for women with breast cancer to date. 28 studies are currently open to recruitment and 14 studies are currently in set-up. But I'll ask the Department for Health to respond to him about the specific case of his constituent. And finally, the third point that he raised from Nicola, absolutely right. I would urge all women to attend their mammogram appointments. They're vitally important. They could save your life.
Stephen Hepburn.
Does the Prime Minister not feel guilty that parents and teachers are forced to buy books and pens for schools and heads of cleaning classrooms?
Prime Minister.
The honourable gentleman heard the response I gave earlier. We are putting more money into our schools. We're ensuring that overall per pupil funding is being protected. Yes, we have been asking schools to recognise the pressures that there are on schools, but the government has responded with more funding.
Mr. David Duckett. No, the honourable gentleman. He had previously signalled an interest, and I was trying to accommodate him, but never mind. Yes, very well. Mr. David Tredinnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If my right honourable friend had been elected as leader of the Labour Party, would she be allowing a free vote this evening?
She's not responsible.
Well, can I say to my honourable friend, I think that actually there are passionately held views on this issue and differences of opinion on this issue, and I think it would be of benefit to the House if there was a free vote across the House.
Mr. Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Sunday, the community of Fair Isle in Shetland suffered a devastating blow when their world-renowned bird observatory was destroyed in a fire. The impact, Mr. Speaker, of something like that on a community of 60 people is absolutely devastating, and they are still coming to terms with it. Will the Prime Minister join me in thanking those who have already supported Fair Isle, including the firefighters who tackled the blaze and those who transported them? And will she commit her government today to supporting the community in Fair Isle as they look towards rebuilding what is a globally important research resource so that it can get back into action as soon as possible?
Well, can I
Minister.
Honourable gentleman, I would like to send my deepest sympathies to all those who work in and indeed who visit the observatory, and this will be devastating, as he says, for the local community. And I would like to offer my praise for the work of the local fire and coast guard services for all their efforts in bringing the blaze under control. And I understand investigations are ongoing as to the cause of the fire. If the right honourable gentleman will allow me, this gives me an opportunity also to thank the firefighters who dealt with the fire in my own constituency of Maidenhead yesterday, which took place in Maidenhead town centre. Now, I understand that the building he refers to is comprehensively insured. The owners are not seeking additional funding at this time, but I will ask a minister from the Scotland office to meet with the right honourable gentleman to see whether any further support can be provided.
Mark Francois.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, on the 29th of January, the House and virtually the entire Conservative Party, be they Brexiteer or Remainer alike, voted for the Brady Amendment with the strong encouragement of the government, and Brady was designed to help facilitate the so-called Malthouse Compromise. We don't yet have the Speaker's selection of amendments for the debate, but Prime Minister, if he is minded to select Amendment F, which is the Malthouse Compromise. One, will it be a free vote? And two, how will you personally vote on it?
Can I say to
Prime Minister?
He refers. I referenced in answer to an earlier question from our honourable friend the elements of the Malthouse Amendment, of the amendment that is down that refers to one part of what became known as the Malthouse Compromise, and as I referenced earlier, some of those issues have already been addressed by the government. But he refers to the Brady Amendment, the amendment put down in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale West. That was about alternative arrangements replacing the backstop. Our honourable friend also indicated other ways in which the backstop, concern about the backstop should be dealt with. Of course, what we have agreed in a legally binding character with the European Union is that commitment to ensuring that alternative arrangements are indeed available by the end of December 2020, so that they can do what that amendment required and can replace the backstop.
Paul Williams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jodie Whiting was a mother of 9 from Thornaby who died by suicide in 2017. Just before her death, she missed a work capability assessment because of health problems and was sanctioned. The independent case examiner has found multiple and significant failings by the DWP, including 5 missed opportunities to identify that she had mental health problems and properly safeguard her. Her family are asking for an apology and to make sure that this can never happen again to anyone else. Can the Prime Minister offer this?
Minister. I say to the honourable gentleman, he's absolutely right to raise this appalling case that took place, and our thoughts and sympathies are with Miss Whiting's family at this time. As he said, what's been identified is that there were mistakes in handling her case, and he's absolutely right. The Department has apologised for their failings, and they are providing compensation to the family. That, of course, can never bring Miss Whiting back. We obviously need, the point he made is that we need to learn from this case, and that is why absolutely the Department is looking at that case to make sure that we never see these sorts of failings happening again and leading to such a tragic consequence.
Pawsey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has rightly made a priority to deliver more homes. So will she welcome the great work of pro-growth Rugby Borough Council, which is currently providing new homes at over 3 times the UK average rate, with 739 last year and 860 alone underway with 4 house builders at Holton?
Prime Minister. Say to my honourable friend, I'm very happy to commend the work of his local council in providing more homes. I think this is very important. I'm also pleased that under this government, last year we saw more homes being built than in any year in the last 30 years, bar one. That is a record that we should be proud of, and obviously his council is very helpfully contributing to that. I'm sure will continue to support the real need to ensure that we have sufficient homes for families up and down this country.
Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will know that Western Berkshire has 2 notable anniversaries this week. Today, the 78th anniversary of proportionally the worst aerial bombardment in the history of the United Kingdom, the Clydebank Blitz. I'm sure the Prime Minister would wish to be the first ever British Prime Minister to note it. And secondly, on Monday, my constituent Jagtar Singh Johal will have been incarcerated for 500 days without trial, will have suffered trial by media, sanctioned, some would say, by the Indian state. And I appreciate that ministers are working very hard, but can the Prime Minister now say to their own Foreign Secretary, no guilt has been yet done, there has been no trial, why will they not meet with both myself, the constituency MP, and the family to hear what the impact of this incarceration is having on them?
Prime Minister.
Gentlemen, first of all, I recognise the point that he made about the aerial bombardment that took place all those many years ago and the impact that that had on the local community. On the specific case, ministers are dealing with this. They have been actively involved in this case. I will ensure, obviously, the Foreign Secretary has heard the request that he has put forward for a specific meeting. I believe one of the ministers is actually dealing with this case and will, I'm sure, be pleased to meet with him.
Finally, Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The media have started calling this place a failing parliament. There was nothing failing about this place 3 weeks ago when we unanimously voted to protect the rights of citizens, British and EU nationals here. Aside from the letter that the Secretary of State has written to Michel Barnier, can the Prime Minister update this House on what she has personally done? For example, has she phoned Merkel and Macron or President Tusk to help protect British citizens in the EU and EU nationals here?
Prime Minister.
Yes, I'm happy to tell my honourable friend that I have spoken to a number of EU leaders about the desire that we have for UK citizens in their countries to be fully protected were there a no deal and to be protected on a reciprocal basis. Some countries have already published legislation. We want to make sure that the basis on which they're providing guarantees for UK citizens is on the same basis as we're providing guarantees for EU citizens here.
Thank you. Order. Order. Spring statement. The Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm acutely conscious of the fact that the House has other pressing matters on its mind today, and to avoid making this statement any longer than necessary, I'm laying a WMS which contains additional announcements and provides further details of those that I will make. Mr. Speaker, last night's vote leaves a cloud of uncertainty hanging over our economy, and our most urgent task in this House is to lift that uncertainty. But the economy itself is remarkably robust. It has grown for 9 consecutive years, with the longest unbroken quarterly growth run of any G7 economy, and is forecast to continue growing in each of the next 5 years. An economy that has created over 3.5 million net new jobs under Conservative-led government, that has almost halved Labour's shocking legacy of youth unemployment, that has seen female participation in the workforce increase to record levels, and that is now delivering the fastest rate of wage growth in over a decade. An economy that has defied expectations and will provide the solid foundation that Britain needs to seize the opportunities that the future offers. A far cry, I have to say, from the 8 recessions and mass unemployment predicted by the House's very own Nostradamus over there, the Shadow Chancellor. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, not so much an astronomer as a man living in a parallel universe. And thanks to the difficult decisions that we've taken in the last 9 years and the hard work of the British people, I can also report today on public finances that continue to improve, so that provided we do reach a deal to leave the European Union with an orderly transition, and provided we avoid the disaster of a government led by the front bench opposite, this country, for the first time in a decade, will have genuine and sustainable choices about its future. Today's OBR report marks another step on Britain's road out of austerity, and I'd like to thank Robert Choate and his team for their work. Despite the slowing world economy, the OBR expects Britain to continue to grow in every year of the forecast, at 1.2% this year, with both the IMF and the OECD forecasting the UK to grow faster than Germany. Then 1.4% in 2020, as forecast at the budget, and 1.6% in each of the final 3 years. Cumulative growth over the 5 years now slightly higher than the budget forecast. Meanwhile, Britain's remarkable job story is set to continue.
By 2023, the OBR expect to see 600,000 more new jobs in our economy. And despite the constant attempts from the opposition front bench to talk down our remarkable achievement on jobs, the fact, Mr. Speaker, is this. Last year, 96% of new jobs were full-time. And there's positive news on pay too, with the OBR revising up wage growth to 3% or higher in every year. And with inflation now around the target throughout the forecast period, that means real wage growth in every year of the forecast. A growing economy, a thriving labour market, inflation on target, Mr. Speaker, a solid foundation on which to build Britain's future. And there's good news on the public finances too. Borrowing this year will be just 1.1% of GDP, £3 billion lower than forecast at the autumn budget, and a staggering £130 billion lower than in the last year of the Labour government. But what is really staggering, Mr. Speaker, is that the Shadow Chancellor's critique of that government is that it didn't spend enough. Looking forward, borrowing will fall from £29.3 billion in 2019-20, then £21.2 billion, £17.6 billion, £14.4 billion, and finally £13.5 billion in 23-24, its lowest level in 22 years. We remain on track to meet both our fiscal targets early, with the cyclically adjusted deficit at 1.3% next year, falling to just 0.5% by 2023-24, and with headroom against our fiscal mandate in 2021 increasing from £15.4 billion at the autumn budget to £26.6 billion today. Less borrowing means less debt, now lower in every year than forecast at the budget, falling to 82.2% of GDP next year, then 79%, 74.9%, 74%, and finally 73% in 23-24. Our national debt falling sustainably for the first time in a generation. Mr. Speaker, a major milestone on the road out of the crisis we inherited from Labour, and a key dividing line today between a Shadow Chancellor whose plans would send debt soaring above 100% of GDP, and a Conservative government committed to delivering world-class public services and keeping our national debt falling. Since 2010, we've been steering the country on a journey of recovery from Labour's recession. Back then, the most important task was to get borrowing down to manageable levels. But when I became Chancellor in 2016, I recognised that with the progress we'd already made, as well as getting Britain's debt down, our continued success as a nation would depend on investing in our future, supporting our vital public services and keeping taxes low to attract talent and investment. I called it a balanced approach, and it is delivering, with the highest sustained levels of public capital investment in 40 years, cuts in income tax for more than 30 million people in 3 weeks' time, cuts that they voted against, Mr. Speaker, and debt on a sustained downward path for the first time in a generation. I've made over £150 billion of new spending commitments since 2016, and at the budget, I announced that the long but necessary squeeze on current public spending would come to an end at the upcoming spending review, setting out an indicative 5-year path of 1.2% per annum real terms increases in day-to-day spending on public services, compared to real terms cuts of 3% per annum announced at SR 2010 and 1.3% cuts at SR 15. We've made our biggest choice on public spending, putting the NHS first in line, as the British public would expect. With my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's announcement, of £34 billion of additional funding per year by the end of the period, the single largest cash commitment ever made by a peacetime British government to support our long-term plan for the NHS, delivering, Mr. Speaker, improved cancer and mental health care, a transformation of GP services, more doctors, more nurses and better outcomes for patients. Now we need to address wider departmental spending for the next review period. So I can confirm today that, assuming a Brexit deal is agreed over the next few weeks and the uncertainty that is hanging over our economy is lifted, I intend to launch a full 3-year spending review before the summer recess, to be concluded alongside an autumn budget. It will set departmental budgets beyond the NHS to reflect the public's priorities between areas like social care, local government, schools, police, defence and the environment. And it will maximise value for taxpayers' money through a renewed focus on delivering high-quality outcomes. And if we leave the EU with a deal and an orderly transition to a future economic partnership, we will see a deal dividend, an economic boost from recovery in business confidence and investment, and a fiscal boost from a reduction in the minimum necessary level of fiscal headroom once the risk of a no-deal exit is removed, giving us as a nation real choices as we use the spending review to decide how much of this deal dividend we can prudently release and how we would share it between increased spending on public services, capital investment in Britain's future prosperity and keeping taxes low, while always continuing to keep our debt falling. Real terms increases in public spending, record investment in Britain's future, more jobs than ever before, higher wages and lower taxes meaning increased take-home pay, and for the first time in a generation, our debt going down. That, Mr. Speaker, is what I mean by an end to austerity delivered by a Conservative government. But, Mr. Speaker, the progress we have made will be at risk if we cannot secure a smooth and orderly exit from the EU and a transition to a new partnership that protects the complex trading relationships businesses have built up over 45 years and on which so many British jobs depend. I hoped we would do that last night, but I'm confident that we, as a House, will do it over the coming weeks. Leaving with no deal would mean significant disruption in the short and medium term, and a smaller, less prosperous economy in the long term than if we leave with a deal. Higher unemployment, lower wages, higher prices in the shops. That is not what the British people voted for in June 2016, which is why all of us have a solemn duty in the days and weeks ahead to put aside our differences and seek a compromise on which this House can agree in the national interest. But government also has a duty to plan for every reasonably foreseeable contingency, and we have done so. First, we have plans in place to minimise disruption to our financial system, and the Bank of England judges that it is resilient to any likely no-deal shock. Second, we've worked across Whitehall to put in place mitigations at our border, although we cannot regulate how the EU would operate its border in a no-deal exit. Third, we've published today our temporary UK no-deal tariff schedule, carefully balancing the needs of producers and consumers in the context of the pressures the no-deal economy would face. And fourth, the Treasury and the Bank of England together have all the tools of fiscal and monetary policy available to us, including the fiscal headroom I have held in reserve. But I need to be straight with the House. A no-deal Brexit would deliver a significant short to medium-term reduction in the productive capacity of the British economy. And because our economy is operating at or near full capacity, any fiscal and monetary response would have to be carefully calibrated not to simply cause inflation, compounding the effect of any movement in the exchange rate on the price of goods in our shops. And while fiscal and monetary intervention might help to smooth our path to a post-Brexit economy, both could only be temporary, and neither would allow us to avoid the effects of a relatively smaller economy nor the pain of restructuring. So the idea that there is some simple, readily available fix that can be deployed to avoid the consequences of a no-deal Brexit is, I'm afraid, just wrong. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that we are going to do a deal. And when we do, the British people will fully expect us to fire up our economic plan to seize the opportunities as confidence in our economy returns. But it isn't just the spectre of uncertainty that we need to overcome if we're to restore confidence and unlock a brighter future. Because while we on this side of the House will always be the party of business, and small business especially, Mr. Speaker, we will always be the party of business. But the Shadow Chancellor identifies business as the enemy. A government led by the Leader of the Opposition would chill the very marrow of our economy, destroying jobs and stifling innovation. And those are not my words, Mr. Speaker. They're the words of the former Labour member for Penistone and Stocksbridge. And she is right. So our task is to demonstrate to the British people that working with business through the mechanism of a well-regulated market economy, our plan will deliver a brighter future for them, so that they are never ever tempted by the empty promises and dangerous rhetoric of the front bench opposite. A plan which makes the most of the opportunities ahead as we make our own way, independent from, but in continuing partnership with the European Union. A plan to embrace the technologies of the future and equip British workers to use them. To back the enterprise and ambition of British business, to support our world-leading entrepreneurs, creators and innovators, inventors and discoverers, to build on the UK's fundamental strengths and competitive advantages so that we can slay once and for all the twin demons of low productivity and low wages and build an economy that works for everyone. Mr. Speaker, the only sustainable path to higher wages and rising living standards is to boost productivity. And to do that, we're investing in infrastructure, skills, technology and housing under our plan for Britain's future. With £37 billion in the National Productivity Investment Fund, the largest ever investment in England's strategic roads, the biggest rail investment programme since Victorian times, and a strategy for delivering a nationwide full fibre network by 2033. At SR19, we will set multi-year capital budgets following a zero-based review, protecting our record levels of capital spending while ensuring that investment is focused to deliver the greatest impact on productivity. And our investment strategy is benefiting the whole of the UK. I can announce today up to £260 million for the innovative Borderlands Growth Deal, covering the border regions of England and Scotland, on top of the £100 million HIF funding already announced for Carlisle. Negotiations are progressing on future deals for Mid Wales and Derry Londonderry, and I reiterate today this government's commitment to the Northern Powerhouse Rail project and look forward to considering TfN's business case ahead of the spending review. We will publish the updated National Infrastructure Strategy alongside the spending review, and I'm publishing today a consultation on our approach to supporting private infrastructure investment once we leave the European Investment Bank and now that we've retired Labour's discredited PFI. But raising our productivity isn't just about investing in physical capital, it's also about investing in people. The Auger Review will be published shortly and will represent an important contribution to our overall plan for post-18 education. The government will respond later in the year. We're committed to returning technical and vocational skills to the heart of our educational system, with the new T-level system on track to deliver the first 3 routes in 2020, the first phase of the National Retraining Scheme starting this summer, and the apprenticeship programme rolling out 3 million new high-quality apprenticeships. And to help small businesses take on more apprentices, I can announce that I am bringing forward the £700 million package of reforms I announced at the budget to the start of the new financial year in April. The productivity agenda is, above all, about increasing the wages of the lowest paid, and the pay of a full-timer on national minimum wage has risen by £2,750 a year since 2016. We've confirmed the Low Pay Commission's remit for the national living wage to reach 60% of median earnings by 2020. But later this year, we will need to set a new remit beyond 2020. We want to be ambitious, driving productivity across the income distribution with the ultimate objective of ending low pay in the UK. But we also want to take care to protect employment opportunities for lower paid workers. So we've asked Professor Arin Dubé, a world-leading expert in the field, to undertake a review of the international evidence on the employment and productivity effects of minimum wage rates. This study will support the extensive discussions that we'll be having with employer organisations, trades unions and the LPC itself over the coming months, starting with a roundtable which I will chair next month. So, Mr. Speaker, while the opposition frontbench grandstands, this Conservative government is delivering sustainable pay rises for millions of British workers. Mr. Speaker, alongside our commitment to give British workers the skills they need is a commitment to maintaining the openness of our economy to talent from around the world. As we leave the EU, free movement of people will end, and we will take back control of our borders. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, has set out a framework for a future immigration system in the Immigration White Paper, focused on attracting those with the skills we need in the UK economy, no matter where they come from. We've committed to consulting with business to ensure that the new system supports the needs of our economy. And as we do so, I can announce that from June, we will begin to abolish the need for paper landing cards at UK points of entry, and we will allow citizens of the USA, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Japan, Singapore and South Korea to start using e-gates at our airports and Eurostar terminals, alongside the EEA nationals who can already use them. And, Mr. Speaker, our ambition is to be able to go further in due course, a signal to the world of our commitment to global Britain. Another key pillar of our plan is backing Britain to remain at the forefront of the technology revolution that is transforming our economy. And to support that ambition, from this autumn, we will completely exempt PhD-level roles from the visa caps. Since 2016, we've launched our modern industrial strategy and committed an additional £7 billion to science and innovation, clear progress towards our target of total R&D spending reaching 2.4% of the economy. But technology does not stand still, and neither can we. So to maintain the UK's technological edge, we will invest £79 million in Archer 2, a new supercomputer to be hosted at Edinburgh University. I'm told that it is up to 5 times faster than the current generation of supercomputers, capable of a staggering 10,000 trillion calculations per second. And I'm told, Mr. Speaker, that with the right algorithms, it might even be able to come up with a solution to the backstop. I'm allocating £45 million of NPIF funding to the European Bioinformatics Institute, ensuring Britain's continued lead in genomics research. I will guarantee our commitment to the UK's funding for the Jet Nuclear Fusion Reactor, whatever happens with Brexit, and invest £81 million in a new extreme photonics centre in Oxfordshire to develop new types of laser, literally the cutting edge of technology, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that. The digital economy presents enormous opportunities, but enormous challenges as well. I've already responded to concerns about unfairness in the tax system with a new digital services tax so that digital platform companies pay their fair share. But we also need to adapt our regulatory environment to ensure competition works for consumers in the digital marketplace as it does in the real marketplace. I asked Professor Jason Furman, Barack Obama's former chief economist, to review competition in the digital marketplace, and I welcome his report, which is published today. He sets out far-reaching recommendations, including new powers for consumers and an overall overhaul of competition regulation, updating our regulatory model for the digital age. And as a first step towards implementing reforms, I am asking the Competition and Markets Authority to undertake a market study of the digital advertising market as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, the UK will remain a great place to do digital business, but it will be a place where successful global tech giants pay their fair share, where competition policy works in consumers' interests, and where the public are protected from online harms. Under this government, Britain will lead the world in delivering a digital economy that works for everyone. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House and many on the backbenches opposite understand that a well-regulated market economy is the best, indeed the only, way to deliver a brighter future for our country. Our challenge is to demonstrate to the next generation that our market economy can fulfil their aspirations and speak to their values. So before I finish, I want to talk about two subjects dear to them: housing and the environment. Last year, housing delivery exceeded 220,000 additional homes, the highest level in all but one of the last 31 years. Mr. Speaker, our ambitious plan to restore the dream of home ownership to millions of younger people is already delivering. Planning reform to release land in areas where the pressure is greatest, a 5-year £44 billion housing programme to help raise annual housing supply to 300,000 by the mid-2020s, the Help to Buy equity loan scheme, abolition of stamp duty for first-time buyers, which has so far helped 240,000 people onto the property ladder, and restored the proportion of first-time buyers to above 50% for the first time in a generation. And today, I can announce a new £3 billion affordable homes guarantee scheme to support delivery of around 30,000 affordable homes, the launch next month of the £1 billion Enable Build SME Guarantee Fund that I announced at budget, and £717 million from the Housing Infrastructure Fund to unlock up to 37,000 new homes on sites in West London, Cheshire, Didcot and Cambridge, the latter two being at opposite ends of the Oxford-Cambridge arc, for which I am publishing a new vision statement today. Mr. Speaker, as with the challenge of adapting to the digital age, so with the challenge of shaping the carbon-neutral economy of the future, we must apply the creativity of the marketplace to deliver solutions to one of the most complex problems of our time, climate change, and build sustainability into the heart of our economic model. The UK is already leading the world, reducing the carbon intensity of our economy faster than any other G20 country, with ambitious and legally binding targets for the future. Today, I can announce our next steps. First, we will publish a call for evidence on whether all passenger carriers should be required to offer genuinely additional carbon offsets, so that customers who want zero carbon travel have that option and can be confident about additionality. Second, we will help small businesses cut their carbon emissions and their energy bills, publishing today a call for evidence on the Business Energy Efficiency Scheme that I announced at the budget. Third, we will publish proposals to require an increased proportion of green gas in the grid, advancing decarbonisation of our mains gas supply. And finally, we will introduce a future homes standard mandating the end of fossil fuel heating systems in all new houses from 2025. Mr. Speaker, delivering lower carbon and lower fuel bills too. But, Mr. Speaker, climate change is not our only environmental challenge. We are already consulting on new tax and regulatory measures to tackle the scourge of plastic waste, defacing our countryside and choking our oceans. Now, for the first time in 60 million years, the number of species worldwide is in sustained mass decline. The UK's 1,500 species of pollinators deliver an estimated £680 million annual value to our economy. So there's an economic as well as an environmental case for protecting the diversity of the natural world. So following consultation, the government will use the forthcoming Environment Bill to mandate biodiversity net gain for development in England, ensuring that the delivery of much-needed infrastructure and housing is not at the expense of vital biodiversity. But this is a global problem, Mr. Speaker, so later this year the UK government will launch a comprehensive global review of the link between biodiversity and economic growth, to be led by Professor Sapatha Dasgupta, Emeritus Professor of Economics at Cambridge. We in this House, Mr. Speaker, should be proud that the UK, with its overseas territories, has already declared more than 3 million square kilometres of marine protected area. And today, I can announce our intention to designate a further 445,000 square kilometres of ocean around Ascension Island as marine protected area. This Conservative government taking action today on our pledge to be the first in history to leave our environment in better condition than we found it. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I have 3 further short announcements to make. First, in response to rising concern by head teachers that some girls are missing school attendance due to inability to afford sanitary products, I have decided to fund the provision of free sanitary products in secondary schools and colleges in England from the next school year. I congratulate those honourable members who have campaigned on this issue on all sides of the House, and my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, will announce further details in due course. Second, I announced a year ago that we would take definitive action to tackle the scourge of late payments for our small businesses. A full response to last year's call for evidence will be published shortly, but I can announce today that as a first step, we will require company audit committees to review payment practices and report on them in their annual accounts. My right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, will announce further details in due course, and I congratulate the FSB in particular on its tireless campaign on this issue. And third, Mr. Speaker, the recent surge in knife crime represents a personal tragedy for the scores of families of victims, and I know I can speak for the whole House when I offer my deepest sympathies to them. We must and we will stamp out this menace. Police funding is due to rise by up to £970 million from April. Many police and crime commissioners have already committed to using this extra funding to recruit and train additional police officers. But that takes time, and action is needed now. So the Prime Minister and I have decided, exceptionally, to make available immediately to police forces in England an additional £100 million over the course of the next year, ring-fenced to pay for additional overtime, targeted specifically on knife crime and for new violent crime reduction units to deliver a wider cross-agency response to this epidemic. Ahead of the spending review, my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, will work with the police to consider how best to prioritise resources going forward, including newly funded manpower, to ensure a lasting solution to the problem. Mr. Speaker, to be frank, Last night's events mean we are not where I hoped we would be today. Our economy is fundamentally robust, but the uncertainty I hoped we would lift last night still hangs over it. We cannot allow that to continue. It is damaging our economy and it is damaging our standing and reputation in the world. Tonight, we have a choice. We can remove the threat of an imminent no-deal exit hanging over our economy. Tomorrow, we will have the opportunity to start to map out a way forward towards building a consensus across this House for a deal we can collectively support to exit the EU in an orderly way, to a future relationship that will allow Britain to flourish, protecting jobs and businesses. We have huge opportunities ahead of us. Our capital is the world's financial centre. Our universities are global powerhouses of discovery and innovation. Our businesses are at the cutting edge of the tech revolution. And we have shown that we are not shy as a nation of the tasks that lie ahead. We're addressing the environmental challenges that threaten our planet. We're building the homes that the next generation desperately need. We're investing in our future, tackling the productivity gap and embracing technological change, rising to its challenges and seizing its opportunities. Our potential is clear. Our advantages are manifest. We are the 5th largest economy in the world, a proud, successful, outward-looking nation with no limit to our ambition and no boundaries to what we can achieve. A brighter future is within our grasp. Tonight, let's take a decisive step towards seizing it and building a Britain fit for the future, a Britain the next generation will be proud to call their home. I commend this statement to the House.
John McDonnell!
Let me thank the Chancellor for providing me with an early sight of his statement, no matter how heavily redacted. We have just witnessed a display by the Chancellor of this government's toxic mix of callous complacency over austerity and its grotesque incompetence over the handling of Brexit. Whilst teachers are having to pay for the materials their pupils need, working parents are struggling to manage as schools close early and their children are sent home. 5,000 of our fellow citizens will be sleeping in the cold and wet on the streets tonight. Young people are being stabbed to death in rising numbers. And the Chancellor turns up today with no real end or reversal of austerity and to threaten us, because this is what he means, that austerity can only end if we accept this government's bad deal over Brexit. Let's look at some of the claims this Chancellor has made. The Chancellor has boasted about the OBR forecast of 1.2% growth this year. What he hasn't mentioned is that this has been downgraded from 1.6%. And downgrading forecasts is a pattern under this Chancellor. In November 2016, forecasts for the following year were downgraded from 2.2% to 1.4%. In the autumn 2017, forecasts for the following year were downgraded from 1.6% to 1.4%. As you know, economists are warning that what little growth there is in this economy is largely being sustained by consumption based upon high levels of household debt. And on the public finances, the Chancellor is boasting about bringing down debt. Let's remind him that when Labour left office, having had to bail out his friends in the city, many of them Tory donors, the nation's debt stood at £1 trillion. They have borrowed for failure, and they've added another $750 billion to the debt since then. More than any Labour government ever. On the deficit, he's boasting about the deficit. He has not eliminated the deficit as we were promised by 2015. He's simply shifted it. He's shifted it onto the shoulders of head teachers, NHS managers, local councillors and police commissioners. And worst of all, onto the backs of many of the poorest in our society. And the consequences are stark. Infant mortality has increased. Shocking. Life expectancy has reduced. And our communities, yes, are less safe. Yes. Police budgets have faced a cut of £2.7 billion since 2010, and nothing the Chancellor has said today will make up for the human and economic consequences of those cuts. The Chancellor talks about a balanced approach. There's nothing balanced about a government giving over £110 billion of tax cuts to the rich and corporations, whilst 87 people a day die before they receive the care they need. The number of children coming into care has increased every year for 9 years. And benefit freezers and the rollout of universal credit are forcing people into food banks to survive. I'll give him a quote. Sending a message to the poorest and most vulnerable in our society that we do not care. The honourable member quoted was referring to the tax credits in 2015. The honourable member for South Cambridgeshire. The number of pensioners now officially living in severe poverty in the 5th largest economy in the world has reached 1 million. And we have a government condemned by the UN, for inflicting destitution on its own citizens. And you know, there's nothing balanced about the investment of this government across the country. Nothing balanced about a government investing over £4,000 per head in London on transport, and the north only £1,600. There's nothing balanced about a male child born in Kensington, Liverpool, who can expect to live 18 years less than a child born in Kensington and Chelsea. And on employment and wages. This is the government that has broken the historic link between securing a job and lifting yourself out of poverty. Shameful. The Chancellor has referred to a remarkable job story. What's remarkable is that this government has created a large-scale jobs market of low pay, long hours and precarious work. There's over 2.5 million people out there working below 15 hours a week. 3.8 million are in insecure work. Average wages, the Honourable General talks about pay, average wages are still below the level of 10 years ago. So it's hardly surprising, is it? It's hardly surprising that there are 4.5 million children living in poverty, 2/3 of them nearly, in households where someone is at work. And the Chancellor has bragged about his record on youth unemployment. Let's be clear. Youth unemployment is 7% higher than the national average. It's higher than the OECD average and is at appalling level for some communities. Some communities. 26% of young black people are unemployed. 23% of young people from a Bangladeshi or Pakistani background are unemployed. And the Chancellor has claimed the advance with regard to women's unemployment. What does he say? What he doesn't say is that women make up 73% of those in part-time employment, and they're disproportionately affected by the precarious work. And I just give one example. The income of single mothers by 2020 will have fallen by 18% since 2010. And according to the much-respected Women's Budget Group, women are facing the highest pay gap for full-time employees since 1999, all on his watch. The Chancellor has been claiming on levels of infrastructure and housing investment that he's on the way to delivering record sustained levels. Let's be clear, he's talking about wish lists. He's not talking about what the Conservatives have actually done. The UK ranks close to the bottom of OECD countries for public investment. We're the 24th out of 32 countries, according to analysis done by the TUC. And the Chancellor describes the biggest rail investment programme since Victorian times. Well, tell that to the people who faced the timetabling chaos last year. Tell that to the rail passengers who have to deal with the incomparable incompetence of the Transport Secretary. The Chancellor has been hailing his announcement of a national infrastructure strategy. Well, let's remind the House. The Government announced a national infrastructure delivery plan from 2016 to 2021. Then it announced a national infrastructure and construction pipeline. So there's plans, pipelines, strategies. And yet today, another review of the financing mechanisms, but no real action for delivery for our businesses and our communities. The Institute for Government described this government's decisions on infrastructure, and I quote, as inconsistent and subject to constant change. And he's announced on housing again. Well, let's hope the Chancellor has learnt the lessons of their recent housing initiatives, which have driven up profits of companies like Persimmon to over £1 billion and bosses' bonuses over £100 million. The Chancellor's got some cheek to speak out technical and vocational skills as well. Almost a quarter of all funding to further and adult education has been cut since 2010. The number of people starting apprenticeships has fallen by 26%. And you know, on research and development, this government has slashed capital funding for science across all departments by 50%. Unlike at the budget, the Chancellor has at last actually referred to climate change. The review of biodiversity, as I mentioned, might hopefully show that the budget of Natural England, the body responsible for biodiversity in England, has more than halved over a decade. A review of carbon offsets might reveal that they do not reduce emissions, and offsetting schemes like the Clean Development Mechanism have been beset by gaming and fraud. And this from a government that removed the climate change levy exemption for renewables, that scrapped the feed-in tariffs for new small-scale renewable generation, and cancelled the zero-carbon homes policy. Joe Gordon Brown pledged a zero-carbon homes policy standard. We endorsed it. We celebrated it. The Tories scrapped it in 2015, 1 year before it was fully coming into force. And of course, Brexit looms large on everything we discuss. But, you know, even today the Chancellor tries to use the bribe of a double-deal dividend or threat of postponing the spending review to control MPs into voting for the government's deal. What we're seeing is not a double dividend. We're seeing Brexit bankruptcies as a result of the delay in the negotiations. And you know, publication of the tariffs this morning is clearly part of this threatening strategy. This is a calamitous strategy. It is forcing people into intransigent corners rather than bringing them together. Yes. What we need now is the Chancellor today to stand with us, to vote to take no deal off the table, and to stand in Cabinet against those that are trying to force us into a no-deal situation. And then, yes, come and join us in discussing the options available, including Labour's deal proposal, and yes, if it requires taking back any deal to the public. For outside this Westminster bubble, maybe outside the narrow, wealthy circles in which the Chancellor moves, 9 years of hard austerity have created 9 years of hardship for our constituents. And today and in recent times, the Chancellor has had the nerve to try and argue that to those who have suffered most at the hands of this government, that their suffering was necessary. If austerity wasn't ideological, why has money been found for tax cuts for big corporations while vital public services have been starved of funding? Austerity was never a necessity. It was always a political choice. So when the Chancellor stands there and talks about the end of austerity, talks about a plan for a brighter future, how can anyone who's lived through the last 9 years believe him at all? This is a government that's demonstrated a chilling ability to disregard completely the suffering that they've caused. To talk of changing direction after 9 years in office is not only impossible to believe, it's also much too late. Too late for the thousands who've died while waiting for a decision on their personal independence payments. Too late for the families who've lost their homes due to cuts in housing benefit. Too late, yes, for the young people who've lost their lives as a result of criminal attack. And too late also for those youngsters whose clubs have been and youth services have been savaged. This is the legacy of this Chancellor, and it's this that he'll be remembered for. He was the Shadow Chief Secretary to George Osborne and designed the austerity programme. History will hold him responsible for that. There are no alibis. He's implicated in every cut, every closure, every preventable death of someone waiting for hospital treatment or social care. It's time for a change. People have had enough. People have had enough. But people know also increasingly that they won't get the change they so desperately need from this tainted Chancellor or his government. It's time for change, and it's time for a Labour government.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the same old recycled lines. I think actually I must be going a little bit deaf, Mr. Speaker, because I didn't hear any mention of record employment. Perhaps he's so ashamed of Labour's record. No Labour government has ever left office with unemployment below that which it's inherited. I didn't hear anything about rising wages, rising the fastest they've been in a decade. He didn't mention the extra £1.3 billion for local government, the extra £1 billion of police funding, both of which he voted against. He didn't mention 9 years unbroken growth. He didn't mention the fact that this economy is outperforming Germany this year. He witters on about manufacturing without any recognition of the global economic context in which this sits. Perhaps he doesn't inhabit the global economy, but if he did, he'd know very well that the downturn in manufacturing is happening across Europe and is affecting everyone. And he didn't mention, Mr. Speaker, the remarkable turnaround in our public finances and the real choices that we have as a consequence. Just relentlessly talking Britain and its economy down. Once again, we hear this absurd proposition that the decisions we took in 2010 were some kind of political choice, as if you could go on borrowing £1 for every pound spent indefinitely, racking up interest bills, burdening future generations with debt. No responsible politician could credibly believe that these were choices in 2010. He talks about homelessness. We've tackled we've committed £1.2 billion to tackle homelessness and rough sleeping. I didn't hear any mention of that. He talks about the downgrade of the 2019 economic forecast without mentioning the global context. He confuses the debt and the deficit. The reason that the debt has he's not listening, but it's very, very simple. It's not even economics. It's not even economics, it's just maths. It's very, very simple. If you have a £150 billion deficit in your last year in office, your successor will find debt is rising. And that is what we found. And I have announced since 2016 £150 billion of additional public spending, as well as getting the forecast deficit down to 0.5% of GDP. That means, Mr. Speaker, that we have real and genuine sustainable choices in this country for the first time in a decade. Mr. Speaker, he delivers repeated misinformation that we've heard countless times from the Labour benches. For example, about transport funding. He knows that central government transport funding is higher per capita in the north than it is in London and the south. That's a fact. He knows that there are 665,000 fewer children in workless households now than there were in 2010. That's a fact. He knows that public investment set out in the OBR report today represents Britain's biggest public capital investment programme for 40 years. It's a fact. And he accuses me of talking about housing again. Well, I will talk about housing again and again and again, because we've announced £44 billion worth of investment in housing, and that's an awful lot of announcements that I am going to have to make. But, Mr. Speaker, the ultimate audacity is the moral lecturing tone in the close of his remarks. And I really do take exception to being lectured to by a man who has stood idly by, turning a blind eye, while his leader has allowed anti-Semitism to all but destroy a once great political party from the inside out. Mr. Speaker, Attlee and Bevan must be rotating in their graves. Look at what this pair have done to the Labour Party and just think what they would do to our country.
Yes, it might it might be helpful to the House if I indicate that, given the pressure of time and the importance to which reference was made earlier of subsequent business, it will almost certainly not be possible on this occasion for me to take everybody on this statement, which ordinarily, as the House knows, it's my practice to do. I'm looking to move on at approximately 2:45. It may be possible to move on before then, but I certainly wouldn't want it to be significantly later than then. Mr. Kenneth Clark.
Mr. Speaker, may I sincerely congratulate my right honourable friend the Chancellor on keeping his head whilst all around are losing theirs. I'm sure he would have liked to have delivered a rather different statement if the vote had gone the other way last night. But does he agree with me that economic forecasting is difficult at all times, particularly a time of slowing global growth, trade war, Chinese debt problems, and above all, the uncertainty of Brexit? And does he agree with me that the optimistic forecasts by the OBR are based on a smooth progression to Brexit, with no new barriers put in place to trade and investment with our most important market on the basis that we currently enjoy under the customs union and the single market? So will he finally guarantee to me that he will keep his fiscal powder dry, keep his reserves as he may need them to avoid even recession or a financial crisis, and that he will resist the irresponsible approach of the opposition, who only have the idea of spending and borrowing money as a policy platform on every issue, and resist all the other understandable demands he's going to reach from all sides just to spend money in response to lobbies, because he has the duty of keeping the British economy intact at a time of almost unprecedented crisis and unforeseeable problems.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to my right honourable and learned friend that the OBR's central forecast is based, as before, on an assumption of a deal done with the European Union so that we exit via a transition mechanism and have a future close trading relationship with him. And I can assure him, as I'm sure he actually needs no reassurance, that I will not be remotely tempted by the policies or profligacy of the Shadow Chancellor. And he is absolutely right that until such time as we are sure that we will not exit via a disorderly no deal, I have to keep that fiscal powder dry. But no one will be happier than me when I am able to release some of that headroom to support public services, capital investment and lower taxes in this economy.
Kirsty Blackman.
Mr. Speaker, there is no certainty about the future health of the economy, whatever happens regarding the Prime Minister's deal. Whether this House eventually accepts or continues to resoundingly reject it, we are still not clear about what the UK's future trading relationship with the EU will look like. What is clear, however, is that Brexit is bad for the economy. So far, the picture is bleak. Key economic indicators show the UK economy grew by a meagre 0.2% in the fourth quarter of 2018. The OBR had previously forecast growth of 1.6% for 2019, and even with the assumption of a smooth Brexit, they have downgraded that to 1.2%. Whatever the Chancellor's spin, is this not the cost of Brexit?
Hear, hear.
But of course the Chancellor predicted this himself, telling Radio 4 that the economy will be slightly smaller in the Prime Minister's preferred version of the future partnership. And we now face the prospect of a no-deal Brexit, which would have a severe impact on the economy, push people and businesses across Scotland. It could push the Scottish economy into a deep recession, similar in scale to the financial crash of 2008. And the British Retail Consortium estimate that it could hike food prices by some 29%. Mr. Speaker, my constituents cannot afford that. Will the Chancellor commit to voting against no deal tonight? Given such massive uncertainty, we needed a bit more than this damp squib of a statement. It is a laudable aim to have only one budget a year, but in these circumstances the Chancellor should have brought forward an emergency budget, and I call on him to do so. We need the Chancellor to explain how he is going to fix the fiscal gap created by discouraging immigration. We know that the average EU citizen who chooses to live and work in our country contributes £34,400 annually to the Scottish economy. How is he going to plug that gap? Will he exempt those coming for PhD level roles from the salary cap as well as from the visa numbers cap? We need the Chancellor to provide funding to small businesses who are not prepared to cope with Brexit. Only 8% of Scottish firms feel fully ready. We need concrete action to tackle the lack of productivity growth. It was woeful anyway compared to our European neighbours, but over the past 2 years business has been so focused on Brexit damage limitation that they've lacked the resources to increase growth and to increase productivity. This week, Mr. Speaker, the new financial think tank said our Conservative estimate shows that banks and investment banks are moving around £800 billion in assets. Asset managers have so far transferred more than £65 billion in funds, and insurance companies have so far moved £35 billion in assets. This appears to have entirely passed the Chancellor by. Mr. Speaker, people who live in these islands have suffered through a decade of austerity. According to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, the current benefits freeze has made life harder for over 27 million people across the UK. This is the biggest policy behind rising poverty, costing families an average of £340 a year. If the freeze continues, Mr. Speaker, by 2020 it will have driven 400,000 people into poverty. This must end now. And under this government, while the poor get poorer, the rich get richer, FTSE 100 CEO pay has gone up by 66% under the Tories in government, while wages for the rest have failed to reach 2008 levels yet. The Chancellor has had many opportunities to press his colleagues to halt the rollout of universal credit. The system is broken and it must be fixed before more misery is inflicted. His emergency budget should end the benefits freeze and halt the rollout of universal credit. The Chancellor, Mr. Speaker, has managed to find money for plenty of other things. He's allocated billions to the DUP in order to buy their support. He's failed to allocate £3.4 billion to Scotland that should have been our share of this largesse. Will the Chancellor ensure that the Barnett formula is properly applied to the new funding he has announced today, unlike his actions regarding the DUP deal? Scotland's resource block grant, Mr. Speaker, for 2019-20 is almost £2 billion lower in real terms compared with 2010-11. This is a direct consequence of the Chancellor's continued obsession with austerity. He has created the Stronger Towns Fund, pumping money into Leave voting areas as yet another bribe. How well did that work this week? And the Chancellor hasn't yet announced details of the Shared Prosperity Fund. Especially important is whether it will replace the £2.4 billion a year that communities across the UK currently receive as a result of EU structural funds. Can he provide us with full details now? And will he give a cast-iron guarantee that the Scottish Government will be treated as equals and will continue to distribute the funding in Scotland, as has been the case under the EU programmes? Mr. Speaker, Yesterday, a majority of Scottish MPs put their names to an amendment saying that the best future for Scotland would be as an independent country within the EU. With independence, we will be able to encourage immigration, recognising the benefits brought by those who come to live, love and work in our country. We will be able to reject austerity, supporting our citizens when they need it most. We will be able to increase productivity, improving participation in our workforce and encouraging and supporting companies to grow. We will be able to trade frictionlessly with Europe, a market 8 times the size of the UK. Scotland has been badly served by consecutive Westminster governments. We need to take our lifeboat and get off this sinking Brexit ship.
I'm sure it was a momentary oversight by the Honourable Lady that she didn't say anything about the decommissioning measures that will be so important to her local industry in Aberdeen, which are listed in the WMS. Mr. Speaker, she says that no deal will be bad for the economy, and I absolutely agree with her. But if she understands that, why didn't she vote for the deal? She talks... And then, I have a great deal of respect for the Honourable Lady, but I'm afraid she's creeping towards the practices of the Labour front bench when she quotes the fourth quarter growth figure at 0.2% without mentioning the more recently published first quarter of this year growth figure at 0.5%.
That's 2.5 times. Exactly.
Do the maths. I think she'll find that's okay. Mr. Speaker, the downgrade she talked about the downgrade that the OBR has applied to the 2019 growth figure. Of course, we would like it to be higher, but she again has to see this in the global context. I know that she understands this. Germany's economy has slowed down. France's economy has slowed down. Across the G7, we are exactly in the middle of the pack. We will grow faster than Germany, Japan and Italy this year. We will grow exactly the same as France and slower than Canada and the US. That is a perfectly creditable performance. Would I like to do better? Of course I would. But she's going to be honest with the House. She needs to put this in the context of what's happening across the global economy. She asked me about PhD level roles. PhD level roles will be completely exempt from the visa cap. She asked me about assets being moved abroad. Of course I'm concerned about assets being moved abroad, and of course £35 billion of insurance company assets moved abroad is £35 billion more than I would like. But she needs to understand this in the context of the many trillions of pounds of assets that these companies are managing in London and increasingly, I have to say, in Edinburgh, where Edinburgh's ranking in the global asset management league table has once again risen, something we're extremely pleased about. She talks about pay for the lowest paid. Those on national minimum wage, national living wage, have seen their incomes increase on average by £2,750 a year since 2016. And she asked me about universal credit. Universal credit delivers. People who are on universal credit are more likely to be in work than people who are trapped on legacy benefits, and I have put billions of pounds into the system over successive fiscal events to smooth the transition, to ensure that the movement of people from legacy benefits onto universal credits operates smoothly. And I'd say to her finally that Scotland gets its share of the increased spending on both capital and resource. But precious little thanks we ever hear from those benches in exchange for it.
And Nicky Morgan.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Building on the question asked by my right honourable learned friend, the member for Rushcliffe, the OBR have made it clear today that they have not really been able to update their forecast to reflect the current Brexit situation. They say that we still have no meaningful basis for predicting the post-Brexit trading relationship beyond the near term. I sense the Chancellor's frustration with the House's inability to approve the withdrawal agreement, but does he agree that this means that actually many of the forecasts obviously are going to have to be revisited as the Brexit scenario plays itself out over the next few months? The Chancellor mentioned, sorry, I haven't finished yet. The Chancellor mentioned the CSR, forthcoming CSR. He mentioned education spending. Can I also urge him to think very clearly and closely about the spending on further education colleges? That is another critical part of improving productivity in our country. But the question I really wanted to ask is that the budget report produced by the Treasury Select Committee recently said that the Chancellor was effectively disregarding the fiscal objective to run a balanced budget in the mid-2020s. And the OBR has today said that the target will not be met again. So does the Chancellor intend by the next budget to ensure that the existing fiscal charter will be updated for this Parliament?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady is right, of course, about the OBR's Brexit assumption. I said so earlier, and the OBR have said so clearly. They have to make an assumption, and until there's a new policy, that's unfortunately the way they're mandated to work. On the question of the forecast, look, I've addressed this in this House many times before. The forecast is based on those assumptions. We're either going to have a no-deal exit, in which case I would expect a significantly worse outturn, or we're going to lift this cloud from above our economy, and I would actually expect a significantly better outcome. And a number of important commentators, including the Governor of the Bank of England, have suggested over the last couple of weeks that there is more juice in the economy if we can just lift this cloud. I've noted her early bid for further education in the spending review. There will be lots to discuss as we go into the spending review, and we will ensure, Mr. Speaker, that there are proper structured arrangements for members of this House to make their views known. And my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary, will be happy to engage across the House. And she asked me finally about the target for the mid-2020s. I simply don't accept that the figures published today show that it is impossible to reach a balanced budget in the mid-2020s. In 2023-24, the deficit will be 0.5% of GDP. But whether we choose to get the deficit down to zero or whether we choose to do other things is a choice, and we're lucky to have it.
The Honourable Lady, the member for Manchester Central, is ordinarily known for her buoyant and enthusiastic smile, was gesticulating at the Chancellor to speed up. I think she was auditioning for the role of Speaker, and presumably seeking to give the Right Honourable Gentleman a masterclass in brevity, notwithstanding her desire often to make her own point with enormous eloquence, but at not inconsiderable length. But we'll see. Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the forecast from the OBR today, GDP growth this year is being revised down by 0.4%. The largest downward revision is to business investment, a downward revision of 3.2%. Business investment is now expected to shrink 1% this year, after shrinking by 1% last year. The Federation of Small Businesses today say that confidence is at rock bottom. The CBI say on tariffs that there has been no consultation with business, no time to prepare, and that this is a sledgehammer for our economy. Does the Chancellor recognise that businesses are losing patience with this government, and that unless businesses invest and help grow our economy, productivity and wages are going to stay at rock bottom? What is the Chancellor going to do to reverse this incredibly worrying and dangerous reduction in business investment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what she hasn't mentioned is that business investment recovers to 2.3% in next year, and over the forecast recovers entirely. So this is a cyclical change, not a structural change. And there are two drivers. Of course, Brexit uncertainty is having a damping effect on investment. I've said that before, and I'll say it again. The sooner we can lift it, the sooner that investment will come into our economy with welcome effect. But we cannot ignore what is happening in the car industry across Europe. But a large part of this effect has been in our car industry, which is very worrying, but it isn't a UK phenomenon, it's a much broader phenomenon.
Sir John Redwood.
Given the fall in new car sales that followed the big increase in vehicle excise duties, other regulatory changes and the car loan squeeze, will the Chancellor now review policy towards the car industry to make it cheaper and easier to buy a new car made in a British factory?
Well, as my right honourable friend knows, we are not able to discriminate between cars made in British factories and cars made elsewhere under the current regime, but we do keep all fiscal policy under review, and I'm acutely conscious of the pressures that the car industry is facing at the moment.
Sir Vincent Gable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to find something positive to say in a rather less than earth-shattering event, but I do welcome the support for industrial strategy and innovation and the Thurnham report. But on that specifically, doesn't it rather give the game away that he's referring references to global monopoly abuse to the British competition authorities at a time when we're walking away from the much more powerful European Commission, which could really deal with the problem? But specifically on growth, is it not the case that while we are escaping recession, and that's very welcome, this is primarily due to continued extraordinary monetary policy, low negative real interest rates, and that cannot continue. It's an addictive drug. It may have been useful after the financial crisis. And finally, how on earth does he expect this surge of business investment to occur when even on the government's Brexit plans there's going to be a cliff edge in 2 years' time, which any businesses will naturally seek to avoid?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the honourable gentleman would want to break the habit of a lifetime in finding something positive to say in response to a statement, but I'll take him at face value. Look, on the Furman report, I think it's quite important that we do ensure that the UK's regulatory environment is at the cutting edge of the changes that are going on in the 21st century economy. I think that regulation is one of our competitive advantages. We have excellent regulators, and we've got plenty of examples of the UK being ahead of the global curve in setting regulations that can both protect the public and encourage investment. And I can't comment on monetary policy, as he knows. That's a matter entirely for the Bank of England. But as for a future cliff edge, it will be my fervent intention to give business the maximum confidence and clarity we can about our future relationship with the European Union as early as I can.
Sir Michael Fallon.
Would the Chancellor reassure me that the very welcome consultation on future infrastructure financing will not become any reason to delay a start on some of the essential major projects, such as the Lower Thames crossing, which will not only relieve pressure on the Dartford crossing, but will be a fundamental link between two great wealth-creating regions of our country?
I can give my right honourable friend that assurance. I'm acutely conscious of the fact that we're committed to building a tunnel under the Thames, but we haven't yet committed to the link roads that will link that tunnel to the rest of the road network, and of course we absolutely will do so. This is a broader based review to look at how we replace PFI and EIB funding over the medium term.
Sammy Wilson.
Speaker, I welcome the statement and the news that despite the best efforts and concerted efforts of those who think that by talking the UK economy down they can somehow stop us leaving the EU. And it's pleasing to note that employment is up, job creation's up, the government finances are in a better shape, and I think it does show that we don't need the EU as some kind of economic crutch in order to enable us to stand on our own 2 feet. I also welcome the Barnett consequences for Northern Ireland. Could I ask the Chancellor, for the future, what progress has been made on the review of our passenger duty and VAT for the hospitality industry in Northern Ireland? And if he is going to help subcontractors against late payments, would he be considering the use of project bank accounts, which have been very successful in Northern Ireland in ensuring that public sector spend on infrastructure projects actually reaches the companies who do spend the money?
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the honourable gentleman's comments, and I just draw the House's attention to the fact that one of the features of the jobs growth that we have delivered is the regional distribution of it. This is not a London-centric jobs growth. It's across the country. Productivity, wages and employment have grown in every region of the UK, and that's very welcome. On the specific questions he asks, on the APD, the working group has been established, as he knows, but we are not in a position to take any action in this area until there is a devolved administration in Stormont. On VAT, as again he knows, we are not able to take any action while we are members of or subject to the rules of the European Union, but we will continue to look at these issues.
Mr. Robert Halfon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you should see the honourable lady from Manchester, what she's like in my Education Select Committee. I strongly welcome the statement from my right honourable friend. Can I just ask him, given that there is a 10-year plan for the NHS, and rightly so, can we please have a 10-year plan and a 10-year funding settlement for our schools and colleges in the statement that he's going to make before the summer?
Mr. Speaker, let me make it just clear for the avoidance of doubt. The NHS 10-year plan has now been published, but the funding plan that we've announced is a 5-year plan, and there will be a midpoint at which we fund the NHS for the latter part of the plan. So we have no plans, I'm afraid, to set out a 10-year funding plan for any area of our public services. That would not be prudent or sensible given the cyclicality of the economy.
The honourable member for Manchester Central is much talked about. I think it's time we heard from her. Lucy Powell.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm reclaiming the bossy, reclaiming it. Isn't it the case, Chancellor, that cuts to police, local services and schools is a false economy? We pay for the cost of failure, the cost of rising knife crime, the cost of school exclusions, the cost of rising poverty and failing families and children. So will he prioritise in his forthcoming spending review early intervention to support families and children to get the best start in life?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there will be many demands on the available funding at the spending review, and we intend to look at the public's priorities in the round. And our challenge, as always, is to ensure that we direct funding in the way that most effectively delivers the end result that the public needs. And as if I just look at the knife crime debate that we've been having over the last couple of weeks, it is clear that this isn't a simple question about putting more money into policing. It's a question. No, it isn't. It isn't. And if the honourable lady talks to police chiefs, if she talks to school heads, they will tell her this is a multifaceted challenge, and we need to address it as such. And that's the point of having a cross-departmental spending review, that we can look at our priorities in the round and decide how to allocate funding in a coherent way to get the outcomes the public wants at the best value for money for the taxpayer.
And Speaker, I warmly welcome the big improvements in the public finances, particularly those as a result of the last spending review in 2015. But he does have a problem with stamp duty. Today's document says the forecast here has, quote, deteriorated significantly since October, when it was already £4 billion short. Receipts fell 9.8% in 2018, another £2.7 billion new shortfall in the scorecard today. Transactions in my constituency are down 31% since the reforms. This is something he is going to need to look at and propose reforms in due course, perhaps in November. Would he like to comment on the latest deteriorating numbers?
Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend, perhaps unsurprisingly given his constituency, is very interested in these issues, and I'd be very happy to meet with him and go through the numbers. There are a number of moving parts underneath the headline number. Stamp duty for Wales has been devolved, so that takes a significant chunk out of the total number. There is an overall slowdown in the market, and that has an effect. But we've also exempted first-time buyer purchases from stamp duty, and that's a very considerable chunk of the reduction he refers to. But I'd be very happy to talk him through the details.
Chris Leslie.
It's a fundamental mistake for the Chancellor to underestimate the impact of Brexit on his future forecast, to dismiss that 3.2% collapse in the forecast for business investment, I think is a strategic error that he is making for the future. And to hear the Chancellor talk about a deal dividend, or the Shadow Chancellor to talk about a jobs-first Brexit, this is a mythology. Brexit of all forms is going to hit our business investment and hit our tax revenues and create austerity for a decade ahead. So please, can the Chancellor and the Shadow Chancellor stop treating this as business as usual?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman, while he's entitled to his point of view and he often makes a valuable contribution to the debate, has to be careful that he doesn't accidentally veer off-piste into the talking Britain down syndrome. He talks about a collapse in business investment, but I think he would agree, I hope he would agree, that this is likely to be a cyclical reduction in business investment. If you talk to businesses, what they'll tell you is that they are postponing investment decisions until they have greater clarity about the future. Now, I do agree with him. We can't keep them hanging there forever. We need to give them clarity and certainty as quickly as possible. I believe we will do that in this House over the next few weeks. And when we do, I believe that the great majority of that investment, postponed, not cancelled, will flow back into our economy later this year.
John Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say I'm delighted that the Chancellor has made the announcement about the Borderlands growth deal. This is very welcome news for the area. But would the Chancellor confirm that the Department will move to an early discussion about the details of the various projects with the local authorities so that it can get on with the implementation as soon as possible? And can I also ask the Chancellor, would he like to come and visit Carlisle and the Borderlands to see those initiatives in action?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I can confirm that we want to move ahead as quickly as possible now with agreeing the individual projects and getting disbursement underway. And I'd be actually delighted to visit Carlisle, not only to see the effects of the Borderlands growth deal, but to see the £100 million HIF investment that we're making to facilitate a major expansion of new build housing in the area.
Angela Eagle.
Mr. Speaker, many on both sides of the House have expressed some worry about the slowdown in growth forecasts, but all of us see that there is some growth there. So given that the economy is growing, albeit too modestly, would the Chancellor look at the £1.4 billion of cuts that are going to be made to benefits with the benefit freeze in 3 weeks' time, which means that he's taking money away from those who are least able to afford it? And all economic theory shows that those who are on very, very low or modest incomes actually spend money that's given to them, which will then help stimulate our economy some more. So will he now get up at that dispatch box and tell us that he's going to take off the benefit freeze, which is due to hit all those people in 3 weeks' time?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady talks about slow reductions in economic forecasts. It's actually 1 year. I'll answer the question in my own way, if the honourable lady doesn't mind. It's only 1 year in which the OBR has downgraded the forecast. In 2 further years, they remain unchanged, and in the fourth year, it is increased. She asked me about the benefits freeze. Look, this has been one of the very many difficult decisions we've had to take. Under the last Labour government, under Gordon Brown's stewardship, benefits, the welfare budget increased by 65% in real terms, getting it completely out of kilter with wages and making it unsustainable. That, combined with the fiscal pressure we faced in 2010, made it inevitable that we had to take action. But we've made it very clear we have no intention of repeating the current freeze. When it is over, increases in benefits will resume in line with CPI in the normal way.
George Freeman.
I welcome the Chancellor's announcements, particularly on investments in science and infrastructure. And seeing as the Workers' Party haven't welcomed it, the rise in the national living wage, the £700 pay rise for the lowest paid, and the tax reductions, 32 million of our lowest paid receiving a tax cut. You'd think the party opposite would cheer that. Could I also welcome the fact that the Chancellor has reminded British business that if Brexit is a threat, the Shadow Chancellor, who's still a Marxist, is an even bigger threat? And could I ask on growth that 1.2% is too low a figure? And could I urge him to use the comprehensive spending review to make sure that, as well as increasing spending on services, we incentivise really bold public sector leadership for innovation, for enterprise, and to make sure we get this economy growing at 3% again?
Well, Mr. Speaker, nobody shares his ambition to see faster growth more than I do, and there are many ways we can deliver that, but it has to involve raising productivity in both the public and the private sector. And we're taking initiatives with the National Leadership Centre around public sector leadership to enhance productivity in the public sector, and we're taking action to reinforce leadership among smaller and medium-sized enterprises in the private sector to ensure that productivity is driven, technology is taken up effectively, and we're all better off as a consequence.
Alison McGovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have more respect than many in this House for the work of economic forecasters. But let's be honest, what we have here today is a big, long sum that's predicated on the idea that Brexit will be fine. But surely the events of the past 24 hours demonstrate to us, Mr. Speaker, that Brexit is not going very well, is it? No. But nor are things in the country, because last year the Trussell Trust gave out nearly 1.5 million three-day food parcels. A massive increase on last year. So when, Mr. Speaker, will the Chancellor admit that Brexit is a massive distraction for our country? And it's about time we got back to tackling what the public really care about: rough sleeping, poverty, and the position of the worst off in our society.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have never been afraid to acknowledge that, as far as the economy is concerned, Brexit uncertainty is a distraction, and it is something that we need to get lifted as soon as possible. I think I said that at the beginning of my speech. The sooner we can do that, the better. It will help us to grow faster, it will help us to raise productivity more quickly, and that means higher wages across the economy. But on the issues that the Honourable Lady mentions, we're putting £1.2 billion into addressing homelessness and rough sleeping. We're consulting on an additional 1% stamp duty levy on properties bought by non-UK resident owners. The whole of that money ring-fenced to address the rough sleeping challenge in our cities. And in relation to poverty, she knows the figures. We've got over 3.5 million more people in work and 665,000 fewer children living in workless households. And it remains the case, however much people opposite may not like it, it remains the case that work is the best sustainable route out of poverty.
Alex Chalk.
Can I congratulate the Chancellor on his statement? If we do get the orderly Brexit that I know he and I want, can I urge him to consider schools funding in the spending review? Schools in my constituency are doing enormously important work, but they are facing increased challenges, particularly with pupil volatility, with pupil complexity, rising demands. They're having to do more, and I would invite him to ensure that they have the resources to match.
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend knows, we put £1.3 billion into the schools budget in 2017, and we've protected per pupil real funding since then. And he will also know that there is a significant variation between the level of funding between schools and authorities across the country, which is now being addressed through the fair funding formula. And I understand that there are pressures in the system until we've got that rolled out and operational, having delivered the result throughout the system. But I can confirm to him that schools funding will be considered along with all other areas of departmental spending in the round in the spending review.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To follow up on that question, I'm sure that the Chancellor may have noticed that there are children all over the country, including in the Prime Minister's constituency, and amongst these children, my children sit, who will no longer be able to go to school all day on a Friday anymore because my son's school is going to shut at 1 o'clock, like 15 other schools in Birmingham and hundreds of schools across the country who've been getting in touch with me, including the Prime Minister's constituency. I'm sure they'll be writing to her because they're certainly writing to me. What has he offered today for the government to do the most basic thing and keep my children in school? What has been given today, what will be given in the CSR, and I hope he's looking forward to seeing my children because I'm bringing them to be looked after by him every Friday at 1 o'clock.
I shall look forward to it, Mr. Speaker. Look, today is not a fiscal event, and the opportunity to look at spending priorities in the round will happen at the spending review. What I have described today, though, is a world where improving public finances mean that if we can lift the Brexit cloud from our economy, get that certainty restored, we will have choices. And that is something, frankly, that we have not enjoyed in this country for a decade now because of the consequences of the crisis under the last Labour government. But if she wants to talk to me about schools, I'm happy to talk about our record on schools, with the attainment gap narrowing, record rates of disadvantaged 18-year-olds going to university, 84% of children being taught in good or outstanding schools, compared to 66% in 2010. Outcomes that we are proud of.
Neil O'Brien.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if I could take the Chancellor's view on the question of poverty. Under the last Labour government, we saw 1 million men and women thrown on the dole. Under this government, unemployment's down to the lowest rate it's been for 40 years. And yet we hear this argument from the other side that work is not the way out of poverty, only spending ever more on benefits is the answer. But in reality, am I correct, Chancellor, in noting that when a workless couple move from being out of work to in full-time work, their chances of being in poverty drop from 38% to a negligible less than 1%. So work is the way out of poverty. And what assessment has the Chancellor made of the combined effects of cutting taxes for the lowest paid, reducing unemployment to the lowest level for 40 years, the new national living wage, and what assessment has he made of his intentions to go further today in boosting that proud achievement of the national living wage, in reducing poverty further?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've seen the proportion of people in low pay falling to its lowest level in 20 years. I've already mentioned the statistics on the number of people in work, and I agree with him that being in work is the only sustainable way out of poverty. And he's right. The last Labour government left 1.4 million people languishing on out-of-work benefits. And anyone who thinks that that is a good outcome needs to be ashamed of themselves. Absolutely true. So I can assure my honourable friends that this issue is high on our agenda and that we are looking at ways of maintaining the record that we have built up, which is exactly the one that I want to deliver. Thank you.
David Hanson.
Could the Chancellor confirm that many millions more pounds have been cut from the police budget than the £100 million he's put in for overtime to support our hard-pressed police officers already? And could he particularly confirm to me, in his statement he says the £100 million is for England. When I was a Home Office police minister, Home Office funding was for England and Wales. Have Wales been left out again?
I believe. I mean, this is a. I will triple. No, I'm aware of what he's saying. I'm aware of what he's saying. My understanding is that the funding figure is for England. It's England. I'm sorry. My honourable friend's telling me it's England and Wales. So I apologise to the honourable gentleman if the statement misled. I'm told that it is England. The funding is for England and Wales.
It's another matter. Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the continued improvement in public finances, which in no small part is due to the continued resilience and innovation of our businesses, some of whom the Chancellor met when he came recently to open the new business school at the University of Gloucester. And what a symbol that is of change, because only 9 years ago in Gloucester we lost 6,000 jobs in business thanks to the disastrous policies of the party opposite, and youth unemployment was 4 times higher than it is now today. But my right honourable friend knows the extraordinary enthusiasm on all sides of this House to see continued funding going into the schools, and also from my letter with 165 colleagues across 4 different parties for improved funding for further education colleges. Could he therefore share with us today that these are priorities that he will look at very closely in the spending review?
I very much enjoyed my visit to the University of Gloucester and was very interested to see the innovative work that's going on there. My honourable friend refers to the improvement in the public finances. It's being driven by increased business tax receipts, partly as a result of the government's relentless clampdown on opportunities for avoidance or evasion of taxes, and the very significant increase in employment. 3.5 million more people in work is not just very good news for 3.5 million households, but it's very good news for the Exchequer, the public finances, and ultimately our public services as well.
Opposition. Karen Buck.
Isn't it in fact true that poverty in this country increasingly wears a working face? That we have the highest proportion we have ever had of families in poverty who are in work? That a family of 4 with 2 people working full-time on the national minimum wage will be £600 a year worse off thanks to his benefit freeze by 2020? And in fact, because he will not tackle the benefit freeze, including on in-work benefits, that families in this condition will see absolutely nothing as a consequence of today's statement.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've already made the point about the unsustainable rise in welfare payments under the last Labour government. 65% real terms increase in the welfare budget was not a sustainable position. The honourable lady can chunter as much as she likes from the front bench. It won't make it sustainable. It won't make it sustainable. But I tell you, honourable lady, what will help her constituents: the £6,500 per family tax cuts for people earning low wages, buying fuel, voted against by her government, her opposition front bench, and the £2,500 increase in the national living wage since 2016 of someone working on full-time on low wages.
It's not a living better or worse than
John Lamont.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was delighted to hear the Chancellor plough £260 million into the Borderlands growth deal, which shows this government's commitment to cross-border infrastructure investment. This will allow the Borders Railway to move forward in terms of its extension from Tweedbank to Hoyk, Newcastleton and on to Carlisle. Now, I was very pleased to hear him respond to my honourable friend, the member for Carlisle's request to visit Carlisle, but would, when he's visiting Carlisle, also come across the border and visit my constituency in the Scottish Borders, which will see significant benefits from this investment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the whole point about the Borderlands growth deal is to celebrate the economic geography of the border region on both sides of that non-line between Scotland and England. And so I think he's made a very good point. If I'm coming to Carlisle, I think I need to cross the border and visit his constituency on the other side, and I shall certainly do so.
Chuka Ramuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Growth is now forecast to be 1.2% and 1.4% in 2019 and 2020, and it's worth reflecting on the fact that before the EU referendum, it was forecast to be 2.1% in each of those years. Now, growth over the forecast period of under 2% is sluggish, it's unimpressive, and will be exacerbated if we fall off a cliff and leave without a deal. Can the Chancellor tell this House, because I think we need the benefit of knowing before we vote, whether he will be voting against us leaving without a deal this evening when we have a vote on the motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will be voting against us leaving without a deal. I have always believed that leaving without a deal would be bad for the UK economy. That continues to be my view. But can I just take him up on the point that he's made about the relatively higher growth forecasts that we saw until a year or so ago? What we need to remember is that this is a structural downgrade. The OBR revised their estimate of the growth rate of productivity in the economy. And until we get that productivity growth rate back, we will not see sustainable higher growth in this economy. That is why it is the #1 priority and drives every announcement I make.
Tim Lawton. Further to the point from the Honourable Lady from Manchester Central, I'm pleased to see the Chancellor is recognising the urgency of school funding in the spending review, but can he not ignore children's social care? Because spending on early intervention by local authorities has fallen from 3.7 billion to 1.9 billion, but at the same time spending on late intervention by local authorities has risen from 5.9 to 6.7 billion. It doesn't take rocket science to work out the link, so will he make sure that he acknowledges that not investing early is a false economy, both socially and financially?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm all in favour of early intervention approaches where they can be shown to be effective. He will know that at the budget I announced an extra £410 million next year for social care, including for children. And we also announced £84 million specifically over 5 years to pilot schemes to try and keep more children safely at home. But his representation is noted, and he will have an opportunity to make more formal representations ahead of the spending review to my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary.
And we need to speed up because I want to accommodate colleagues. A sentence question? Anne Clwyd.
Mr. Speaker, I too want clarity from the Chancellor. When he talks about England, as he did about environmental spending, did he mean just England or did he also mean England and Wales? Or is there going to be extra money given to Wales? I had one of the worst industrial polluters in the whole of the UK 35 years ago when I was elected. It's left us with derelict land, 27 acres at the bottom of a valley, a lot of wasted investment. Please will you help us get that cleaned up, get the toxic waste taken away and the land made suitable for people to use.
Well, the environmental reviews that I announced today did not involve the distribution of further money. And of course, under the devolution settlement, where issues are devolved, then money announced will be for England only. Where they are reserved, then of course they will be made available. It will be made available more widely.
Rebecca Powell.
A big toss-up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I would very much like to welcome the focus on the environment and climate change in today's announcement. Thank you, Chancellor, for listening to so many representations, not just from the people of Taunton Deane, but everywhere, for the marine conservation belt, but particularly for linking biodiversity and its decline with the economy. And please, could he give some indication about when we might hear about the results of this new review, which could do for biodiversity what the Stern report did for climate change?
Well, my honourable friend is right. The review could have very far-reaching consequences, but we haven't started it yet, and we're only just scoping the terms of reference with the reviewer, so I'm afraid I can't give her a definitive answer as to how long it will take, but I'll let her know as soon as I can.
Louise Haigh.
Whilst any extra money for the police is obviously welcome, officers will be looking on in horror to find that it's due only on overtime as they're so overstretched already. And given that we know the Chancellor has said that they should be reprioritising, does he agree with his honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge, that they should be deprioritising spending on historic child sexual exploitation?
Mr. Speaker, the money that we've announced today, exceptionally, because this is not a fiscal event, is targeted on overtime, because what police officers and police chiefs are telling us is that is the immediate tool at their disposal. There's £970 million of additional spending capacity going into police forces in 2019-20 from April, but many of police forces have already committed that to funding recruitment and training. That won't come online for some time. So overtime, mutual aid is the preferred immediate response that police officers are signalling to us. Please.
Helen Whately.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recognising that women and girls face different challenges in life from men and boys, can I thank the Chancellor for listening to MPs from across the House in making his announcement on free sanitary products today? And can I ask him to advise when he expects this initiative to start?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell my honourable friend, and I congratulate her for her part in this campaign, I can tell my honourable friend that we are ready to fund the distribution of free sanitary products from the start of the new school year in September. But I cannot commit my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, to a September start until the procurement process, which unfortunately has to be gone through because we have to comply with rules, has been properly scoped. But it will be as early as possible in the new school year.
Now, this is the challenge. Can people ask their question in fewer than 30 seconds? Caroline Lucas.
It seems that the Chancellor is hoping to buy off the rising tide of youth campaigning with a sprinkling of announcements on the environment. But the science is clear he's doing nothing like enough. We've got 11 years to avoid climate breakdown. Protected species are in freefall. So I've got one test for him this afternoon where he can prove if he's serious, remotely serious about this agenda. Will he reverse the savage funding cuts that his government have made to natural England? Yes or no?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady is nothing if not cynical, I have to say. Any question? Funding for anybody's will be considered in the spending review, and I'd be very happy to have a representation from her.
Catherine McKennell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor made a welcome but passing comment in respect of the Northern Powerhouse Rail. But can I ask him when he is going to bring forward the investment in the East Coast Main Line to make it fit for purpose and HS2 ready? Because without that investment north of York, the HS2 East Coast Main Line communities risk being further away rather than closer to the community, to the connections that are so required.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the way it works, as I think the honourable lady very well knows, is that we allocate funding, and we are allocating capital funding at the fastest rate into our railway than any time since the Victorians. We allocate the funding for the so-called control periods of investment in the railway, and the Transport Secretary then works with Network Rail to prioritise that investment. So I will pass on to him the honourable lady's concerns.
Dr. Lisa Cameron.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Chancellor for his announcement on the package of reforms to take on apprenticeships. I would ask him, as a plea as Chair of the Disability All-Party Group, to make sure he particularly supports those businesses who take on apprentices who have disabilities. It's extremely important that they achieve their full potential and have so many challenges and barriers to the workplace currently. Our own Speaker has championed apprenticeships, internships actually, for people with disabilities in this House. It's been working miraculously, but we need to roll this out right across the United Kingdom. So please, please ensure that people with disabilities get that equality of choice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do, of course, support people with disabilities going into work with financial support for employers where necessary. And we have an extremely good record in this country over many years on employment of disabled people, well ahead of many of our competitors. And we've got an extremely good record over the last 9 years of this government at increasing the number of disabled people in work. And it's a simple fact that as employment rises, as we've seen, the barriers for disabled people getting into work are lowered automatically by virtue of the operation of the labour market.
Dr. Rosanna Allen Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker. By 2021, this government would have cut £1 billion from the Metropolitan Police budget, which is why I wrote him a letter signed by every single London Labour MP asking for more funding to tackle the rise in violent crime. Can the Chancellor today confirm how much additional funding has been allocated to the London Met?
No, Mr. Speaker, I can't. The 100 million that we've announced today will be for the police as a whole, and my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, will engage with police chiefs. But can I suggest, if she's concerned, as she obviously is, about policing in London, she gets in touch with the Labour Mayor of London and asks him to get off his backside and do something about it.
Yes.
Tracy Bravin.
I saw a few.
Mr. Speaker, I listened very carefully to the Chancellor's statement, and there was very little mentioned about freelancers and the self-employed. The Prime Minister in PMQs just this afternoon talked about the government wanting to increase female entrepreneurship, but excluding the self-employed from sharing parental leave is causing women's businesses to fail. Research by Parental Pay Equality showed only 20% of mums were back to their pre-baby earnings by the time their child was 2. Could I ask the Chancellor, please, to work across the House and with his colleagues to support my bill so that all parents can share parental leave and women can fulfil their full potential?
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to look at the issue that the honourable lady has raised. We have been looking at access to employment rights and benefits by the self-employed, but as she knows, there is an issue here that the self-employed pay significantly lower contributions into the exchequer than the employed. And the pressure is always to raise entitlements and access for the self-employed, but it's very clear, and I learned the hard way in 2017, that the self-employed do not want to see their contributions to the exchequer raised, and that creates a tension.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had evidence to our Education Select Committee that children with special educational needs and disabilities are not getting support based on their needs, but instead based upon the rationed resources available. SEND funding is in crisis and parents are feeling desperately. Will the Chancellor take this opportunity to act immediately to make ring-fenced funding available to give all our children the support they need?
No, Mr. Speaker, I can't do that, but I can assure the honourable lady that special education needs funding will be considered as part of the spending review, and I'm sure that her committee will want to make representations on that. But look, we do have to make choices. There will be, I can confidently predict this, at the spending review, there will be far more bids for funding from across government and agencies and all departments than there is funding available. So we do have to look at what our priorities are as a nation.
Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has slashed billions of pounds from policing. 21,000 police officers taken out of the system. Violent crime's gone up. The knife crime epidemic is terrorising our communities, and the police are at breaking point. Can I ask the Chancellor, ahead of the next spending review, to prioritise investing in the police service so that we can genuinely tackle knife crime and violent crime in our country?
Well, I've just done it, Mr. Speaker, with £100 million today, and of course, as she knows, we put £460 million into police this year. There's £970 million going into the police next year, and £100 million extra announced today. And of course, the police will be considered very carefully in the spending review.
Can I very gently exhort caring and sharing comrades to care for and share with each other, not to speak in such a way as to stop others speaking. So I'm sure they wouldn't want to do that. That would be uncomradely. Neil Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I and my colleagues have encouraged him. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation has encouraged him, and presumably the Work and Pension Secretary has encouraged him to scrap the final year of the benefit freeze. So why, when he knows that alongside the two-child policy, it is one of the worst policies for driving up child poverty, has he maintained it? Why didn't he scrap it this spring statement?
Mr. Speaker, once again, the spring statement is not a fiscal event, so I'm not making fiscal announcements, and I've already explained why the benefit freeze was necessary, difficult but necessary, and that we have no intention of extending it. When it's finished, when it comes to an end, benefits will then resume their increase in line with CPI inflation.
Daniel Rowley.
welcome the period provision announcement and thank the Chancellor for listening to campaigners. Will he extend that into primary schools, universities and homeless shelters? Will he commit to scrapping the tampon tax as soon as we come out of the EU? And will he recognise the girls he talked about missing days of school are also the same girls going to school hungry, and we will not end period poverty until we have ended poverty?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I suppose it's a manifestation of the universal truth that you can never satisfy. There's a good case has been made for providing free sanitary products in secondary schools and colleges where there's a controlled environment for their distribution and where the bulk of the need clearly is. Of course, I understand there is an issue around primary schools, and I'm quite open to sensible suggestions for how we might address that. But the core of the problem is in secondary schools and colleges, and we've addressed that today, and I hope the Honourable Lady would recognise that.
Mary Cray.
35% over the last 8 years. So I welcome what he said on the Future Home Standard, which is genuinely new and innovative. He cannot expect the people in Natural England and the Environment Agency to keep doing more with less whilst enduring a pay freeze, a 15% real terms pay cut over the last 10 years. Our Prime Minister has signed up to the Sustainable Development Goals. In July, she will be going to New York and basically saying what she's doing to end poverty, violence and hunger. With infant mortality rising, child hunger rising, what has he announced today to tackle that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, this is not a fiscal statement today. I take on board the various points that she's made, and my right honourable friend will, of course, be going to the conference in New York. But look, sometimes I don't recognise this country from the descriptions I hear from the benches opposite. I get out plenty, but I do not recognise this country. Of course we have problems. Of course we have challenges. But could we stop talking Britain down relentlessly all the time?
Who's up for a single sentence? Ben Lake.
Could the Chancellor clarify the extent to which reduced business investment and fewer tax reliefs have contributed to higher corporation tax receipts?
Indeed. John?
I'm not sure I entirely understand the question, but clearly corporation tax receipts have gone up as a result of reducing corporation tax rates, making the UK one of the most attractive places for businesses to establish and to invest. Right now, as I've acknowledged, business investment is depressed by uncertainty about Brexit. The sooner we can end it, the sooner we can get back to business.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor will be aware that the budget for the Welsh Government has been reduced by some £4 billion since 2010 due to his austerity. Local councils and public services have a massive impact due to that. When the jobs and frontline services are all that's left to cut, so will the Chancellor end that austerity and apologise for the pain that he's caused public services?
Well, I've announced today, Mr. Speaker, a trajectory for the growth of public spending in the next spending review period, which will be at least 1.2% per annum real terms growth. That will have consequences, positive consequences for Welsh Government spending.
Karen Smith.
Of the money and control of further education, the apprenticeships level, T-levels and the adult education budget is a barrier to productivity in the Bristol and wider economic region. What support will he give to the Bristol and the wider economic West of England region to bring these things together so that we can improve our productivity situation?
Well, I'm interested in her suggestion that fragmentation is a barrier to productivity. That is genuinely interesting to me. And if she's working with her LEP, to look at this, I'd be very happy to engage with them and talk about the challenge. We want to drive improved productivity throughout our public services, including our further education sector.
Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has the Chancellor ever heard of the WASPI campaign? And if he has, is he deliberately choosing to ignore WASPI women?
Mr. Speaker, I have heard of the campaign, and we've settled this issue a number of years ago, yes, we have, dealing with a very difficult set of challenges, but we've done what we had to do, and I know the campaign is continuing, but I have no further announcements to make.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government will know that since they walked away from local councils, frontline services like adult social care, children's safeguarding have been massively underfunded, adding more and more pressure to low-income families and council tax. When will they eventually give proper funding for children's services and adult social care?
Well, Mr. Speaker, at the risk of being repetitive, we will be having a spending review later this year, and the question of local government funding, how the business rates retention interacts with the other structures of funding, will all be looked at in that spending review. But in the meantime, we have increased funding for local government by £1.3 billion. We've increased funding for local government by £1.3 billion, meaning that local government has real terms increase in spending available to it this year, and the front bench opposite voted against it.
One sentence each. Alison Thewlis.
When will they end the state-sanctioned age discrimination and make sure that everybody, including those under 25, are entitled to a real living wage?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, as I said many times before, the most important thing in the case of people under the age of 25 is to ensure that they get into the workforce and establish a pattern of work.
Sentence. Imran Hussain.
Almost half the children living in my constituency are living in poverty as a direct result of his ideological austerity agenda. Why isn't the stain of rising child poverty enough for him to act today?
There's nothing ideological about getting a deficit down from £150 billion a year to enable us to sustainably fund our public services in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Chancellor confirm that the new £3 billion affordable home scheme he announced is actually a re-announcement from 2017? And can he also confirm that £20 billion has been cut from the social housing grant since 2010 and that 30,000 fewer social homes are being built each year than under the last Labour government?
No, Mr. Speaker, that's not correct. The £3 billion is part of the £44 billion total package for housing that we announced. So I announced an overall framework, and I'm announcing how we will spend that money in a series of announcements.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor's statement ignores the facts and the position of Shelter, which claim that we need to build 155,000 social homes a year. Why the lack of ambition?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the total last year was over 220,000 new homes in total. That's the highest in all but one of the last 31 years. This is not about money. This is about the capacity of the industry to deliver. And we are taking steps not just to actually build houses, but to support the industry to expand, funding directly smaller and medium enterprises so that they can expand the capacity of the house building industry.
Adrian Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To end Brexit uncertainty, business wants a commitment to the customs union, frictionless access to the EU market, and the both skilled and unskilled labour that comes from it. Will the Chancellor commit to supporting a deal that delivers just that?
Mr. Speaker, I am and have since 2016 been committed to delivering a deal which allows us to continue our complex and long-established trading relationships with the European Union, our closest neighbours and most important economic partners, and I will continue to advocate for such a deal.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given a single Scottish police force was also a Scottish Tory manifesto commitment, and the economy is so good he's found extra money for policing in England and Wales. Why is he not moving towards refunding the £175 million VAT for Scottish police and fire services?
Exactly.
Mr. Speaker, Scotland will of course benefit from the £100 million that I've announced today through the Barnett formula. And on the question of the VAT, at the request of a group of my honourable friends, we looked at this and we did change the rules going forward. But the Scottish Government did what it did in reorganising Police Scotland in the full knowledge that it would have the VAT consequences that it did.
Heidi Allen.
understand that ending the benefits freeze is not just about people in work. This is about our welfare safety net. People who can't work, potentially because they're too ill, can't afford to live on the basic amount. The benefits freeze must end. The core amount of universal credit and ESA has not risen for 3 years.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've already said, the benefits freeze will end at the end of the forthcoming year. We have no intention of renewing it or prolonging it. These were difficult decisions, but they're ones that we had to take.
Debbie Abrahams.
4 babies in 1,000 will not reach their first birthday as a result of this government's austerity policies. So if the government is so keen on tackling burning injustices, why won't they end the freeze and end it now?
What is she talking about? Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear which freeze the honourable lady is talking about. Benefits. I've answered the question. The benefits freeze will end at the end of the forthcoming year.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. York schools are the worst funded in the country, and we have the highest attainment gap, and the schools in the most deprived areas have had the largest per pupil funding cut. When will the Chancellor address this huge inequality?
Well, look, Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady has a legitimate point. The funding between schools and authorities is very unevenly distributed. That's why when we put an extra £1.3 billion into the school system in 2017, we committed to a fair funding formula that would redistribute over time. That is happening. I understand that for those schools that are underfunded relative to the mean at the moment, they would like it to happen more quickly, but that has to be the answer. We have to move towards a fairer distribution of funding between schools.
Mr. Richard Burden.
Does the Chancellor accept that the changes he's made to vehicle excise duty penalises the cleanest diesels on the market while offering no incentive whatsoever to motorists to get rid of older, dirtier diesels? And that's led to the increase in new car emissions of CO2 for the first time in a decade. When's he going to sort this out?
No, Mr. Speaker, I don't accept that, but I do accept that because of the scandal of manipulated emissions tests, we have a very difficult situation in the vehicle excise duty tables, where vehicles have turned out to have much higher emissions than was originally thought. This is an issue that we do have to address, and I've acknowledged that in the last budget, and we will address it going forward.
Thank you. Point of order. Oh, very well. Briefly. Point of order, Tom Brake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are about to start a debate on the subject of a no-deal Brexit. It may be that there are members here who have business interests that might benefit from a no-deal Brexit, such as, for instance, companies involved in shorting the pound or shorting the value of shares, or may have secured payments from companies that are enthusiastic backers of a no-deal Brexit. What advice would you give to those members today in terms of how they should declare their interests?
Absolutely. Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for his point of order. The short answer is that registration of interests is a matter for the judgment of each individual member. There is no precise advice that can be given to cover every eventuality. Whenever I'm asked by individual members for my advice, I say, if in doubt, if there is uncertainty, if you think someone might subsequently criticise, it is better to err on the side of over-declaration than of under-declaration. That has been my own philosophy, and I would commend it to colleagues. I hope that that is helpful. And good. No further points of order. 10-minute rule motion. Lloyd Russell Moyle.
Mr. Speaker, I seek leave to be given to bring a bill to establish a single custodial tenancy deposit scheme, to provide for that scheme to invest deposits, to acquire interest in such investments to be used for the provision of tenant advocacy, tenant support, arbitration services, and to establish a mandatory arbitration service for the resolution of disputes between landlords, tenants, and for connected purposes. I need to declare an interest. I use the current deposit scheme as a landlord for tenants. It is a system that I don't believe works for landlords, and I don't believe it provides the safeguards that the last Labour government intended with the original legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'm introducing this bill today partly because of the treatment of my constituent Andy Smith, who was living in an apartment owned by Baron Homes. He had a tenancy agreement to December 2018. In January of that year, he was offered council accommodation, of which he gratefully accepted. As his tenancy required, he got the mutual agreement in writing to break his lease. So you would imagine him fulfilling all aspects of his contract, he should be entitled to his £650 back. Sadly, that was not the case. Baron Holmes alleged that there was damage to the property and they would keep the entire deposit. I have seen the photos of before and after that show that the damage they allege was pre-existing and some wear and tear. And in any regard, withholding the deposit was rather bad faith because the property was to be gutted and turned into 2 luxury studio flats. Of course, Brighton does have a history of rogue landlords, Van Hoogstraten, when I was growing up, and Baron Homes today have a woeful record of exploiting tenants in our city. So, of course, it was no surprise when Baron Homes forced Andy to challenge their decision through My Deposits, who are the tenancy deposit scheme that Baron Homes, of course, choose to use. Judgment Day came, and My Deposits ruled that there was no damage to the property, but they claimed that Andy had broken his lease early, so Baron Homes could keep the whole deposit as punishment. I thought to myself, there has been an error. And Andy had proof of the agreement to leave early, but as both the challenge and the withholding of the deposit was not on this point, he hadn't provided that letter as evidence. I wrote to My Deposits with further information, and after chasing for months, I finally got a very simple letter from them. We don't do appeals, there is no right to review. When I went back to Baron Homes, their response was to threaten Andy. If he continued to complain, they would charge him, they would try and take him to the cleaners, charge him for the council tax of when he wasn't even in the property, and require him to settle the rent due. This required a set of further appeals, including going to Brighton Council, which I'm pleased ruled in Andy's favour. And the reality is, all this is commonplace in Brighton and many places up and down the country. And just like the law had to change to prevent the practices of people like Peter Ackman, whose name in the 1960s became a synonym for exploitation and intimidation, the law again needs to change to prevent, in my case, Miss Blenko, the director of Baron Homes, but many other landlords and agents across the country, to prevent their names becoming synonyms for unethical practices that we see today. And because of legal aid cuts, Andy, of course, has no access to legal advice, and his only route left now is, of course, an expensive challenge through the courts. Baron Homes and their partners in crime, My Deposits, and landlords and agents across the country have effectively stolen my and many other constituents' money. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm here to introduce this bill. Michael Ball, Professor of Urban and Property Economics at the University of Reading, concludes the tenant depository scheme are very poor value for money. They currently cost the sector £275 million a year in fees and administrations, and last year alone they only released £7 million from disputed rents. The recent nationwide survey found that the average waiting time for return of deposits was nearly 2 months. And most people don't realise that about half of deposits aren't even held in the custodial scheme because they can be held in landlords but underwritten by their insurance, meaning that tenants have to complain to the insurance underwriter, which many don't. And even when they do, we've seen with my constituent, there is no right of appeal, no ability for precedents to be set when you do win cases, and of course, they have an incentive to keep the landlords happy because the landlords are their client. £4 billion is held in deposits in this country, almost all providing interest to the landlords or to the schemes and none to the tenants. Generation Rent suggested that I looked at the deposit scheme in New South Wales, Australia. This was a scheme set up in 1977, wholly administrated by the government and no third parties involved. There, the landlord must actually deposit the bond with the scheme within 10 working days. No insurance here, no underwriting. And the scheme earned last year interest of 56 million Australian dollars. Half of it covers the cost of running the scheme, and $26 million is used to fund a range of services for tenants, including tribunal advice, including legal advice and advocacy programmes. Further low-income tenants can receive what is called Rent Smart Loan, which is an interest-free loan from the government to cover the costs of deposit, and it also makes it possible for renters to transfer the deposits between the tenancies. And it is this style scheme that I propose to introduce here. Turning back to this country, £4 billion of private renters' money is currently held, as I mentioned, and it serves no productive value. If I was to enrol that in an ISA account alone, that would produce £40 to £80 million of interest a year. My bill would create that single custodial tenancy deposit scheme, and it would eventually hold that £4 billion. And I would propose to use the money to fund two areas. Firstly, the bill would create an independent arbitration tribunal service who could hear disputes from landlords, agents and tenants, not only over deductions of deposits at the end of their lease, but also whether the landlord had fulfilled their obligation in, say, evicting tenants or complying with requirements for repairs on properties. It would be a way of abolishing no-fault evictions and provide tenants a way of seeking redress without costly court proceedings. Until recently, my deposits, in fact, even allowed landlords to withhold deposits without giving any reason whatsoever. This, along with their track record of due process, means that we need to cut them out of the system altogether. And when it comes to early legal support, it should be noted that £8 million would restore entirely the early league help for housing that was removed under LASBO Act in 2012. And on renters' unions is the other area that I would propose to spend the money. I'm a trade unionist and a cooperator. Unions and cooperatives turn power relations on their head, and after decades of privatisation in the housing market, landlords now have almost unprecedented powers in the lives of the renting public. In Brighton, we have a growing renters' union called Acorn. They are a democratic, member-led organisation that empower members with knowledge of their rights in the rental sector, and where required, they take direct action. If we funded these organisations, they would be able to provide legal support, advocacy and fight for members, just like trade unions or cooperatives can do. And I've seen them in Brighton make incredible successes, preventing evictions, winning repairs in dangerous properties, stopping banks requiring landlords to discriminate against tenants on housing benefits, and we could do that for all tenants across the country. We can change the law all we like in this place, but unless we empower people out there to have the tools and skills they require to hold their rights up, our words and laws here are hollow. This is why my bill would seek to establish a fund for renters' unions in this country, and it would fundamentally rebalance that power relationship between landlord and tenants. It would cost the Exchequer no money whatsoever, and it would provide justice in an area where we desperately need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Order. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Marsha Di Cordova, Matt Weston, Faisal Rashid, Yasmin Qureshi, Stella Creasy, Stephen Doherty, Gareth Snell, Paul Sweeney, Catherine West, Ruth George, Helen Hayes and myself.
It's a broad joke.
Lloyd Russell Moyle.
Tenancy, Deposits and Arbitration Bill.
Second reading what day? Well done.
Friday the 22nd of March.
Friday the 22nd of March 2019. Thank you. Order. We come now to the business of the House today motion. Minister or whip to move the motion. The whip on duty is moving the motion. We're grateful to the honourable gentleman. The question is the business of the House today motion as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. We now come to motion number 3 on the UK's withdrawal from the European Union. I inform the House that I have selected Amendment A in the name of the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Meriden, and Amendment F in the name of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Ashford. I call to move the motion the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, Mr. Secretary Michael Gove.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion that stands in the name of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, on the order paper. And can I begin by paying tribute to our Prime Minister? She may temporarily have lost her voice, but what she has never lost and will never lose is a focus on the national interest and a full-hearted desire to do what is right for our country. The Prime Minister, since the withdrawal agreement was concluded, has stood at this dispatch box for more than 19 hours, answered many questions, made compelling arguments. She has, throughout this process, shown fortitude, tenacity, thoughtfulness, diligence, and above all, an unselfish and unstinting patriotism. I think it is only appropriate that on all sides of the House, whatever political differences we have, we recognise the way in which the Prime Minister always, always, always puts country first, and we are fortunate to have her in that position. Now, I won't at this stage. This House voted to give the people of this country a choice over whether or not we were to remain and leave the European Union. 17.4 million people, a clear majority, voted to leave. That is a mandate that we must respect and an instruction that we must deliver. It is also the case, and just one second, it is also the case that at the last general election, both principal parties stood on manifestos that pledged them to deliver our departure from the European Union. It is vitally important that we honour that manifesto promise, those instructions, and our democracy. And those outside this House who sent us here to act on their will and to deliver that mandate will take a very, very dim view of those who seek to frustrate, deny or dilute the mandate that we were given. And I'm more than happy to give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Will he agree with me that the successful Vote Leave campaign, of which he was part, made clear during the referendum campaign that one of its primary objectives in winning the campaign would be to deliver an exit from the EU with a deal in an orderly fashion?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I should also take this opportunity to pay tribute to his consistent championing of the right of EU citizens in this country. We admire his commitment to principle. But it is the case that the Vote Leave campaign made clear that it was seeking a mandate to leave the European Union and to conclude a free trade deal with the EU. That was the explicit aim of the campaign, and it is the policy of this government, and I'm happy to give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Might I suggest that if we do wish to get an orderly Brexit around the Prime Minister's deal, one way of doing that will be to invite him and his colleagues to vote for the motion by the member for Meriden, which will take off the table a crashing out of the European Union, which will maybe convince some of his friends that that is no longer an option, and that if we are to deliver on our promise, the only way we deliver on our promise is the Prime Minister's deal, and might he consider when we will have another opportunity, when we're not going to crash out, of considering voting on the Prime Minister's deal again?
The Right Honourable Gentleman, like me, argued that we should leave the European Union, and I take seriously the case that he makes. And I will go on to say a little bit about the amendment that stands in the name of my Right Honourable friend, the member for Meriden. But one thing that we should all be clear, one thing we should all be clear about, is that the only way to ensure that we take no deal off the table is either to revoke Article 50, which would dishonour the mandate, or to deliver a deal, and, as the Right Honourable Gentleman knows, the deal that the Prime Minister put before this House last night, which sadly did not command a majority, allows us to leave the European Union in an orderly fashion in a way that honours the democratic mandate and also preserves our economic advantages. And it is much to the regret of people outside this House that we were not able to command a consensus for it there. I'm happy to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. He seems to be making a speech about last night's debate rather than tonight's. The debate we are having today is about a no deal. Can he imagine, and I'm sure he spent a lot of time imagining being the Prime Minister, can he imagine if he was the Prime Minister coming to the House and having a vote of this importance and the government not having an opinion whether their own members should vote for it or against it?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman has a wonderful cheek in saying that I was speaking about the events of last night when he sought to intervene on me in the very first second of my own speech. Perhaps he has pretensions to clairvoyance. I have none, so I do not know what my Right Honourable friend will ask me.
Sadly, in his undoubted wisdom, the Speaker did not select Amendment G in my name, which instructs the government to keep no deal on the table during negotiations with the EU. Will my Right Honourable friend confirm that it is still the policy of Her Majesty's government to keep no deal on the table? Otherwise, how will we get a better deal?
Well, my Right Honourable friend makes an important point. The motion which stands in my Right Honourable friend the Prime Minister's name, and which I will vote for this evening, makes it clear that we do not believe that we should leave on March the 29th without a withdrawal agreement. But it does not take the option of no deal off the table, because, as I underlined earlier, the only way in which that can be done comprehensively is either through revocation or agreement to a deal. And my Right Honourable friend wished to make a point.
I put to leave the referendum. My honourable friend led the campaign. There is going to be a choice in the end for this House between the Prime Minister's vision for Brexit, which I support, and the Leader of the Opposition's vision. The Leader of the Opposition's vision is to stay in the customs union, to remain in the single market, and to continue to have free movement of people. Does my Right Honourable friend agree with me that that in no sense honours the spirit of the referendum vote to leave the European Union?
Well, my honourable friend makes an admirable point, and I note that the Leader of the Opposition is not in his place today. I note also that in the point of order that he made last night, he didn't refer to the newly adopted policy of embracing a second referendum, which is now Labour's position. So to add to the incoherence of the Labour Party's position in saying that they want to be in a customs union and in a single market, and indeed to accept free movement, they also want to overturn the promise that they had made to honour the referendum mandate and not to bring forward a second referendum. In their naked pursuit of political advantage, I'm afraid that the Labour frontbench are letting this country down, and more importantly, letting their voters down. Now, I want to make a little bit of progress, and I will accept more interventions in due course. But as a result of the House's failure to agree to the deal that the Prime Minister presented last night, we now face a number of unattractive choices. And it is important that the House realises that all of these choices are less attractive than support for the deal that the Prime Minister negotiated. We can choose as a House to leave without a deal. But there are significant economic, political and constitutional challenges if we do embark on that course, which I will go into in just a second. We could accept a deal, not yet, we could accept a deal less attractive than that which the Prime Minister secured. And as my honourable friend, the member for Harborough, pointed out, it is the case that there are many people in this House who would have us leave the European Union in a way that does not honour the referendum mandate and does not honour the manifesto promises at the last general election. Doing that would not only circumscribe this country's sovereign right to make decisions in its own interest, it will also undermine and further erode faith in democracy. But if we're talking about eroding faith in democracy, then either frustrating the vote altogether by revoking Article 50 or seeking to overturn it with a second referendum, those would be choices of far greater magnitude and, to my mind, far more damaging. And I'm very happy to give way to the Right Honourable Lady.
The Right Honourable Gentleman from giving way. The cat's now out of the bag, Mr. Speaker. On his own admission, this motion does not take no deal off the table. Why? Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll be guided by you. But my understanding was that at the dispatch box, this House was given a guarantee that today we would have the opportunity to take no deal off the table. Could the honourable gentleman not only confirm that, Mr. Speaker, but also inform us of this? Is it the case that the government is offering a free vote on the amendment that Mr. Speaker has called, which I believe is Amendment F, in the name of the Right Honourable Gentleman for Ashford, and yet it is whipping against the Amendment A laid in the name of the Right Honourable Lady from Meridian? An honourable gentleman and members opposite don't want to hear it, but it's a shameful carry-on when a former chairman of the Conservative Party is whipped against to the extent she will not push that amendment to the vote. This House will be denied the chance to take no deal off the table. That's the truth of it, isn't it?
The Right Honourable Lady is a distinguished criminal barrister. Now I know what it's like to be cross-examined by her. But I also understand why lawyers are paid by the hour. I'm going to make a
point of order, Anna Soubry.
Mr. Speaker, it's debatable as to whether I was ever a distinguished member of the bar, but I can tell the Right Honourable Gentleman, as a member of the criminal bar, we were never paid by the hour when I was at the bar. In fact, repeatedly, I worked pro bono, as many criminal barristers have to do, under his cuts.
Well, the Right Honourable Lady has put the facts on the record. I don't think we get into the subject of who's been remunerated, how much, whether for legal work or penning articles in newspapers or whatever. I don't think we should get into that. That's just focused on the terms of the debate. And actually, I say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, in his own interest, the less said about that matter, the better. The Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I believe, as a former Lord Chancellor, that is what is known as a refresher. But thank you. Not at this stage. Not at this stage. Oh, yes, to the Father of the House.
Just to clarify briefly the point which is concerning the Right Honourable Member for Roxton, can the Minister confirm it is the Government's position that we are ruling out leaving on March the 29th with absolutely no arrangements at all?
Yes.
We are ruling out the complete collapse of all our legal and trading arrangements with the continent which we've built up over the last 50 years.
Yes, and I wouldn't use exactly the same language as the Father of the House, but his point is correct. The motion commits the government not to leave on the March the 29th without a withdrawal agreement. I hope that is clear and unambiguous. But the motion also makes clear that the default position in law is that we do leave the European Union unless we can secure assent to a withdrawal agreement, which is why, as I mentioned earlier, it was so disappointing that we did not secure a mandate last night. I will give way, first of all, to the Right Honourable Gentleman, and then to my Right Honourable learned friend.
Could he now attempt to answer the question of the Honourable Member for Broxtowe and explain the media reports? Given the Prime Minister last night promised free votes on her, yes, she did, at the dispatch box, free votes, yes, don't shake his head, free votes at the dispatch box last night. Can he explain the reports that she has quoted, that the amendment in the name of the Honourable Member for Ashford will be a free vote on the Conservative benches, but the amendment in the name of the Honourable Member for Meriden will be whipped against? That is an absolute disgrace and a bad faith to this House.
If only the Labour Party would give its own members a free vote, then we could find out what they really think. Happy to give way.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend. It seems to me that the difficulty which may be arising across the House is this. If the House passes this motion this evening, and I have no reason not to support the motion in the terms of ruling out no deal, it must of course follow from that in order to achieve that, two things have to happen. Firstly, we need to get an extension to Article 50, and secondly, we were going to have to make a change to primary legislation in the Withdrawal Agreement Act. And I assume that the government is undertaking, if this motion is passed in its own terms, that it will do exactly that.
I'm very grateful, actually, to my right honourable and learned friend for his point, because it does allow me to underline and further elucidate the point. It is absolutely correct. Tomorrow the House will have an opportunity, if the motion passes tonight, to decide how to seek an extension. Obviously, an extension is not something that we can insist upon and automatically see delivered. It is in the gift of the EU, and it requires the assent of all 27 other EU members. But, of course, there will be an opportunity further to debate that tomorrow. Now, I want to stress. I will give way. Oh, of course. Sorry.
Yes, of course. There was a second part to the question, which is equally critical, which is that we are going to have, the government will have to bring statutory instrument to this House to alter the departure date set out in the EU Withdrawal Act, and I assume the government is undertaking, in those circumstances, to do exactly that.
The Prime Minister and others have said that previously, and I'm happy to place once again on the record at this dispatch box exactly that commitment. Now, I do want to make a little bit of progress, but there will be time for others to intervene. I am conscious also that many members do want to speak. 40 members. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stressed earlier that if we do choose to leave without a deal on March the 29th, there will be economic, political and constitutional challenges that this country will face. Now, we are a great country. We would get through it. We would, in due course, ensure that this country was more prosperous, freer and successful. And of course, government has been working hard in order to ensure that we can be prepared for any eventuality and we can mitigate the risks of leaving without a deal. And can I, at this stage, pay particular tribute to civil servants across government who've been working exceptionally hard and with great skill in order to ensure that we are ready for any eventuality. We don't often enough pay tribute to civil servants in this House. I'm sure that across this House, everyone will recognise how important their work is. But I stress that work is work to mitigate the challenges. If we were to leave on March the 29th without a withdrawal agreement, we would be treated as a third country by the European Union. And that would mean that we would face tariffs on many of our products. And I'm acutely aware that some of the highest and most severe tariffs will be imposed on food. We would face, our sheep farmers and beef farmers would face, if we left on March the 29th, the instant imposition of tariffs of at least 40%, in some cases more than 100%. Their livelihoods, and indeed the economic and social health of our countryside, would face very, very challenging circumstances. None of us can be blithe or blasé about those challenges. More than that, I'm happy to give way in just a second, but I just want to complete this section of the argument. It is also the case that we know that there are at least 145,000 businesses in this country that trade with the EU, and of course do commerce in the UK, but don't trade outside the EU. As soon as we become a third country, they will need to register with HMRC in order to ensure that their trade can continue. They need, at least 145,000 of them, to secure the ORE numbers and the other documentation necessary to trade. At the time of speaking, only around 50,000 of those 145,000 businesses have made those preparations. So that means a significant number of businesses in this country, when we are just over a fortnight away from the prospect of leaving without a deal, do not have the wherewithal, the means and the appropriate documentation in order to be able to carry on trade. On top of that, it is also the case that, as well as customs and other checks, products of animal origin, if they're exported to the European Union, need to be checked at a border inspection post for sanitary and phytosanitary checks. A significant amount of our food produce goes through the narrow straits and crosses from Dover to Calais or goes through Eurotunnel. It is the case that at the moment, at the time of speaking, there is no border inspection post at either of those ports. Now, of course, there are many things that this government can do to mitigate the consequences of no deal, but we cannot dictate what the EU's tariffs will be. We cannot instruct the port authorities in France how to order their affairs. We cannot compel businesses to acquire the means necessary in order to trade in the way that they have been doing. All of these are cumulative costs that businesses would face in the event of a no-deal exit on March the 29th. I'm delighted to give way to my dear friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and he's right that the European Union does not have border infrastructure in place to do the border inspection checks that he mentions. But is that why perhaps they've asked us to dynamically align our regulations for a period of 9 months? So that they don't have to carry out those checks during that period. Quite right.
Yeah. Absolutely. And is right that, but dynamic alignment for those 9 months would mean being a rule taker during that period. It is also the case, of course, that while there would be dynamic alignment which would allow us to be registered as a third country, it would also be the case that there would be SPS checks on a variety of products. I'm very happy to give way. Oh yes, of course, the honourable gentleman.
Grateful to the Secretary for giving way. He speaks as though there is some distance between him and the tragedy that he's just outlined. But isn't it the case that he is the author, a senior author of the tragedy he has just outlined? Doesn't he feel any sense of shame and any sense of responsibility? And shouldn't he apologise for the mess that we are facing?
It's the responsibility of those who voted against the withdrawal agreement last night. If the Scottish National Party had a care for Scotland's industry, Scotland's prosperity and Scotland's farmers, they would have voted for the withdrawal agreement last night. But I'm afraid when it comes to political positioning and separatist posturing rather than serious politics, there is no equal to the ranks of the Scottish National Party. I'm happy to give way to the honourable.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way once again. He may not be aware, but the authorities at Calais say to me that they will in fact have a border inspection post open at the end of the month. And can I urge his department to work with my port and with the community in Dover, because they want us to have a border inspection post just outside the port, just like they do in places like Rotterdam, but the unfortunately restrictive position of DEFRA means that they're trying to say it has to be inside the port, which it doesn't. Can he get his department to be more flexible?
My department has been flexible, and it will continue to be flexible, and we will continue to do everything possible in order to facilitate trade. But as my honourable friend points out, that border inspection post, that it could be in place by the end of the month, and we hope it will be in place by the end of the month, is not in place now. I'm very happy to give way to my honourable friend, the member for North Dorset.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary for giving way. He knows, as I do, just how important, Mr. Speaker, agriculture is to this country and the jobs that it creates and all that it adds to biodiversity and our environment. Would you agree with my assessment that any right honourable and honourable member who purports to either A, understand or B, support farming in their constituencies can in no way support leaving the European Union without a deal?
Obviously there are a diversity of views in this House, but I do agree with my honourable friend that it is in the interest, and this is one of the reasons why I'm making the arguments at this dispatch box now, it is in the interests of British farming and indeed our broader environment that we do not leave on March the 29th without a deal. Now I'm going to make a little bit more progress. There are also political challenges in leaving on March the 29th without a deal. As my honourable friend, the member for South Leicestershire, pointed out, during the referendum campaign, we argued that we should leave with a deal. I'm also conscious that while the mandate that we had was clear, it was also the case that with a 52-48 result, we do need to take account of the hopes and concerns of those people who did not vote to leave the European Union. And the Prime Minister's deal does that. More than that, there have been many people who voted Remain, including in this House, including colleagues of mine in my party and in other parties, who accept the result and wish us to leave and to honour that mandate. But they do not want us to leave on March the 29th without a deal. It would inevitably be the case that there would be political strains and pressures consequent on leaving on March the 29th without a deal, which none of us as ministers can afford to ignore. More than that, it is also important to stress that there are significant constitutional challenges as well. It is the case, as a number of members have pointed out, that a majority of voters in Scotland voted to remain in the European Union, and a majority of voters in Northern Ireland did. But we voted as one united kingdom, and we voted to leave. It is striking that since that vote, support for the Union in Scotland has risen. It's risen. Well, I think we only need to look at the ranks of Scottish Conservative MPs. Who turfed out the partitionist part-timers of the SNP to see which way the tide was flowing, and they don't like it up them. I'm more than happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful indeed to the Secretary of State for giving way. The Secretary of State will be well aware, as will other members, that we have not had a functioning assembly in Northern Ireland for over 2 years. We have had no ministers in Northern Ireland for over 2 years. And so this House must give due weight, including members of the DUP must give due weight to the warning, the serious warning that was issued last week by the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, David Stirling, of the grave consequences for Northern Ireland if there is a no-deal Brexit.
The Honourable Lady, for whom I have enormous respect, is absolutely 100% totally right. Now, of course, it is up to this House to take that decision. But it is the case, whatever the position in Scotland, and I do believe that if we left without a deal, it would impose additional pressures on our precious union. It is also the case that there would be particular pressures, particular pressures if we left without a deal on March 29th in Northern Ireland. As the Honourable Lady points out, Northern Ireland has been without a devolved government for 2 years now. And in the absence of the Stormont institutions, we have introduced legislation and guidance from my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, which empowers Northern Ireland civil servants, including the wholly estimable David Stirling, to continue to take decisions which are in the public interest. Now, that arrangement is sustainable at the moment, but of course, it is the sincere hope of myself, my colleagues in government, and I believe almost everyone across the House, that we can restore the Northern Ireland executive. But it is not at this point. But it is also clear that the current situation with no executive would be very, very difficult to sustain in the uniquely challenging context of a no-deal exit. Now, we, in the circumstances that the House has voted for no deal, would have to start formal engagement with the Irish government about further arrangements for providing strengthened decision-making in the event of that outcome. And that would include the very real possibility of imposing a form of direct rule. Now, that is a grave step, and experience shows us that it is very hard to return from that step, and it would be especially difficult in the context of no deal. Of course.
Very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, but he will be aware of the written ministerial statement of the Northern Ireland Secretary today, which affords frictionless trade to the Republic of Ireland in terms of tariffs and in terms of no checks. If that can be the basis of no deal, why can't that be the basis of a deal? Well said.
It is the case that my right honourable friend has issued a written statement, and it is the case that those provisions seek to minimise the consequences of no deal. But it is a temporary arrangement. It could potentially be open in the future to legal challenge. It is, to put it at its highest, a sub-optimal arrangement. It is a reflection of the hard work of the Northern Ireland Civil Service and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, that we will do everything we can to minimise frictions and checks at the border in order to underpin the importance of both commerce and peace on the island of Ireland. But it is emphatically not an arrangement which any of us can look at and regard as one that is genuinely sustainable or ideal. I'd be very happy to give way, to all of my honourable friends. First of all,
thank you very much. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and he is making a very clear case for why leaving without a deal at the end of this month brings such uncertainty. Could he give more clarity on how he sees the time could be used during an extension?
The House to decide tomorrow what type of extension it believes is appropriate. I think the most important thing that we can do is rally behind a withdrawal agreement which ensures that we can preserve not just the strength of our economy but also the gains of leaving the European Union. But it is also the case that civil servants, as I've indicated earlier, are working incredibly hard to make sure that we can mitigate all consequences. I will give way to the Right Honourable Lady in a second, not to those gentlemen, but first of all to these two.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. The written ministerial statements bearing on tariffs tabled this morning are very welcome, and in particular the zero tariff for goods travelling north-south on the island of Ireland. But what discussion has he had with Dublin in relation to tariffs for goods travelling south-north? Because he will appreciate, given the importance of agri-food in Northern Ireland, the potential grave disadvantage in the event of no deal for agriculture in Northern Ireland.
My right honourable friend makes a very important point. Of course, I talked to Michael Creed, the Minister responsible, but it is the case that there are additional challenges that agriculture and food processing in Northern Ireland would face in the event of a no-deal scenario on March the 29th. And I'm going to give way to the member for East Surrey and then the right honourable member for Pontefract and Castleford. Yes.
My right honourable friend is being incredibly generous with his time. The overwhelming view of business is that no deal should be taken off the table. And given that those of us on this benches know that our party's success and our country's success is based on backing the job creators and the wealth creators, how does he think the Conservative Party of the 1980s would look at our response to business at the moment?
Well, I think I'm fortunate enough to speak in this House after the Chancellor of the Exchequer gave a spring statement in which he underlined the fact that this country has had the longest period of uninterrupted growth of any G20 economy, that we have a faster-growing economy, or predicted to have a faster-growing economy than Italy, Germany and Japan, and it is also the case that we have a record number of people in work and real wages are rising. So under my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer's leadership and the Prime Minister's leadership, I think anyone nostalgic for the 80s would say that actually what we have once more are economic success delivered by a Conservative government putting the national interest first. Happy to give way to the Right Honourable Lady, and then I will make some progress.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. He is making a very strong argument against no deal and about the damage that it would cause. The purpose of having these votes today and tomorrow was to establish the default position, that if we don't have a deal in place, and we don't have a deal with a majority behind it in this House in place, what will the default position be on March the 29th? So could he please clarify, it's not clear from the motion, could he please clarify his position on this? If there is no deal in place by the 29th of March, does he agree that the default position cannot be to simply leave without a deal?
The motion today is designed to assert, and that's why I hope that people will support it. Now, I wanted to stress that in underlining all of these challenges, and by emphasising that we're doing everything we can to mitigate them, it is not the case, and I made this point earlier and I just want to underline it for the benefit of all, it is not the case that we are taking no deal off the table. The only way that that can be done is either to revoke Article 50 and decide to stay in the European Union, or to conclude an agreement. That is an inescapable fact, and that is why we face a series of unattractive choices. And many of the alternatives that have been put forward would undoubtedly be worse. It is the case that the Labour Party is now committed to a second referendum, and indeed there's been no more impressive no more articulate advocate of that position than the honourable gentleman. No, nay, never.
Order. Well, the Secretary of State's made the position clear. Let me conduct the very briefest of tutorials for the benefit of the illustrious chair of the International Trade Select Committee of the House of Commons. It is unseemly, to the point of being disorderly, to try to speak one's intervention by mouthing it before permission has been given to undertake it. It is a point that is so blindingly obvious that, as I often observe, only an extraordinarily sophisticated person, possibly from Anhelian and Yar, could fail to grasp it. Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'm so grateful you were in the chair. The Labour Party are now committed to a second referendum. But it is the case that many of their leading spokespeople had made clear what they thought of a second referendum in the past. The Shadow Education Secretary had said that it would be a mistake and would show a disdain for democracy. And indeed, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, the member for Islington South, when asked about a second referendum, said, no, we don't think that's right. If we went for a second referendum, we would be saying to people, we think you're stupid. We think you made the wrong decision. We're going to do something else. So, now that she embraces a second referendum, I'm afraid that the Honourable Lady, having sneered once at the flag of St George, now confirms that she wants to tell the British people that they are, in her view, wrong and stupid. That may be a view popular in Islington South. It is not the view of this government, who are determined to honour the votes of the British people and who will not dismiss their sovereign decision as either wrong or stupid. No. I'll tell you one thing that's worse than Jeremy Corbyn, and that's the prospect of an independent Scotland with the gaggle of, as I said earlier, part-time politicianists in favour. But there is one thing that's better than Jeremy Corbyn, and that is the Honourable Gentleman.
I take compliments wherever I can find them, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State and the Prime Minister have said at the dispatch box previously and today that the House is very good at striking down things that are on the table, but very bad at putting forward alternatives. I've noticed in recent days that both of them have been doing exactly the same thing. They spend a lot of time striking down any other proposition that is mentioned from across the House. But the one they're sticking to has also been decisively struck down, more than any other, twice in historic proportions. If we carry on doing the same thing, we're going to get the same result. Is he suggesting that he's going to bring the bill back again and again and again, the deal, or is he going to suggest that he's going to show the leadership that is expected from somebody in his position and the Prime Minister's position and change course, listen to other propositions and engage with people who are trying to compromise?
Well, I said before that the Honourable Gentleman was better than Jeremy Corbyn, and he proved by his intervention that he's much, much better than Jeremy Corbyn. And I don't agree with him on everything, but I do think it's right that we have dialogue across this House. We are in an uncomfortable position. Now, I was a supporter, an enthusiastic supporter of the Prime Minister's deal. It commanded more votes last night than it did at the first time of presentation. But it did not command a majority in this House. Absolutely. And that is why it is our responsibility, all of our responsibilities, yes, to listen, yes, to reflect, but also to recognise that none of us can dodge choices. And the choices in front of this House as a result of the decision not to endorse the Prime Minister's deal last night are unattractive. And I have laid out just how unattractive some of them are. There is another proposition that has been put forward.
Interrupting the right honourable gentleman, I hadn't heard, but I have now. Point of order, Angela Eagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State has just made it clear that the government's intention is to keep putting the same deal back to the House over and over and over again, even though it's been decisively defeated twice now, possibly ad infinitum. Isn't that out of order?
There are historical precedents for the way in which such matters are regarded. I don't need to treat of them now, and no ruling is required now. There may be people who have an opinion about it. I'm not really preoccupied with that, but a ruling would be made about that matter at the appropriate time, and I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for reminding me that such a ruling might at some point in the future be required. Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, in just a second. For the benefit of the Right Honourable Lady, I'm simply making clear that as a result of last night's vote, We face a series of unpalatable choices. Now, the government has put forward a motion tonight which I hope right honourable and honourable members will support, and that would ensure that we do not leave on March 29th without a deal. But this House has to decide. It has to decide what it wants, and that is why I agreed with the honourable gentleman. This House has been very good at saying no, and insufficiently statesmanlike in supporting the Prime Minister in her efforts. It is now make your mind up time for this House. It is critical that members on all sides respond appropriately. No, but I will give way to the chairman of the Exiting the European Union Select Committee.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. Can he explain to the House why it is democratic to keep bringing back to the House a proposition that has been overwhelmingly defeated on 2 occasions, on the one hand, but on the other hand, it is somehow undemocratic to suggest that the British people should be asked whether they want to change their mind?
I'd point out 2 things. The first is that the proposition that was put before the House last night was significantly different from the proposition that was put before the House beforehand. I think the honourable gentleman, the member for Brett North, taxes me about stupidity. I'll return to his comments in just a second. But the key thing is, it was different, but of course we didn't secure support for it. So the House now has to decide. But it is the case, and I respect the right honourable gentleman, as he knows very, very much. But it is the case that it was the official position of his front bench not to endorse a second referendum. They've done what might inelegantly be called a flip-flop or a U-turn, and I was merely pointing out to the House the nature of that flip-flop and U-turn. No. Oh yes, of course, yes, absolutely.
My honourable friend is very kind. He keeps saying that if we reach March the 29th, we're not going to leave unless we have a deal, and then he's been considering the alternatives, because doing nothing means we will, at the moment, by law, need a deal. The one he keeps suggesting is revoking. Is that because we could seek an extension if this House by then has some idea of what it's seeking an extension for, but the EU might refuse it? Is he prepared to contemplate, is it the government's position, that if the EU refuses an extension, we will revoke it, no doubt with the intention of invoking it later once this Parliament and the government have decided what it is we're seeking for our future?
The Father of the House makes an important point, but what we cannot do is revoke Article 50 and then invoke it later. The European Court of Justice has made that absolutely clear. That is why we need to come to a decision. No. I will give way to the honourable lady.
State for giving way. If the government is serious about engaging with alternatives to the deal that we voted on last night and serious about listening, why won't the government grant a series of indicative votes as recommended by the Exiting the EU Select Committee, which I sit on, my honourable friend chairs? Why won't the government do that to determine the will of the House?
The honourable lady makes an important point. I think that depending on how the House votes today, we may have an opportunity to vote on that proposition tomorrow. But one of the things that I think is important is that we, as quickly as we possibly can, find consensus. Now, one of the...
Joanna Cherry.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Secretary of State, has got confused between the ruling of the Court of Justice and the preliminary opinion of the Advocate General. It was the preliminary opinion of the Advocate General which suggested that once Article 50 was revoked, it couldn't be implemented again, whereas the Court of Justice's opinion does not say that. Now, Mr. Speaker, given that this is a judgment of the highest court in Europe, how can I put the record straight as the Secretary of State seems to have misunderstood the judgment?
From the material disadvantage of not being a point of order, the honourable and learned lady has made her point. Legal exegesis as between a court and an Advocate General is not a matter for the chair, and I would... go so far as to say that it is well beyond my limited capabilities. I'm grateful to the honourable lady for elevating me to a level of prowess that I cannot profess. Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was very revealing of the Scottish National Party's position. They want to be in and then out, in the same way as they want to be in the European Union, but out of the common fisheries policy. We now know that the SNP are the hokey cokey party. In, out, shake it all about. No, I think we've had. I think we've had more than enough. I think we've had more than enough from the collection of circus acts of the Scottish National Party.
The honourable gentleman is a distinguished member of the House of Commons Commission, and I hope, therefore, his point of order is authentic and genuine. Point of order, Mr. Stewart-Hosey.
As authentic as almost everybody else's. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State has just said we know what the SNP are, what they believe in, what their positions are. On a point of order, can I ask, how can the Secretary of State know that if he refuses to engage in debate? Instead simply behaves like a little primary school bully, refusing to take proper engagement, hiding behind the big boys who are sitting behind him.
Secretary of State is invested with psychic powers. I have no way of knowing. I'm about to say to the honourable gentleman, though, in my dealings with the Secretary of State, I've never regarded him in any way as a bully. He is sometimes insistent upon his point of view, but I must say I've never found him remotely pressurising. Dealing with him isn't difficult at all. Secretary of State.
Thank you very much for that generous encomium, Mr. Speaker. I'm always happy to debate the SNP. What I'm not happy to do is to allow the time of this House, when there are so many other serious speakers who want to make their points, to be absorbed by repetitious and self-serving chicanery from the representatives on those benches. Now, I wanted to turn to one other proposition that has been put forward as an alternative, and that is the position of the official opposition, which isn't shaped by an amendment today, but is their policy, which is that we should be members of a customs union. But what is striking about the position that they put forward for the customs union is they say in that customs union we should be able to offer businesses state aid that we are not able to offer within the EU. Well, that would be illegal. They also say that we should have a voice in that customs union in the EU's negotiation of trade deals. Well, no such voice for any member of the customs union who's not a member of the EU exists. They also say that we should have independent trade remedies separate from those that the EU provides.
I'm sorry. I was very generous. I'll take the point of order. I was very generous to the Secretary of State. We all enjoy his rhetorical flourishes, and I'm not going to repeat the precise order. I'm not going to repeat the precise words, but he used a little formulation a moment ago which was very, very borderline as far as the procedures of this House are concerned. And I very gently say to him that what passes muster at the Oxford Union might not be acceptable in the chamber of the House. Point of order, Justine Greening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It very much follows on from that. This is a debate about whether this House believes we should leave with no deal, and yet the Secretary of State has spent now quite some time discussing anything apart from that. I just wondered if we could get your advice about when this debate is actually going to go back onto the terms of the order paper.
Those addressing the House from the Treasury bench get a degree of latitude, but I do note what the Right Honourable Lady says, and I hope that contributions will focus on what the debate is supposed to be about, for if that were not to happen, there would have to be another debate on the matter in order to meet the terms of the commitment that has been given. And that might be inconvenient for some people, but that debate on that matter will take place. And about that, there need be no doubt on any bench, back or front. Secretary of State.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hope that I was able to outline earlier some of the real difficulties in leaving without a deal on March the 29th. It's perfectly open to members to take different views on that matter. But no. The motion, and I hope people will recognise that I've tried to take as many interventions as possible, but it is the case we must now move on in order to hear from the principal opposition spokesman, and of course to make sure that as many backbenchers as possible have their voice heard. No. But I think it's important that all of us in this House recognise that as a result of the vote last night, there are no easy options, no attractive choices left. I hope in the debate today, and inevitably in the debate that follows tomorrow, we all take the responsibilities of representing our constituents as seriously as possible. We all need to recognise that leaving on March the 29th without a deal would impose economic, political and constitutional challenges and risks for this country that I believe that we should undertake. I therefore think it is important that all of us work across this House and across old divisions to try to seek a consensus that can unite all 4 nations of the United Kingdom and can unite all our citizens in making sure that we honour the referendum mandate and we leave the European Union in a way that is economically sensible and democratically legitimate. And that is why I commend this motion to the House.
Order. Just before I call the Shadow Secretary of State, I have now to announce the results of today's deferred divisions. In respect of the question relating to environmental protection, the ayes were 315, the noes were 235, so the ayes have it. In respect of the question relating to immigration, the ayes were 314, the noes were 276, so the ayes have it. Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome today's debate. The Prime Minister is leaving, and I do know that she wanted to open this debate, and we understand why she can't. And I wanted to send our best wishes for her speedy recovery, and I'm sure that goes for the whole of the House. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister had been opening the debate, I think she would have engaged seriously in the points that were being made by others, rather than just hurling easy insults about and not engaging in those points. This is a serious debate about a very serious matter and needs to be conducted in the right way. It's a debate which is long overdue. On this side of the House, we've never accepted that there should be a binary choice between the Prime Minister's deal or no deal. Between very bad or even worse is not a meaningful choice, and it would be a very sorry end to the negotiations. Yesterday, the House overwhelmingly voted to reject the first of those options, the Prime Minister's deal. Today we have the chance to reject the second. And, Mr. Speaker, we should do so with as big a majority as possible. The mantra that my deal or no deal needs to be dead and buried tonight. I will in just a moment. Labour has always opposed a no-deal outcome. We've repeatedly warned that it would be catastrophic for jobs, for the economy, for security and for peace and prosperity in Northern Ireland. And I'll come to those points later. I do give way.
Honourable Member for giving way, but can I just implore him to use the language of moderation when talking about no deal? He will remember during the referendum campaign dire economic warnings. 500,000 people extra unemployed by Christmas 2016. They didn't come about. So bad were the predictions, the Bank of England had to publicly apologise afterwards. Do not rest his case on predictions. Economic reality is dictated by comparative advantage, such as lower tax rates, more flexible labour markets, and that's why the economy, this economy, is doing so well despite the prospect of no deal.
I'm grateful. Lots of things were said by both sides in the referendum which should never have been said. Some of them by members who've already addressed the House. I will give way.
And one of the things that was said time after time after time, that there will be no consequences for peace on the island of Ireland.
Yes.
And we have heard today from the dispatch box, I think, and maybe the Secretary of State might want to come back on it, that a consequence of the government not ruling out no deal tonight is potentially direct rule. And that is a major shift in the government's position. Does he agree with me that those weren't fearful?
Right.
Those are now the actualities.
I'm grateful for that intervention. I will come to the position in Ireland because it was and it has been treated casually, as if it's all about a technical question of a line in the road. Anybody who spent any time in Ireland in the last 2 years will realise the impact that Brexit is having on the politics of Ireland. The politics of Ireland going well beyond the technicalities of customs union and single market. Now, that doesn't mean we should... I was going to complete my answer because I do accept that we've got to deal with the facts as they are. But one of my concerns is that because so many things were said in the referendum, there's now a licence to pretend that real risks and real outcomes won't happen by simply saying other things didn't happen. And that is a real cause for concern. I did say I'd give way.
Following on from the point of the member of Rushcliffe earlier to the Secretary of State, the Father of the House, and also the correction by the honourable friend from Edinburgh South West to the Secretary of State, the legal correction, we're in a situation where the European Union isn't going to give any other deal. There's 16 days to go. There will be no extension beyond the end of May. And the question that the Secretary of State needs to answer, and a lot of other MPs need to answer, is whether they're going to go for no deal or they're going to go for revoking Article 50. Because that's what it's going to come down to at the end. The European Union, I was in Brussels last week, are fed up with the childish antics of the UK government. The choices are coming between two. I'm not sure if the honourable gentleman is there yet, but he really needs to get, like everybody else needs to get, between no deal and revocation. That's the games in town. Brexit is a busted flush.
I spent a lot of time talking to officials in Brussels over the last 2 years, and I've been discussing the question of an extension for 6 months because it occurred to me back then that we would be in this position. And I think we'll need to address that tomorrow, in tomorrow's debate, but for my part, I have not received the message from Brussels that there's no prospect of an extension, quite the contrary. I'm going to just make some progress, then I'll give way again in a minute. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister used to tell us that no deal wouldn't be the end of the world. Past Brexit secretaries even talked up the merits of leaving on WTO terms, or told us how crucial threatening no deal was to the negotiations. But on this side, we've been steadfast in insisting that no deal is not a viable option. Why? And here it's hard to know where to begin. First, the economy. And here the vast majority of businesses and the trade union movement speak with one voice. And that doesn't happen very often. I've been to meetings with businesses all over the country, and I've spoken to trade unions in those businesses all over the country, and I've taken notes of what they tell me. And at the end of those meetings, you could almost rub out the identity of who was in the meeting and have the same readout of their level of concerns. And that persuades me, I'm going to give way in just a minute, that persuades me that they've got a very good point and they've got a very strong case. Even today, Carolyn Fairbairn from the CBI said no deal would be a sledgehammer to the economy. Francis O'Grady from the TUC said a no-deal Brexit will be a hammer blow to our manufacturing industries and the communities they support. A no-deal Brexit could be terminal for Britain's manufacturing and thousands of skilled jobs it provides. And Mr. Speaker, as the son of a toolmaker, I remember when manufacturing was in the doldrums. But now there's been a revival. Manufacturers operate the just-in-time regime, which relies on open borders, and they do so successfully. No deal poses a huge risk to them. I will give way.
He's been talking about what may happen. It's very obvious to me that following his honourable friend's exchanges with the Secretary of State, the government are intent on bringing the withdrawal agreement back for yet another go. Can I make a small prediction? They will go to the European Council on the 20th/21st. They will plead for some additional concession, however small. They will come back to the UK, rerun Maastricht, declare game, set and match, and then try and persuade the House to vote for it. For 50 quid,
For Help for Heroes, I bet the third meaningful vote will be on Tuesday, the 26th of March. Will he take my bet?
I don't gamble. Mr. Speaker, I will give way.
Can I thank my honourable friend for giving way? Earlier, the Minister referred to the 140,000 or so companies that trade exclusively with Europe, and only about 40,000 of them have registered and got their EORI numbers, which is necessary to do so. The business community has pointed out that there is no reason why HMRC couldn't give them an automatic EORI number if they are VAT registered, and most of them are, and are very worried that the government is trying to shift the blame for a chaotic no-deal Brexit away from their own lack of support to blame business.
For that intervention. It is a real cause for concern. And in all my discussions with businesses in the last 2 years, but particularly in the last 3 to 6 months, I have detected that while some of the bigger businesses have had the resource to do some planning for no deal, most of the medium and small businesses have said to me, we simply don't have the resource to do it, and therefore we haven't done it, which is among the reasons I've always said that a no-deal Brexit is not a viable option. I'll give way to the lady.
My honourable friend has said he's not a gambling man, but it seems the Secretary of State for Wales might be, and he is refusing to rule out supporting no deal. Now, if one considers Wales, its agriculture, its manufacturing industry and so much more, that is absolute madness in my view. Does the not quite a Secretary of State yet, does the Shadow Secretary of State agree with me?
I do, and it's a real cause for concern. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. My constituency of Bradford South voted to leave, and I'm a Democrat and respect the result of the referendum. But does my honourable friend agree with me that a no-deal Brexit would not be in the interest of my constituents or of this country?
Absolutely right. I don't think a no-deal Brexit would be in the interests of the constituents anywhere across the United Kingdom. I will give way in a moment, but I've given away a lot and I do need to make some progress, and I'm aware that others do want to get in to this debate. I was dealing with manufacturing and the impact on manufacturing, and some of the large manufacturers have told us what the impact will be on them. Ford were clear it would be catastrophic for the UK auto industry and Ford's manufacturing operations in the country. Airbus used similar language, absolutely catastrophic for us. And then Honda, more recently. If we end up with WTO tariffs, we'd have something like 10% of costs in addition on products shipped back into Europe. That impacts on our productivity and competitiveness. This is not exaggeration. These are companies speaking about their businesses, and this will impact on their business, and real people's livelihoods will be at stake. You don't even have to. I'll give way in a moment. You don't even have to take the word only of businesses and the trade unions, though it's a powerful voice. Look at the government benches. The honourable member for Richmond, still, I believe, a business minister in the government, said that no deal, quote, would be completely disastrous for businesses in this country. No doubt because, like me, he's been talking to those businesses. He then took the novel approach to collective responsibility by saying, I'm very happy to be public about the dangers of no deal, and very happy if the Prime Minister decides I'm not the right person to do the business industry job. He, of course, was backed up by the Business Secretary, who said no deal is fully acknowledged, certainly by me and the industry, as being ruinous for our prospects. And the government's own figures show that no deal would mean, over 15 years, between 6.3% and 9% reduction, and every region would be poorer. Wales, 8.1%. I'll give way in just 1 minute. Scotland, 8%, and the north east of England by 10.5%. And anybody who votes tonight to keep no deal on the table needs to explain to their constituents why they're taking that risk with jobs and our economy. I will give way.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman. I think he has mistaken the honourable member for Richmond with the honourable member for Watford in his grade, and I think quite important to make that correction. But what businesses are saying to me is that their key enemy is uncertainty. And if they don't have certainty over the future terms of trade, then investment decisions will continue to be postponed. There is the certainty of those terms of trade on the 29th of March if we leave the European Union on that day, either with the Prime Minister's agreement or moving to World Trade Organization terms.
As for the anxiety of businesses over uncertainty, that is absolutely true. Absolutely true in terms of their yearning for certainty and the impact it's having on their decision-making and on investments. And I think it should be a cause of great concern to all of us. None of the businesses I've spoken to, and I've spoken to thousands in the last 2 years, have suggested to me that the certainty they want is no deal. They all say to me that they do not want no deal, and they normally point out the consequences of no deal. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he's indeed making the point that the worst deal is no deal. And in his points about manufacturing, would he also agree with me, and this has been raised with me as well by GMB, Unite and other unions, that the uncertainty over our trade agreements and how we will be trading, those trade agreements that account for about 12% of our imports and exports, the trade agreements that other countries have done with the EU under which we trade, the uncertainty over those is already causing great problems in relation to manufacturing, imports and exports and jobs in our constituencies.
Absolutely. They have real concerns about that, and they raise them regularly. Mr. Speaker, I will give way, but then we'll move on.
My right honourable friend, I have great confidence in him, and he is making a very good speech. But can I say to him, when this all started, my manufacturing sector was saying surely intelligent people across the benches of this House could come to a relative solution. They have now changed. They are now calling me to push here for a second vote, for a people's vote.
Well, I am grateful for that intervention, because it takes me to a point that was repeatedly made by the Secretary of State, which is that it's somehow somebody else's fault that the deal isn't going through. And that the government doesn't bear any responsibility for failing to bring the House with it. I know I want to make this point because it's an important point. The government has failed to bring the House behind its deal. And it cannot get away with simply saying that is somebody else's fault, it's not our responsibility, we've done nothing wrong. No, I want to make this point because it's a really important point. The Prime Minister and the government had a choice 2 years ago. They could have invited this House to express a view on the type of deal this House would accept, and they refused to do so, repeatedly refused to do so. And anybody in government must have been able to foresee the divisions on their own side. They must have been able to foresee that. And in those circumstances, they would have been much wiser to seek the consensus they may look for now 2 years ago. But not having done it, having been blinkered, having red lines that never came down, to now come here and say it's somebody else's fault that they've rejected the very thing they said they would reject for 2 years is not to take responsibility for their own actions. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make some progress. Mr. Speaker, I have been concentrating on the economic issues, but there are wider issues in relation to no deal. Northern Ireland. The Secretary of State spoke about Northern Ireland, and we all know how serious the implications are for Northern Ireland. No deal is a risk to the Good Friday Agreement. The government's own EU exit paper makes that clear. No. I didn't mean that rudely, it's just I do need to make some progress. The EU exit paper from the government early this year said WTO terms would not meet the government's commitments to ensure no hard border between Northern Ireland and Ireland. That cannot be allowed to happen, and I don't think this Prime Minister would countenance that happening, or the government. Insecurity and counter-terrorism. Mr. Speaker, as honourable members know, intelligence and evidence passes across EU borders in real time every day, and it saves real lives. It requires agreements. That can only happen subject to agreements with the EU 27. That is the basis for passing that information and intelligence. But you also need agreement to decide what use you can put to that evidence and intelligence, and crucially, to plan joint operations. Now, I know that because for 5 years I was in Eurojust as the Director of Public Prosecutions, being part of that exercise. And I know how seriously the Prime Minister takes it because I worked with her when she was Home Secretary, and she knows full well how that saves real lives. No deal puts that at risk, and no responsible government would take that risk. And if they did take that risk, they wouldn't remain in government for long. I will give way.
Given what he said a moment or two ago, which was absolutely right, the government's repeated failure to seek consensus to get us out of this Brexit mess, will he please reaffirm Labour's firm commitment to our policy of supporting a public vote with Remain being an option on the ballot paper?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I will, because back in 2017, we made it clear that we would respect the outcome of the referendum, and we set out in our manifesto what we would seek to negotiate if we were elected into government. And that was to seek an agreement that would have the benefits of the customs union and the single market. But in that manifesto, we also said that we would reject as a party the government's red lines, that we would rip up the white paper, and we'd reject no deal. We lost that election. But because we lost, we triggered Article 50, notwithstanding how we had voted in the referendum, and we allowed the Prime Minister to start the negotiations. Consistent with our manifesto, we conditionally said what deal we would accept when it came back. We've now got to a hopeless end, and it is a hopeless end. To lose by 230 votes 8 weeks ago, then to lose by 149 votes is a hopeless end. And the government, as I've said, can't just blame others for that. They need to look at themselves and ask why that has happened. But in those circumstances, both of the things that we were ruling out in our manifesto, the red lines of the Prime Minister and no deal, are the only things on the table, and that is why we support a public vote to protect against those outcomes. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that we're doing that at this stage of the exercise, and it's obvious why we need to do so. I'm going to... I will give way.
My right honourable and learned... he is my friend in a legal sense, but most importantly this. We're all grateful who believe in the people's vote for the words that he's given. So if such a motion were to be, or amendment, tabled before this House, would he and his party support now a people's vote and get it going up and running?
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition 2 weeks ago, Monday, made it clear that we would support an amendment to that end, or put one forward for ourselves. Obviously, timing depends on discussions across the House and with others, but that's the clear position that we put down. Mr. Speaker, I do want to press on. No, I'm going to make some progress. I'm aware other people want to come in, and I'm not being rude, but I really do need to move on. I will, for obvious reasons, because...
Thank you. That's very, very, very gracious of the Right Honourable and learned gentleman, and no surprise, very characteristic of him. The Right Honourable and learned gentleman has been a great friend to Northern Ireland. He has mentioned Northern Ireland earlier in his comments, but didn't spend enough time talking about his assessment of the constitutional risk faced by Northern Ireland if, heaven forbid, the United Kingdom were to leave the European Union without a deal. Would the Right Honourable gentleman reflect upon his assessment of that risk?
I'm grateful for the opportunity to do so, because we face the situation of where there is high anxiety in Northern Ireland and across Ireland as a whole, across all communities and different communities, about the prospect of no deal, because the people of Northern Ireland know that the open border is the manifestation of peace, and there's great concern that if anything happens at that border, it will put back the good work that's happened in the last 20 years. That anxiety and this issue is being debated when some of those elected to this House are not here to make the views they might make on behalf of those that they're voted here to represent, and therefore that voice isn't here. I don't say one way or the other what they should do, but it isn't here in this debate. And the executive in Northern Ireland is not functioning. So the constitutional circumstances that prevail in Northern Ireland, for a variety of reasons, and I'm not casting judgment on them, but the circumstances are such that there could hardly be a worse time to be having this discussion, which has turned into a discussion about the very future of the island of Ireland. And that's why I am impatient with those that think that with a drone and a camera you can somehow deal with the issue that is Northern Ireland and Ireland. You cannot. No, I'm going to press on because I'm going to press on. I had left. I'm grateful for that opportunity in relation to Northern Ireland. I want to press on, Mr. Speaker, to the impact on health. There will be no deal would have a huge impact on our health service. It would put real strain on an already overstretched and underfunded NHS, disrupting medical supplies, access to medicines and the ability of hospitals to hire staff. Niall Dixon, who's the Chief Executive of the NHS Confederation, said, and I quote, "No deal and no arrangements to protect patients is simply not acceptable and could put lives at risk." Farming, no, I'm going to make some progress. Farming would also be badly hit. The National Union of Farmers has been clear, I think they set it out this morning, that the proposed tariff regime would be a disaster for UK agriculture, going on to say everything must be done to avoid a no-deal Brexit and the catastrophic impact that this could have on British farming. That's, I'm not quoting voices here of politicians. I'm quoting the voices of those in the field in each of these areas. Finally, on to transport. And as if the Transport Secretary didn't struggle enough already, imagine how he would deal with a no-deal scenario. But it would bring chaos to transport. Hauliers would face hours of delay at new checks would be put in place at borders, and family holidays could be jeopardised by a no-deal Brexit as British travel companies lose their current access and rights. No, I'm going to make some progress. For all those reasons and more, Labour will act tonight and oppose no deal. We support Amendment A, tabled by my right honourable friends from Meriden and Birmingham Erdington, because we believe that is the cleanest and clearest way for the House to express its opposition to no deal. We do recognise that simply opposing no deal isn't the end of the story. It's necessary, but it's not sufficient. The House needs to have a chance to debate the steps necessary to move forward, and I think there's a growing consensus that that needs to happen. Labour supports a close economic relationship with the EU, and as I've just said, we also support a public vote. Mr. Speaker, I will give way.
Which one?
to the former attorney, and then I'll give it.
Does he agree with me that the difficulty with the government's motion is that it is in fact inaccurate? Because the fact is that the default position is indeed if we don't ratify or if we chose to revoke, which one could do either of our own motion or after a referendum, for example. And that's why he may agree with me, it's raised these suspicions in the House that the motion is slanted. This may be unintentional, but of course it's within the power of the government potentially to remedy that by a manuscript amendment to their own motion before this debate is over.
Well, I'm grateful for the intervention, and I agree with the interpretation. I think it would be helpful to have it amended, because one thing that hasn't helped in this is for the House to make a decision only to find that weeks later the decision that we thought we'd made is then called into question. So I would invite clarity on that so that we can express a clear vote. I will give way, and then I will give way.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. Further to the intervention by my honourable friend, the member for Broxtowe, and with a view to try to avoid the no deal that the majority of this House want to avoid, when the government sort of enters into discussions around extension of Article 50, the other side is going to want to seek a purpose. Does he agree with me
that it would be helpful if this House had expressed a view, subject to the Labour Party's public support for a public vote, to that effect in advance of the European Council on March 21st.
Mr. Speaker, if the vote tonight is to reject no deal, and I think it will be, and the vote tomorrow is to seek an extension of Article 50, and I think it will be, but it is only to seek an extension of Article 50, then the question of purpose will be central, will be absolutely central. And that will be a test for the Prime Minister in the first instance, because she will have to make a decision of whether that is the point at which she drops her red lines and her blinkers and opens up the debate to other options. Now, I want to finish this point because it's very important. The Prime Minister needs to decide, if it goes that way to tomorrow, whether she is a Prime Minister willing and able to do that and to embrace other options, or whether she will press on only with her own deal. If she presses on with her own deal, I think we still have to go on and look at other options and get a common purpose. But if the Prime Minister forces us down that road, she's forcing us down the road constitutionally, where the majority will be forcing a view on the executive. And there are constitutional implications for that. So I accept the force of the point that the test will be tomorrow night from that dispatch box, if it gets that far, when we hear from the Prime Minister as to what her then attitude is. If it changes from the attitude for the last 2 years, we might be able to proceed more quickly to find that common purpose. But we do need to find that purpose, and we need to find a majority for it, and it needs to be a sustainable majority, not just for one night or 1 week. It's what we should have done 2 years ago. It's what we should have done 2 years ago. I did say I'd give way, and I will.
I'm grateful to the right honourable learned gentleman. I don't mean to pause him for too long, but my right honourable learned friend did ask a very direct question to my honourable friend who was opening this debate. Specifically, would he agree to revoke Article 50? I thought his answer was quite clear. It's not the government's policy to revoke. The logic of the position of voting, therefore, rather to take no deal off the table, at some point, if that is proposed then, in the case of the right honourable gentleman's policy, to have a referendum, that he proposes to the other side, the EU, that they would want to delay, and they reject that, either one country or other countries, or the Parliament rejects it. Is it the Labour policy that, in extremis at the end, that they would then want to revoke Article 50 in the sense of the question asked by my right honourable learned friend?
Well, I believe in addressing each problem as it arises, but let me just deal with this question of policy, as if extension is a policy choice of the Labour Party. It's not a policy choice of the Labour Party. It's driven by necessity because of the situation that we found ourselves in. We need to deal with no deal today, and we need to deal with extension tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, no deal should never... No, I'm going to make some progress. No deal should never have been an option. It's the worst possible outcome. Businesses know that. Unions know that. And I suspect most of the Cabinet knows that. It is extraordinary that the government have acceded to a free vote on the matter of such importance today, not to have a position on whether this country should exit the EU without a deal. It is the latest evidence the government is not governing and cannot act in the national interest. I urge colleagues to support Amendment A tonight. We can speak clearly and with one voice that this House will not accept leaving the EU without a deal, and we can bury that so deep that I hope it never resurfaces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And Mr. Kenneth Clark.
Mr. Speaker, it's almost 3 years since we had the referendum, and we have reached this quite extraordinary moment. Effectively, we're back to square one. There is absolutely no consensus within the government, within the opposition party, within this Parliament, and amongst the public, exactly what leave means. And we're having to have a debate today on the question of whether, after 3 years of futility, in 16 days' time, we just give up and leave and see what happens, although I think many of us know and fear the combination of things that are quite likely to happen if you do that. And this is quite bizarre, because it's also still not totally clear, if the House, as I think, votes by a large majority to rule out no deal tonight, quite how we propose to guarantee that we deliver that conclusion. I mean, it sounds as though more attempts are going to be made to reach an agreement, though I voted twice for it, but the government's withdrawal agreement is dead in the water. Any kind of agreement has now got to find some alternative routes. And so in 16 days, we're going to get there somehow, and tomorrow we will probably vote for an extension. We've got to be clear, extension for how long, extension what for, and the whole thing is dependent on 27 other governments, all of whom are fed up to the back teeth with the state of British politics and trying to negotiate with the British government that can't say what it wants because it can't even agree internally on what it wants. We depend on their approval to avoid this disaster. So as we debate no deal, we have to consider some minor further things. As I give way.
I'm very grateful to the Father of the House who's co-signed Amendment B with me. And isn't the reality of the situation that the only two choices that are really in the hands of this Parliament are no deal walking over the cliff or revocation, and that luxury only exists for another 16 days, and after the 29th of March that's gone too. The only certain choices are those two choices.
Well, yes, I mean, we've got 16 days left. I put my name, he and I have both tabled an amendment which faces up to the one thing which I think very few members of the House are facing up to. But in a fortnight, I've discovered that things change very rapidly. 16 days ago, I did not anticipate we'd be in this debate, and anybody who forecasts with confidence what the state of British politics will be in 16 days' time is being a little reckless. But unless somebody has some other alternative, the only way of guaranteeing that absolutely in all circumstances we won't be leaving with no deal is, as our amendment suggested, to revoke. They will have no other method which you can follow. And I won't go back into the legalisms. I've had this discussion with the Attorney-General, who's kindly sent me his opinion, and he's a much superior lawyer to me. But I don't altogether agree with him. I'm a very out-of-date criminal lawyer. But it is true, it's the Advocate-General who's expressed doubts about whether it could be said to be acting in good faith if you revoke and then invoke. But I think that's very, very arguable. I personally think we'll be acting in extremely good faith if we made it clear that we were in no state to leave and we would invoke if and when we'd ever decided what we're pursuing. I really should get on because I think I'm not a front-bench spokesman. There are lots of people trying to speak, and if I'm very tempted to give way and debate, and I would like to give way and debate, but and knowing myself, I would take too long if I start doing that. So I think, without intruding on tomorrow's debate, we've got to find some sort of agreement as quickly as possible on what it is we are now going to seek and what the delay is for that I think the majority of the House is going to seek. Now, it's very important that we do that, because the background now is that not only is opinion polarised here and lots of factions actually pursuing their own preferred way, but the public are even more polarised than they were at the time of the referendum. They hold this House in near contempt for the confusion that they see, and the sooner we all decide on what the majority here wish to pursue as an alternative to leaving without no deal, the better. I think we may need some time, but I've been calling for indicative votes for a very long time. The government's been resisting that and avoiding them. I think it's now the only way we can proceed to explore and demonstrate what there might be a few for. Very briefly, I'm not going to give way. I'm sorry. Just to explain what I would suggest, my guess at something that we could placate the public, satisfy quite a lot of leavers, quite a lot of remainers, which might command majority support across this House. I would put, if I was outside on a less well-informed audience on a public platform, say, why not revert to leaving the political European Union and staying in the common market, which nowadays means the customs union, a single market, and something very much like it. I actually think that quite a lot of the public thought that's what they were voting for when they voted leave. And I think if you put that proposition to the public now, it certainly wouldn't be as polarising as some of the arguments we're having inside and outside this House, having this somewhat dramatic and catastrophic effect on our political dialogue as a nation.
I thank the Father of the House for giving way. The Father of the House is making a case for membership of the customs union and single market while being outside the European Union. Isn't the problem with that approach that in that circumstance we would have no decision-making right at all over trade deals the customs union might do or over single market regulations to which we might be subject?
Well, I'm now being drawn to the merits going outside this debate, actually. I actually think the best deals with other countries are achieved through the EU, which is how British governments have been proceeding for years, and it's a disaster that we are in danger in 16 days' time of falling out of some of the most favourable trade deals that British governments have played a part in negotiating. If you insist on putting that proviso, and if you insist on tackling the problem of our no longer directly being in the making power, I think we're powerful enough to be given more consultation than those that are outside, say, in the EFTA and EEA arrangements. But you have to just tackle those problems, which arise from the fact that you're giving in to the idea that you are leaving the European Union politically and its institutions. I think these problems are grossly exaggerated. I've never heard anybody argue against the EU trade deals we have with other countries. The Japanese one was a tremendous stride forward. It's the biggest free trade agreement in the world, and we're about to fall out of it after about a month. We talk about losing our powers, the threat to our sovereignty that we're not allowed to pass our own different laws on product quality, consumer protection, health and safety, animal welfare, the licensing of products. I've yet to hear a Brexiteer describe a European regulation that we've passed so far that he or she is actually advocating reversing. There are members of the public actually rather demand higher regulatory standards. I get lobbied for more new regulation than I ever do for sweeping away what we have. And if the virtue of no deal is meant to be leaving to have a trade agreement with, say, the United States, and I've been involved in trade negotiations with the United States under President Obama, and I can tell you it is protectionist. They're not dying to open up any of their market to us. They will want us to open up their food market to them. That means not making regulations here. They won't let the House of Commons decide on animal welfare or food standards, nothing to do with us. If we had an agreement, the House of Representatives And the Senate, with the powerful American food lobby, will decide what welfare standards for animals and what the standards of food are. And you won't get a trade deal with the United States unless you agree to that. So I'm being drawn into the merits of the basic argument, but I think we just need to underline that we must look at realistic alternatives to no deal, because no deal wasn't being advocated by anybody when the referendum took place. I don't think no deal was being advocated by more than a handful of people until a month or two ago. No deal has, most Brexiteers were not in favour, even those who campaigned. My right honourable friend is nodding. We're not campaigning for leaving with no trade arrangement with our greatest partner. This is just an accident that has loomed because the House of Commons is not able, and the government is not able, to solve problems in a way we can agree with the other 27. So we're drifting into it, which will be a catastrophe. And I mentioned finally, I'm going to be very brief, as brief as I can, and I've already taken longer than I intended. The argument is that these things were settled by the referendum. One of the problems is the debate at the time of the referendum doesn't resemble the debates we keep having with ever more frequency in this House. That actually is not because we're out of touch with the real world. It's because the referendum was conducted in the most bizarre, broad-brush terms, with the leading figures on both sides using ridiculous or dishonest arguments in order to make their case, which had nothing whatever to do with the merits or otherwise of being in the European Union. Remainers, I'm afraid, decided, the key ones, David Cameron and George Osborne, decided to raise all these fears, which didn't actually materialise of immediate catastrophe. This is now leading people to say that every future warning that comes from every major business lobby in this country and comes from the Treasury, comes from the government and everybody else, is now to be ignored. That's the classic crying wolf. You know, one day the wolf actually arrives, and you cannot conduct the government of this country on the basis we ignore every expert piece of opinion you have, which most of us actually agree with because we think their warnings are correct. So but the referendum gets invoked in all our other debates. When I ask my constituents who leave us, and most of my constituents, I'm glad to say, voted Remain. But the idea that they were expressing a view on the Irish border and the problems of the Good Friday Agreement when they voted to leave, the idea that most of them actually were expressing any opinion on the single market or the customs union is absolute nonsense. Indeed, when you talk to members of the public now who are all expressing their anger about the state of affairs we're in, I still find people aren't lobbying me about the Irish border and the single market and all the rest of it. We are having to be engaged in this because our duty is governance. Our duty is the medium-longer term, better governance of this country. And we have to address the real world of a globalised economy and today's systems of regulation and the international order in which we have to earn our living against a background of bewildering technological change. I'll conclude briefly, and finally, very much the point, all the arguments about the damage to business, the threat to Ireland, including its constitutional position and so on, have already been addressed by others, and I've agreed with every word that has been said on that. I also just want briefly to give my reaction to that handful of members, I think it is in this House, who seem to think now that no deal is positively desirable. It is an objective that we should have sought from the first. They make it sound very respectable by describing it as WTO rules. And I strongly suspect that many of those who argue this point had scarcely heard of the WTO at the time the referendum was going, and I don't think most of them understand what WTO rules actually comprise. And I won't go into too much detail, not least because I haven't refreshed my own memory too greatly. But There is no developed country in the world which actually seeks to trade in today's globalised economy only on WTO rules. They're a fallback which cover all that international trade which is not governed by recognised free trade agreements. And they're designed to ensure that there is no discrimination between the world amongst those countries which you haven't got an agreement with. That's why they require a schedule of tariffs to be accepted by the WTO, and then those tariffs to be imposed on all those countries with which there's no agreement. That means the EU is obliged by WTO rules, now much loved by Brexiteers, to impose the same tariffs on us that they impose on other third-party countries. And our schedule of tariffs we're obliged to impose on the EU and all other countries with which we don't have a deal. And there are WTO rules that don't allow you to abdicate a thing like the Irish border. You can't say we're not going to put any border posts in. We're going to get organised smuggling become the major industry of the island because we have no idea how we're going to enforce it all. The Republic will be under great pressure not only from the rest of the EU, but WTO rules would require us to cooperate with policing our border, collecting tariffs, regulatory checks, customs checks, and all the rest. My main worry is actually not entirely with these short-term consequences, catastrophic they would be for some sections of our economy, particularly agriculture, the motor industry, and so on. I think leaving with no deal, the effects in the medium term, the effects in the long term, the effects on the comparative economic strength of this country and whatever happens to the global economy, we will be made poorer than we otherwise would be, and the next generation will be, if we can't move away from this no-deal nonsense. And I hope a big majority settles that tonight. Finally, very finally, I just want to be totally clear what the government's intentions and motives now are. I hope I've been reassured that if we pass this motion tonight, then in all circumstances, the government will take whatever steps that eventually it's necessary to take in 16 days' time to avoid our leaving with no deal. I do not want in a fortnight's time the government coming back and saying to the House it's your fault because you won't vote for the Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement, and so sadly we're going to have to leave with no deal. We are ruling it out. That really means some indicative votes to give some idea of what the British are going to negotiate over the next 2-3 years. Failing that, it means revoking Article 50. And as someone who's a die-hard European, well, because we don't agree on referendums, we do on practically everything else, as a close political ally and a good friend of mine, I'll give way finally for the last time.
In a spirit of trying to encourage the government to be clear with the House, does he agree with me that the difficulty with the government's motion is that the revocation route is not acknowledged? They may not want it, and of course there are different ways of reaching it, one through a referendum and one by a revocation by this House alone. But the difficulty with the government's motion as tabled is it pretends that route doesn't exist and seems to emphasise a binary choice. Do you therefore agree with me that getting clarity on that and possibly a correction would be immeasurably helpful? Because otherwise it gives the impression the government's trying to pull the wool over our eyes.
I agree with my honourable friend entirely, and I've no idea why the government thought it necessary to put the second half of their motion on the order paper. But I've been reassured, so let me try to reassure my friend. I think that my right honourable friend who opened this debate did give assurance that revocation, he referred to revocation as the alternative several times, and he's nodding in the affirmative. If forced to it, he would revoke. And I take comfort from remembering the Prime Minister occasionally saying, normally to the right-wing nationalist members of my party, that if they weren't careful, the alternative to her deal was no Brexit, which amounts to the same thing. So I'd prefer the wording of the order paper to be perfectly clear we're ruling out no deal, but I take it that we have been given a guarantee that if no one can think of any better and more sensible way of resolving things, we're going to revoke Article 50 and start all over again, because, as I said when I began, we have got absolutely nowhere at the moment in 3 years of effort after the vote was announced.
Stephen Giffins.
It is always a privilege to follow the member for Rushcliffe, the Father of the House. Can I also join the member for Holborn and St Pancras in wishing the Prime Minister a speedy recovery? We entirely understand why she's not here today, and fair play to her coming along and doing Prime Minister's questions and taking time at the dispatch box yesterday as well. It was good to note, of course, that the DEFRA Secretary said so many kind words about the Prime Minister. But then again, the Tories are often kind about those who used to lead them. Mr. Speaker, what a situation to be in, debating a no deal. Next week, we will be 1,000 days on from the EU referendum. Today, we're 993 days on from the EU referendum. And as the member for Rushcliffe rightly pointed out, 16 days away from exit day. Now, Vote Leave backers, and it's a shame the Trade Secretary has left his place at the moment, Vote Leave backers told us that this was going to be the easiest deal in the world. The easiest deal. And we had nothing to worry about. Well, like much else from those who back Leave, these promises were not kept. And it's good the DEFRA Secretary is in his place, because he must take a huge degree of responsibility for the mess that we are in today. Because not only has he had the 1,000 days since the referendum, he's had his entire political life to plan for this. And yet, 16 days out, we're planning for the worst kind of leave, the kind that we were told would never happen, because this would be the easiest deal in the history. And on that point, I'll go away to the member for Totnes.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Can you think of any circumstance under which a consent form would be valid if it was signed 1,000 days beforehand without knowing the exact procedure that you were giving your consent to?
The member for Totnes makes a valuable point, as she often does. Before an election, before a referendum, it is expected that we publish manifestos, white papers, discussion papers, you name it. And that is so those who win a referendum or an election can be held to account for the promises that they made critically before any vote was cast. That is a basic of our democracy. That's a very fundamental of our democracy. And the mess that we are in just now, and Mr. Speaker, it is a mess, shows why Brexiteers like the DEFRA Secretary avoided scrutiny during the EU referendum, and then when we're presented with the cold, hard reality in government, with civil servants who work hard and present the facts, these are denied, often by those who used to be in post, some of his former colleagues. Now, in the very few examples where we have some concrete proposals, promises weren't kept. I'm not just talking about the £350 million extra for NHS that was never forthcoming. The DEFRA Secretary himself promised that Scotland would get immigration powers. And we need those powers. We need those powers. Good for our nation, good for the economy. Now, I've raised this on a number of occasions in this House, and my honourable and right honourable friends have raised it as well, as have others. And yet, when we raise it, we are told it is not a matter for the government. He's a senior minister. If we can't hold him to account, who do we hold to account for the promises that were made, the broken promises that were made? Vote Leave. Who do we hold account for that? It's a basic for our democracy, and our democracy has been let down, and let down badly. This is a making of his making and his responsibility. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I was late to emojis And I have to say, they've come in handy. I don't know where I'd be today without the unicorn emoji. Any right-thinking politician worth their salt during this debate will have found it extraordinarily handy. It is the must-have accessory for a decent-thinking politician in 2019. And here's a lesson. Politics is about taking responsibility for each and every one of us here. And on that point, as a good example, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. The DEFRA Secretary has told me on at least a couple of occasions from the dispatch box that he believes other European countries will be looking enviously at the United Kingdom's withdrawal agreement. Do you think that might explain why he was so unwilling to take an intervention from me and so many of our colleagues today? Because that surely can no longer be the case.
Well, you see, this is the thing. Just like that promise, every other promise fails to stand up to scrutiny, which is exactly why the DEFRA Secretary would not take any interventions from the SNP benches, because the SNP benches have a clear position. We know what we want. And the DEFRA Secretary should be ashamed of the role, frankly, that has been played in the past by Vote Leave and the promises that have not been kept. Now, he also said that the House has been very good at saying no. Now, let me give him, given the implications of the vote, and I'm going to remind him of this, and I'm going to remind other members of this in terms of taking responsibility. After the vote, the Scottish Government took the responsible step. They put together a group of experts, because we on this side of the House still think that from time to time it's worth listening to experts. That included diplomats, academics, colleagues from other political parties who have got something to say as well, a former European Court of Justice judge, to look at ways forward. And then they came up with a compromise deal 2.5 years ago. And that was put together by experts, by colleagues from other parties. Did they respond to that compromise deal from these experts? No. Nothing of the sort. It was the most thought-out plan to this mess, and certainly a lot more than we've had so far. No wonder we're in a situation whereby we're talking about a no deal. Just reflect on that for a moment. The disaster economically, socially, in terms of the future opportunities for young people. Yet almost 1,000 days on, we're still discussing and debating a no deal that should have been taken off the table a day after the referendum. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. He's making a very powerful case. Does he agree with me that to deliberately and willingly be prepared to inflict a no deal on the people of this country, in terms of the hardship and the chaos that would cause, is literally really the actions of a rogue state? And it really is quite bewildering that there are still members on the opposite side who seem to think that Brussels is going to be intimidated by the sight of us putting a gun to our own head. That strategy is not an effective one.
As usual, the member for Brighton Pavilion makes an excellent point and has indeed been one of the few sane voices that we have heard throughout this debate in terms of her interventions and the way that she stands up for her constituents and for others in the United Kingdom as well. I noted the other night, about this no-deal situation that we're in, that one of the Conservative MPs, in fact the longest-serving Conservative MP in this House, described the headbanger wing of the Conservative Party. Now, I'm not sure what the name of the other wings are, but I was quite taken with that their own members are talking about a headbanger wing, which clearly must be a sizable proportion of the Conservative Party. And when we're still talking about a no deal, I also note the words reportedly of the Dutch Prime Minister, who allegedly said a decision to vote for no deal is like the Titanic voting for the iceberg to get out of the way. Now, the Chancellor seems to get this, and today in his spring statement the Chancellor talked about a smooth and orderly transition that would be threatened by no deal. He knows that it would threaten jobs and wages, yet we still debate it and we still haven't ruled it out. Now, I'm not sure which wing the Secretary of State for Scotland belongs to, be it headbanger or some other, but he claimed the other week, and I'm sorry he's not in his place, but he claimed the SNP wanted no deal. Now, Mr Speaker, I don't have the experience of the Secretary of State for Scotland, but let me remind him that the SNP was the first to come out with a compromise, as I've outlined. We're the first to ask for an extension, and last week we even put down a very simple parliamentary motion about ruling out a no deal. Now, I know the Tories try and turn democracy on its head and claim defeat is in fact victory, as we just heard from the DEFRA Secretary, but surely that is even a step too far. We wanted to rule out a no deal, and the Secretary of State could easily have voted for our very simple motion. And let me also remind the Deputy Secretary of this, and I hate to break it to him. Tories lost the last election in Scotland. Again. The SNP won the last election in Scotland. Again. And guess what? Unlike his party, we kept our majority in the seats in which we stood. So if he wants to talk democracy, if he wants to talk winning, he's very welcome to take some lessons from this side of the House. And as far as the negotiating tactic goes, it's as if we're in a situation on no deal, and hearing what the Chancellor said today, that the Prime Minister has shot herself in one foot and then wants us to shoot herself in the other foot, just to show everybody how terribly serious we are. And we know that today's trade tariffs will hit our industries, not least the food and drink industry, in which jobs in my constituency and others rely, and for which the DEFRA Secretary has responsibility. Indeed, and the Trade Secretary is back now. The Trade Secretary promised that the UK would, and I quote, replicate the 40 EU free trade agreements that exist before we leave the EU, so we've got no disruption of trade. Now, Secretary of State, how's that going for you? How? No, going well? No, not going very well, is it? And the problem is, this is not just a political problem for the Conservative Party, as the Treasury bench seems to suggest. This is a problem for our public services. It's a problem for jobs. It's a problem for looking forward to the future. It's not just a Tory civil war you're fighting amongst themselves. It's a problem for us all, and I'll give way to the honourable member on that.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Can I just take him back a few sentences when he talked about the general election? I don't want to delve into the success of the SNP or whatever, because he actually made a very important point, which is that in the 2017 general election, this government lost its majority. Does he agree with me that on that basis it also lost any mandate for a hard no-deal Brexit?
As usual, and the honourable lady and I hope she doesn't mind, we'll clash every now and again, and I hope she doesn't mind me saying that. And she said the other week that there are times I might regret her sitting there, and she might well be right. But actually she makes a powerful point, a very powerful point, and she made it on the night of the election as well. It's a powerful point. This is a government who lost a majority. This is a government who lost support. And yet this is a government who want to do untold damage. And it's no wonder the DEFRA Secretary is walking away now, who want to do untold damage to jobs and the economy. And he can't even sit here and listen to it. And the Scottish Government have looked into it. The Scottish Government have done their work on it. Actually, do you know what? This will be good. Let's hear it then. If you can defend why you lost your majority and still pursue this nonsense hard deal Brexit.
I didn't lose my majority. Mine went to a record level of 25,725, albeit with no main party opponent, but there you go. Chris Philp.
Well, I had a different point to make, which I'll come to, but actually the Conservative Party's share of the vote went up considerably, and the SNP lost a third of their seats at the last election. Last time I checked. But the point, the more serious point I wanted to raise is this. The honourable gentleman and the Shadow Secretary of State have drawn attention to some of the dangers and risks of a no-deal Brexit. And it's not the government's desire to see a no-deal Brexit. It's not mine either. But by ruling out a no-deal exit entirely, you are by definition either deciding never to leave or to accept terms no matter how bad. Which of those two is the honourable gentleman advocating for?
10 years. No. I thought that would be good. No. I wish I had my Democracy for Dummies book here. So let me start. In terms of the vote, the SNP won, the Tories lost. OK, in terms of the votes. Let's just nail that straight away. And in terms of no deal, the SNP put down a motion last week that was voted on, and members across this House voted for it, which was to take a no-deal off the table in any circumstances. And the member opposite who raised it could have voted for that, did he?
No.
No chance. Absolutely no chance. So he could have done it, and he did not. Now, in terms of a no deal that he talked about, the Scottish Government have had the courage of their convictions to publish their analysis. And what we've seen from that is the devastation that the Chancellor has warned of. The hit would be the equivalent of over £1,500 for every man, woman and child in Scotland, a drop in Scottish exports of up to 20%, a hit in migration and hitting our EU nationals as well, opportunities for young people through lack of freedom of movement and Erasmus gone, and pushing the UK into recession again. And I will give way to the Honourable Lady on that.
I'm grateful for giving way. Given that nearly 50% of the people across the UK voted to stay in the European Union, given that most business, if you ask them, would actually prefer to stay in the European Union, given that the Secretary of State today himself said and evoked the prosperity of this country as member of the European Union, do you not believe it is absolutely unacceptable that staying in the European Union is seen as an unpalatable option?
Staying in the European Union is, and the Honourable Lady makes a good point, is the best deal. The best deal that we have is the one we currently have as a member of the European Union. Now, in terms of public services, this government is spending £4.2 billion on no-deal preparation that we could have taken off the table 1,000 days ago. £4.2 billion, which is not going into hard-pressed public services. £4.2 billion that's going into government mess-ups, ferry contracts that we don't need. Now, in terms of public services, these will be further hit by a no-deal Brexit and overall by Brexit. And let me say this, this will hit the most vulnerable in society. It will hit our public services that have already been dealt a blow by a decade of austerity from parties of every colour in this House. And before I conclude, and because I respect the honourable gentleman, I'll give way one final time to him.
Having said that this should have been taken off the table 1,000 days ago, perhaps he could explain why he put his name to a conclusion of the Foreign Affairs Committee report published 2 years and a day ago, saying that making an equivalent mistake of not preparing for no deal would constitute a serious dereliction of duty by the present administration.
Just how much could we have saved had we taken that off? Because the government hadn't taken the responsibility of taking no deal off the table as they should. And if he wants to refer to that report, that is also the report that said a no deal, yes, would be bad for our European partners, but it would be worse for the United Kingdom, and that's something that he put his name to, and other Brexiteer colleagues from across the House put their names to as well. That they would be prepared to hit the UK economy. They would be prepared for that hit, and he signed up to that very report, and I know it was in that report. It's strange as well that now all we hear is not the benefits of Brexit, but rather we're limited to ministers telling us it won't be that bad. These increasingly poor excuses. I was hearing one the other night, which was that we're in a parliament of Remainers. Now, I'm a Remainer. I'm somebody whose constituency voted to remain, whose nation voted to remain. It does not feel like a parliament of Remainers to me. It certainly does not. And the complaints that those extremists will never be happy. It's about damage limitation. The Brexiteers, including the Trade Secretary and the DEFRA Secretary, have blown it. And I will not vote to make my constituents poorer and less well off because of their mistakes. And let me remind them that it's through the single market that we are wealthier, through its rules in areas like workers' rights and parental rights that we are fairer, through joint action on climate change that we are greener, through work with the Medicines Agency, sadly departed, and the air quality through agreements that we are healthier, and the impact is being felt now. And even yesterday with a report showing that 1.2 trillion eye-watering sums had been relocated from the UK, mainly to areas like Dublin. It is no wonder that similar-sized, independent and sovereign states like Denmark, Ireland and Finland see their futures as part of the European Union. Now, I hope that Mrs Spellman will move her amendment tonight. That is critical. I hope the Right Honourable Member for Meriden will move her amendment tonight. I think that's important. We need to have no deal taken off the table, given the damage to public services, given the damage that it will do to our democracy, given the untold damage. We have two different views. One is of a state being like our neighbours and being joined and pooling our sovereignty and working together as an independent sovereign state. And we have another, which is a UK which is isolationist, which is poorer, which is more remote, and which is going backwards. And nowhere emphasises that more than the fact they haven't taken no deal off the table. So let's push the amendment and take no deal off the table tonight.
Thank you. Order. We have just over an hour and a half and about 35 people wanting to speak, so there will, with immediate effect, I'm afraid, be a 5-minute limit on backbench speeches. Dame Caroline Spelman.
Mr. Speaker, last night I voted in support of the Prime Minister's deal to deliver Brexit. The deal meant that the UK would leave in an orderly fashion, honouring the result of the referendum. The deal was described as good enough by the local businesses, and it would help us move forward. So I was really disappointed that not enough colleagues supported it. Now, I'm no fan of delay, as time costs business money, and this costs jobs. And people really expect better of this Parliament. Many people will be listening to us this afternoon, and I think of those who will hear us trying to rehash the arguments of the referendum or start up the blame game. None of this is helpful. They want us to put the national interest first. We must honour the referendum result, but to do so without a deal in place would be, as the Archbishop of Canterbury said, a moral and political failure. Now, a constituent of mine who lives in Chelmsley Wood, a huge council estate in my constituency, wrote to me yesterday. This is what he said. Tonight I'm in disbelief how 391 MPs have a complete disregard towards the will of the British people and over 17.4 million votes in 2016. I wish you could read this email in Parliament. I have some strong points as a citizen of this country. The public, the 17.4 million, we are nobodies. We don't matter. We're just a tax code number. We don't count. We don't have any rights in our democracy, and our democracy in this country is now proven to be dead. These are his words. There is constant talk of a second referendum, of no Brexit at all. In 2016, I and all my family voted in the referendum. We were promised this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and more importantly, our vote mattered. The UK had the biggest turnout in history, with over 17.4 million giving an instruction to leave the EU. Mrs Spelman, I can tell you this, and I wish you to read this to all MPs. I'm done with voting, as are my family, and in conversation on social media tonight, many of my friends are done with voting too. Now, this constituent has never contacted me before. I don't agree with everything he's said, but my goodness, those words did resonate. I may not agree with him, but I do believe that if this House cannot back a deal that takes us out of the EU, we will be letting millions of ordinary people down. And quite frankly, we don't deserve their votes if we do that. Now, the House knows I don't support the UK leaving without a deal in place. It would be disastrous for the economy, especially in my region. The manufacturing industry employs so many people in the West Midlands, has given so many young people that start of a well-paid, skilled job. And we are already losing jobs in my region, in part through Brexit. But now, more so than ever before, we face the real possibility that we might leave without a deal by accident. And if this comes to pass, we'll all bear some responsibility. The Secretary of State for DEFRA did set out clearly what the consequences are of leaving without a deal, and it was good to hear that from him. The stark reality of this is revealed by the government proposals on temporary tariffs if we leave without a deal. Already the automotive sector are telling me that this regime would thoroughly undermine manufacturing in the UK. The proposed rates are damaging, divisive, and add complexity. Those were in quotes. Of these proposed tariffs, the automotive trade body SMMT said the move doesn't resolve the devastating effect of a no-deal Brexit on the automotive industry. No duty-based measures can come close to compensating for the disruption, the cost, and the job losses. Now, this House has demonstrated clearly that there is a majority against leaving without a deal. And the government accepted that, and has said it cannot take us out of the EU without a deal, without the explicit consent of Parliament. So I'm really pleased that the Prime Minister has brought forward a motion to rule out leaving without a deal on March the 29th. But, Mr. Speaker, I actually do believe that the greater opportunity than that afforded by I cannot give way to the time short, the greater majority afforded by the government motion of obtaining a really large majority in this House against a no-deal Brexit is greater than the opportunity that is afforded by my amendment, which carried on the 29th of March. So I really appreciate the offers of support from other parties, but I will be withdrawing my amendment. We cannot just be against something, Mr. Speaker. We must say what we are in favour of. And I hope that the result of tonight's vote on the government motion will reassure my constituent that we have heard him and we are capable of working together to deliver his hopes for our nation.
I will come to the Right Honourable Lady. Point of order. May I just very gently say to the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Meriden, she can't withdraw her amendment. Her amendment hasn't yet been moved. Her amendment is frankly in the hands of the House of Commons. And if the Right Honourable Lady puts forward an amendment and then chooses not to move it, that's for her judgment, and people will make their own assessment of that. But it's perfectly possible for other signatories to it who do stick with the wish to persist with it to do so. Good. Point of order? No. I've treated of the point that was concerning the Right Honourable Lady. I'm very glad to hear it. Good. Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday the House rejected the Prime Minister's deal for the second time. Today we must reject leaving with no deal, and tomorrow, assuming that we vote that way tonight, we will have to ask the European Union for an extension to Article 50. Now, today is the moment when 2.5 years of repetition of that nonsensical slogan, no deal is better than a bad deal, no deal is better than a bad deal, will finally be defeated in its fight against reality. It was always a slogan, it was never a policy, and that is why the Prime Minister will have to vote against her own slogan when she comes into the division lobby tonight. The argument for rejecting no deal is really very simple. It would inflict the greatest damage on our economy. It is strongly opposed by businesses and trade unions. It would mean a huge step into the unknown, the chaotic and the potentially dangerous. I will give way once.
Perhaps the Right Honourable Gentleman could explain why 5 of his Remainer colleagues serving on the Foreign Affairs Committee signed up to this conclusion 2 years ago. It is possible to envisage scenarios in which no deal might be better than a bad deal, as the government has suggested, such as, for example, if the eventual proposed agreement only involves payment of a large sum to the EU in settlement of UK liabilities, with no provisions for any preferential trade arrangements or transitional arrangements towards a mutually beneficial future relationship.
All I can say to the honourable gentleman is that I can't speak for those colleagues. My view has consistently been clear that no deal cannot be a policy for this country. And by the way, it's not what those who campaigned for leave in the referendum ever argued for. So I don't quite understand why someone should now be arguing for no deal when they didn't argue for it in the referendum itself. Now, no one who's spoken, not intervened, but no one who's spoken thus far has stood up and argued why no deal would be a good idea. It's not really surprising why they haven't. We've heard from Caroline Fairbairn, who this morning, responding to the schedules that's been published, said, "This tells us everything that is wrong with a no-deal scenario. This is no way to run a country." The Society for Motor Manufacturers and Traders said no deal would be catastrophic for the auto industry, ending frictionless trade, add billions to the cost of manufacturing and cost jobs. And we know why, because we know, I'm not going to give way because of time is so short, because we know that the lorries that keep those car factories going every single day, if there is any disruption, then it will affect the production line. And the car industry has had enough bad news in the last 2 months without it being added to by people standing up and saying no deal's a jolly good idea. And this from a professor at one of our major institutions of higher education, who I happened to bump into on the Underground this morning, said to me that no deal would be catastrophic for the institution, its research funding and its ability to recruit staff. And the truth is, these are conversations that can be and are repeated in thousands of workplaces up and down the country, in thousands of sectors of the economy. And it's why the Brexit Select Committee, Mr. Speaker, in its 12th report said quite explicitly, leaving with no deal cannot be the policy of any responsible government. Now, if members want to read the argument, they can go and look at that report. I would, however, just draw attention to the problem faced by the company that makes signs and exports them to Europe to be fitted by their workers, who ask me what will happen in the event of a no-deal Brexit, and I referred to that in a previous speech. Well, since then, I asked a written question, and I got the following answer. UK nationals travelling to the EU for the purposes of work may be subject to extra conditions. Businesses will need to check individual member state immigration rules for whether there are any requirements or conditions around supporting documentation, work permits or visas. Businesses should also check whether there are any restrictions on the provisions of services, such as whether a UK professional qualification is recognised in the country in question. Now, what use is that reply to a business that's worked hard to create jobs, which is trying to run a business, but has no idea what those in this House who will stand up today and argue that that business's future should be thrown into that? What use is an answer like that? It basically says you're on your own. And the final point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is this: that given what happened yesterday, today's vote is indeed the next step required before tomorrow's inevitable decision to apply for an extension to Article 50, which the Brexit Select Committee, with, I must say, commendable speed in the report it published this morning after the events of last night, says will be necessary. And I want to say to the government, given the, if I may put it like this, rather unhelpful coda to the government's motion tonight, I think the House will vote to reject a no-deal Brexit on the 29th of March this evening, but ministers need to recognise and be aware and acknowledge that this House will, in my view, never vote to leave the European Union without a deal, whether it's the end of March, the end of June, the end of October, because we are not prepared to take this risk with our economy, our jobs and the livelihoods of the people we represent, not today and not ever.
Speaker, I rise to move the Amendment F in my name and that of an eclectic and wide-ranging group of right honourable and honourable friends from three separate parties. Many of us have perhaps not found ourselves signing amendments together much in the past. So I should explain the purpose of the amendment is manifold, but one of the purposes is to avoid what may face us at the end of this month, a cliff-edge no-deal Brexit, for which it's clear the country as a whole, and in particular many of our major industries, are not prepared, as the right honourable gentleman from Leeds Central has just repeated. I'm conscious that some who will support this amendment are sanguine about an immediate no-deal Brexit, so I should set out my own position, which is that I think that no deal on March 29th would be a disaster for the economy of the country. It would be a particular threat to manufacturing industry, and as it happens, in practical terms, it will be a particular threat to the day-to-day life of my constituents and everyone else in East Kent, which is why I oppose it. I will give way to my honourable friend.
Thank him for giving way, and I have the utmost respect for the right honourable gentleman. I will be opposing his amendment this evening. Isn't it somewhat strange that the very people who voted last night to kill Brexit for March the 29th this year are now signed up and will vote this evening to delay Brexit? And this will only be the first delay, of course, because there will potentially be others in the future. We're in a very strange place at the moment.
Well, I think the one point of that intervention I agree with is that we are in a very strange place at the moment. I think the whole House can agree with that. I'm as keen. I will allow one more intervention, the Honourable Lady.
Thank you. I'm most grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for allowing me to intervene upon him. I would just like the Right Honourable Gentleman to explain in some detail whether or not the proposals that he's asking the House to vote on tonight protect the Good Friday Belfast Agreement in all its parts, and in particular the consent principle, which is guaranteed in the withdrawal deal and the Prime Minister's Brexit deal on page 307.
It's an extremely valid point. I believe they do. I will come on to the what's actually in the amendment shortly in my speech, if I may. But as I hope I've made clear, I'm as keen as anyone to reject an immediate no deal. I will support the government's motion this evening, and indeed this amendment is deliberately designed not to replace the government's motion, as many amendments do, but actually to act in addition to it. But we should not deceive ourselves. This House should not deceive itself. Voting against no deal does not mean that a deal will magically emerge. This House has to agree a deal, and that deal needs to be acceptable to the EU. We can pass motions ruling out no deal until we're blue in the face, but it will make no difference unless there are options that this House will support. And I think that's a piece of realism that the House hasn't yet fully addressed. So I voted for the deal last night and indeed in January, and I'm happy to assure the government that I will do so again if they wish to try one more time. And more broadly, I campaigned for Remain, but I respect the result of the referendum, and I therefore draw the conclusion that I should vote for a deal that delivers Brexit. And my principal aim in all of this, and for those of us who support this particular amendment, is to make sure that Brexit is as smooth as possible for the citizens and businesses of this country. And this seems to me to be an honourable aim, whatever view you took during the referendum. It's a view you can hold if you believe that Brexit is the best opportunity Britain has had for generations, or if you believe that it's a mistake whose damage has to be mitigated. From both those viewpoints, you can arrive at the same practical conclusion. And that practical conclusion is what lies behind Amendment F. It has 4 separate parts, and I was grateful that the Prime Minister accepted at least 2 of them in full earlier today at Prime Minister's questions. The first one she accepted, and indeed the government has already implemented, is the publication of the tariff schedules that we will need. I make no comment on the merits of them, particularly of the individual merits of each of the schedules. Those are clearly a matter for legitimate debate. But I think the need for information as early as possible is absolutely paramount, and I'm glad that the government has already taken that step, which is urged in the amendment. Secondly, unilaterally guaranteeing the rights of EU citizens resident here. This has been, I know, a desire of members from all sides of this House for the period since the referendum, and again I'm glad that the government is on board with that. The third key element of the amendment is that the government should seek an extension of Article 50 until May 22nd, the latest date we could have to avoid the prospect of European elections, which I think the prospect of which brings out the Brenda from Bristol in all of us. So I think that would be a useful delay, and again would give business more time to prepare for the new tariff regime. The fourth, and the largest part of the proposal, is to offer both money and standstill proposals in a range of areas to the EU in return for a period between now and December 2021 in which we could negotiate the new future relationship. In other words, this provides a gentle glide path to that new relationship instead of the cliff edge that might otherwise threaten us. The future relationship is, of course, much more important even than the withdrawal agreement, which this House keeps turning down. It will decide our future prosperity and security. So this amendment focuses on that long-term goal, given the obvious difficulties of the short-term goal of the withdrawal agreement. I know the objections. I've heard them, that Monsieur Barnier won't have it. He's already said that he won't have it. It seems to me that if we don't proceed on a path just because Michel Barnier has said he won't have it, then we would never get anywhere in these negotiations. And secondly, that this is a managed no deal. As I say, I would much prefer a deal, but if we can't sign one, it's better to have a plan B that avoids chaos, that gives us years to craft a proper trade deal as part of a future relationship. So I urge colleagues on all sides, whatever their views on wider European issues, to look favourably on this amendment. We live in a free vote world these days, so if necessary, ignore your whips. You can be nice to them tomorrow. We need ways out of this impasse. This is one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've only got 2 weeks to go now, and businesses do not know whether they need to pay tariffs, whether public services are going to face shortages, or families don't know whether their food bills are about to go up. Nobody can plan. As the British Retail Consortium said today, there are ships already on their way to our great trading nation who do not know what kind of customs paperwork they are going to face by the time they arrive on our shores. Police officers who are midway through important investigations to stop serious criminals and organised gangs operating across borders, who have no idea whether the European arrest warrants that they have out on those criminals are about to be ripped up and they've got to start again. Border officials who rely on European criminal databases to check within the flick of a passport to screen for sex offenders or child traffickers or organised criminals don't know whether those databases are going to be denied to them. For manufacturing industry, that we should be standing up for British manufacturing, making sure it's got a level playing field to compete in the world, and instead no deal would be a hammer blow to the heart of our manufacturing base. In my constituency, we have manufacturers like Haribo, who depend on ingredients from abroad and don't know what delays they're going to face. Burberry, who don't know whether or not their goods are going to face tariffs if they trade as a result of no deal. And for small businesses in particular, are we really going to say to small businesses who depend on imports that their livelihoods could be at stake because this House is prepared to accept no deal in just 2 weeks' time? Think of the florist who gets up early in the morning before any of us are even up to collect the delivery, who does not know whether their supplies are going to be able to get their supplies, and does not know whether they are going to be able to trade or not. And that's why we have a responsibility to say we will not just accept no deal on the 29th of March. The government has tried repeatedly to get its deal through, and it has failed. So we now have to face up to what the default position should now be. And the Environment Secretary said very clearly to me, in his answer to me, that if we don't have a deal in place, the vote tonight will mean that the default position is no longer leaving the European Union with no deal on March the 29th. And I would really appreciate it if the Trade Secretary could confirm that when he speaks tonight, because there have been different sort of confused interpretations, and it is really important to be clear. The reason that we asked for these debates, the reason that we sought them, was to be clear that we have a responsibility now, 2 weeks before the Brexit day, we have a responsibility to be clear what the default position is. The government has maintained for all this time that the default position is no deal. Well, that's not on anymore. We have to now decide tonight, to vote tonight, to change the default position, to say we will no longer have a default position as no deal because it is too irresponsible. And tomorrow we will take the decisions on the way forward.
Friend giving way. Just for clarification, for the benefit of many of us in this House who want to support the amendment with your name as a lead name on there, will you be pushing it to a vote this evening?
I did listen to the honourable member, and I have to say that I still support that amendment. I think it's the right amendment. I think we should hear the views of the House and hear the view of the Trade Secretary, but my personal view is if that amendment is pushed to a vote, then I will certainly be voting for it. So I think the Trade Secretary does need to make this clear, because I think that we don't want any fudging about this. It's really important. We are today ruling out no deal on March the 29th. That has to be the purpose of our vote and the support from it from all sides of this House for this. Mr. Speaker, we will then need to move to the issue of what happens tomorrow and the extension of Article 50. And that has to be an extension for a purpose. It cannot simply be for more of the same, Prime Minister going back to Brussels and saying the same things about changing the backstop and the same discussions that we've already been many times before. We cannot just have the same meaningful vote on the same things when it's been rejected. So it has to be for something different. I would say to the government, I think they should now put forward a timetable and a process to actually make some proper decisions on what the future partnership would look like, because we still have no idea whether this is going to be Norway or Canada or nearly Norway or close to Canada. We have no idea, and the government has never come forward to have proper debates on that, proper clarification. There are two big failings underlying what the government has done. They've never sought consensus. The Prime Minister has never sought consensus and never sought to build agreement, nor has she ever sought clarity. So she has deliberately sought a political declaration which simply fudges the future and never gives us clarity. We need clarity and we need consensus, and that is why we should have a series of indicative votes. The government should itself put forward its own negotiating mandate for the future partnership and for the future relationship that we can then again have votes on and can have amend, and actually give this House the chance to make some decisions about how we get clarity on the way forward and also how we get consensus on the way forward as well. But whatever our different views about what the right position should be, I hope that this whole House can come together to rule out no deal, because the government's basic responsibility is to keep this country safe, to make sure people can afford their food bills, to make sure the sick can get their medicines. All of those are put at risk at no deal. We should reject it tonight.
Order. On account of the level of interest in the debate, my desire to accommodate it as best I can, the time limit on backbench speeches will have to be reduced to 4 minutes with immediate effect. George Eustace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I resigned from the government 2 weeks ago over the issues that we'll be debating in the days ahead. And since Parliament has now taken direct control of events and decisions in this negotiation, I wanted to be free to participate in that debate and to make the case publicly on these benches that I've made privately within the government over the past year. And I fear that Parliament has sent us on a dangerous course. We are in real danger today of signalling to the European Union and others that we are too scared to leave without a deal, and then tomorrow ordering the Prime Minister to go on her hands and knees, cap in hand to Brussels, no, I won't give way, cap in hand to the European Union to beg for an extension to Article 50, and we don't know what counter-offer they may make. They may demand that that extension must be 2 years. They may demand a large financial charge for that extension. They may even say they won't give an extension, but it's open to us to revoke. And members in this House may face a very difficult, very uncomfortable decision in just a couple of weeks' time. So I believe that we must be willing, if necessary, to take our freedom first and talk afterwards. We already know that the European Union, and I worked up close with a lot of the preparations for no deal, they are already seeking to effectively have an informal 9-month understanding. And there have been a number of points over the last 2 years where the government could have reappraised its approach to these negotiations. For me personally, a year ago, at the point at which the implementation period was agreed, it was clear that our negotiations were getting into a little bit of trouble and that we were in danger of drifting along a path of least resistance, only to find that we had an agreement that Parliament would not accept. And about that time, something else interesting happened. I will give it.
Thank you. I'm extremely grateful. I'm sincerely extremely grateful. Can I just check that, in fact, the right honourable gentleman has made a point of speaking to the Chief Constable of the Police Service of Northern Ireland, who has warned consistently about the dangers of no deal and a hard Brexit and a hard border on the island of Ireland.
I've not spoken to the Chief Constable, but I've been involved in lots of other negotiations on the DEFRA front. But on the 22nd of March last year, when I was visiting Oslo for some fisheries negotiations, our then ambassador to Norway told me that she had had a busy week because she had been placed on standby by the Foreign Office to deliver a letter by hand to the Norwegian government, giving 12 months' notice of our intention to quit the EEA. And in the end, because of the transition agreement, she was stood down, and this country took a conscious decision not to give notice to quit the EEA. And this made me curious, since up until that point, and indeed since, the government has always maintained that when we leave the EU, our agreement under the EEA automatically falls away. And if that were true, and if that were the only possible interpretation of the EEA treaty, why was our ambassador armed with a letter to deliver to the Norwegian government? And after much probing, what I established is that there is indeed more than one interpretation that you could adopt, and the Foreign Office were concerned that in the absence of giving that notice, we would be subject to challenge under the Vienna Convention. And that opened for me a prospect of a different way to approach this, of relying on our existing EEA membership, asserting our rights under that treaty, and simply applying to join the EFTA pillar of the EEA agreement. It's an arrangement that means we would have had no customs union, control of our fisheries and agriculture policy, an independent trade policy, no need for an implementation period, no need for a backstop, no need to worry about whether we have a codicil or a protocol, since we would be able to quit at any time with 12 months' notice in writing. Now, I have tremendous respect for my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, and was initially very encouraged when he picked up and ran with this idea. However, as honourable members who know him will know, he also has a tendency to overcomplicate things. So a simple, clean EEA model that could have given us an easy pathway out of this became Norway Plus, then the Customs Union 2.0, and then a backstop added as well. And the result of that is it's alienated many people on this side of the House who might otherwise support it. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, my view on this is that we need to unhitch the customs union and the backstop from any proposal based around our existing EEA membership. That may require us to be ready to leave without an agreement. Secondly, we can dynamically align our regulations over the next 9 months. And finally, we can have that dynamic alignment as a bridge to a new arrangement where we apply to join the EFTA pillar.
Thank you. Vera Hobhouse.
As we are dangerously moving closer to Brexit Day, but with no deal yet agreed, it is finally time to bust the myth of the will of the people. Opinion polls tell us that there is now a majority in the country for staying in the EU. However, the Prime Minister and her government insist on Brexit because it is the will of the people. I recently asked the Prime Minister how many of the 17.4 million people who voted leave in 2016 voted for her deal and how many voted for no deal. She couldn't answer that question. Yesterday, only 242 members voted for her deal. Today, a different and probably rather smaller number will vote to leave the European Union without a deal. According to the Prime Minister's use of language, both are delivering the will of the people. However, within the Brexit camp, people cannot agree what the will of the people is. The alarming thing is that members on the Conservative benches have given up the argument that leaving the EU is good for the country. The only reason they put forward is that we have to respect the will of the people. Shouldn't that mean that they have to vote for every Brexit? But they don't. And the reason for that is they're reading into the referendum result their own opinion about Brexit, which has nothing to do with the will of the people. The will of the people is a fig leaf for members in this House to pursue their own Brexit agenda. We need to see this mantra of the will of the people for what it is, a false argument. It's a fake. There is now a majority in the country for staying in the EU, and I'm on their side. along with my Liberal Democrat colleagues, the SNP, Plaid Cymru, the Green Party and the Independent Group. On these benches, we are united in our view that our future is in the European Union. We stand for peace, collaboration, solving problems together, for example, tackling the big issue of climate change. Although we represent at least 50% of the people of this country, our side of the argument has been completely sidelined in the last 2.5 years. It is now time that Parliament seriously considers the possibility of staying in the European Union. In January, the Prime Minister's deal was voted down by 230 votes. Yesterday, almost the same deal was voted down by 149 votes. At least 40 members in this House have changed their mind within 2 months. Not because the deal has essentially changed, but because it was clarified, amplified, explained in more detail. The 2016 referendum is now over 2.5 years ago. Many things about the EU and our membership have been clarified, amplified, explained. The People's Vote Coalition on these benches understand that in a democracy, people can change their mind and have a right to do so, just like MPs in this House. On the false pretense that it is the will of the people, let the Conservative Party opposite stand for Brexit. Let the Labour Party stand for Brexit. But here on these benches, we are standing for the UK being a member of the European Union and the right of the people in this country to have a final say and change their mind if they so wish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Duncan Smith. Speaker, clearly it's short time, so I'm not planning to take any invention. This is something really important that I've said, which somebody wants to object to. But can I just start by saying to my honourable friend, a member of Campbell and Redruth, how much I appreciated his time in the service that he gave, and I think it's a great pity that he's no longer there for reasons that he's very clear. Can I quickly say to my right honourable friend on the front bench that I clearly can't be supporting the idea of taking no deal off the table, because I've always believed that it ultimately isn't up to us to take it off the table, other than, as my right honourable learned friend said, if we are prepared somehow to revoke. If we're not prepared to revoke, then we put ourselves in the hands of the EU. They may decide that they don't want us to extend, and therefore where does that leave us? That leaves us with having to leave without the withdrawal agreement. And after all, I say that the idea of no deal is a bit of a misnomer, because in actual fact there are a whole series of things that are taking place right now in the EU and even here which amount to deals, arrangements and agreements. I'm not going to go through the list of them. We have a very, very short period of time. So I simply say to my honourable friend, I wasn't planning to give way because others want to speak. Well, OK, I'll give way to one of them, but very briefly.
I received a message during the course of the debate from David Campbell-Bannerman MEP, and he said that today in the Strasbourg European Parliament, they voted through no-deal measures on social security, road freight connectivity, basic air connectivity, the fishing fund, fishing vessels authorisation, railway safety and connectivity, then road haulage cabotage, the right to operate within certain territory for UK hauliers, and on it goes. Isn't it the case that the Malthouse Compromise, Plan B, is emerging through the fact that both sides are taking sensible contingencies in their mutual interests?
This is really, Mr. Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for that, and I agree completely. And that's my point, really, about the concept of no deal versus managed exit, and that's the way that I would refer to this process. Either we do it by a completely upfront withdrawal agreement, or we do it by a whole series of agreements, but my point is it's about managing that process of leaving. And I simply say this is why I lent my name to my honourable friend's amendment that he moved, and I agree fully it's not perfect. I don't maintain that at all, but what it does seek to do is try and find a way that those of completely different views on this can come together to recognise that the people voted to leave, and our job is to deliver that, but is there a way to deliver it if somehow there isn't the chance of an agreement? I say also to my right honourable friend, I'm not going to give way, honestly, if you forgive me, because I'm sure it's the same question as before. The answer is I haven't spoken to the Chief Constable of Ireland, but I do take very serious consideration of that. Can I just say to my right honourable friends that I don't think that their deal is dead. I think that the thing that made it almost impossible for some of us to vote for it was the Attorney's paragraph 19 that seemed to contradict the Deputy Prime Minister's comments on the night before. And that is why the Malthouse Compromise has gone forward, because it says both making the deal and in the event of not being able to make the deal, it has both categories in it that allow us to reach an agreement. And the key to this is to find a way to replace the backstop as it exists at the moment with alternative arrangements which are listed very heavily here. And there are a whole series, a number of them. I won't go through them now. And so the points my right honourable friend made are quite correct. That we've asked essentially for 4 elements in this. Behind them lie a great deal more detail, but that has already been discussed over a series of meetings with my right honourable friends on the Treasury bench. And the point I would make is that we reached what I thought was a pretty good agreement, and I do give credit to the Prime Minister and others for having bound in those alternative arrangements, albeit not absolutely, but they made a big sort of progress in the deal that she laid on the table. And that will help enormously, because if we replace the backstop with those Malthouse alternatives, then what we do is get rid of the risk of the backstop as being an imprisonment or an entrapment, because they become customs arrangements which allow all sides, including Dover and Calais, to trade quite successfully without too many problems. And that's really the point. Now, I know some my colleagues are concerned, quite rightly. I'm not in favour of just extending for the sake of it. I think that will anyway be rejected by the European Union or by whatever country, because there needs to be a purpose. The point of the extension here is only to meet the practicalities of getting the arrangements into place ready for that process of managed withdrawal without a withdrawal agreement. I wouldn't otherwise vote for an extension with no purpose, because I think all you do is kick the can down the road, as the Prime Minister has said, ending up with exactly the same decisions to be taken, but only a few months later. And the point I recommend of the Malthouse process is it allows us to manage that process carefully with practical solutions, as my right honourable friend laid out, and that allows us that period of time that will allow us to create that. So I recommend to my right honourable friends and to those on the other side that if we come together and vote for this, we offer 2 things. The first is the opportunity to get an arrangement that allows us to leave even with a withdrawal agreement, and on the other hand, in the event of not having such an agreement, we manage that process of leaving that takes away that fear of having no deal.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time I'm speaking in any of the Brexit debates, although I have a way of making my opinion well known to the public elsewhere. I'm really, really sick of the way that the government has gone about this and is now basically saying it's my way or the highway. And the highway is rocky and bad, and they're asking all of us in this House to walk down a road that has no surface and we can't see the end of it. And they expect that sort of a cover-all, like we care about the national interest because we've got this really bad plan and you're not walking down it, as if we don't all care about the national interest. You know, the people on those benches over there don't own the national interest. It's not the same as nationalism. It is something that we all care about very, very deeply. And I don't know how the member for Surrey Heath, the Right Honourable member for Surrey Heath, could stand in front of us today and tell us about how our food prices were going to go up and how it would be awful for agriculture and for all of the things that he said, and then not move every fibre in his being to end that. If I was in his position, and the whole let's not be talking about revoking, as the honourable member just talked, well, let's be serious. If any of us cared more about our elections, in fact cared less about our elections and more about the national interest, we'd be having a really deeply serious conversation about making this stop and starting to talk about the things that the people where I live talk about. Because do you know what? And this whole will of the people that others have touched on, we're terrified of the people in this country, in this House. Why are we so terrified of them? This 17.4 million, they all think this because I think this, and I'm going to make sure that I'm going to lay over my own opinions onto 17.4 million people that everybody in this building does. We've got nothing to be scared of, because actually we have a responsibility to inspire those people out there and to lead them somewhere. And the single thing that has been missing from the very beginning of this horrid and torrid affair in British politics was any semblance of leadership and courage to take the country somewhere with them. The reason that people voted leave are plentiful, and I'm not going to pretend that they all agree exactly with me. But if we no deal, the people who voted leave in my area, who I am not scared of, and if they don't like the things that I say, do you know what? I believe in parliamentary democracy and they can get rid of me. And I am not frightened of that prospect. I wish the Prime Minister had not been made to be frightened of the people who sat behind her. She's certainly terrified of the people in the country. What the people will face where I live in the event of no deal, what they will face is still the same levels of poverty, still the same unstable job market. They will face much, much worse. They will not be able to afford food, which they can precious little afford now, and they will look up and say, I thought that there was going to be a golden era, and then they will be angry. That is what people in here should be scared of. We should not be scared of the country. I will absolutely give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and she's making a very powerful speech. May I just say one thing about what she said about the Prime Minister? It is my view, and I have studied it carefully, like the honourable lady, my honourable friend, has. It is my view that the Prime Minister is respectful of those people, not frightened of them.
I agree. He knows the Prime Minister considerably better than me. Perhaps if the Prime Minister had ever tried to talk to me about any of this, or people who live in seats like where I live, we could have had a much better conversation in here. I don't know her. To me, she looks like a rabbit in the headlights. She looks like somebody who isn't actually willing to say the real facts and say, this is really bad for the country. So we hear it in briefings, in bars, in Brussels, instead of hearing it directly from a woman who should genuinely feel the courage to say, do you know, I'm terrified of all the things that were outlined by the member for Castleford and Pontefract. She should say, I'm terrified of the security implications. I am terrified for the food price implications. I'm terrified for the trade implications. And do you know what? You might not like it, and I might lose my role as the Prime Minister, but I'm going to do what is best for you, because that is what courage and leadership is. And whilst I respect deeply the people where I live, I noticed how selective the ERG are about caring about their needs. They want them when they back up their idea of Northern Town Leave voters. They don't want them so much when they need to give them welfare.
Speaker, 17.4 million people voted to leave. They were told, both by the government and the Remain campaign, that that meant leaving the customs union and the single market. They were told that many things would be damaging or wrong if we left. There were a series of very bad short-term forecasts for the first year after the vote. The public said to the experts, we don't believe you. And the public were right about the short-term forecasts, and we saw jobs up, not down. We saw growth up, no recession. We saw house prices performing reasonably well. And this was a specific forecast for the year after we had had the vote, before we could conceivably have left. Thank you.
Interventions from now on are perfectly legitimate, but if members intervene, they will be stopping others speaking, as long as they know that. Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for giving way. Can the Minister, can the honourable gentleman explain to me how anyone can trust this government when we were told for a very long time it was the Prime Minister's deal or no deal, when that is clearly not the case? Because this House, if it chooses to do so, can revoke Article...
I don't agree, Mr. Speaker. I think that is exactly where we are, that we either leave with the withdrawal agreement or we leave without the withdrawal agreement. And that is what this House voted for when it voted to send the Article 50 letter, and that is what this House voted for when it enacted the EU Withdrawal Act. And I am not here to recreate the arguments of the referendum. The public are heartily sick of this Parliament going over and over and over the same arguments that we've had for 3 or 4 years now in the run-up to the referendum, and subsequently they expect us to be purposeful, serious and sensible, and to sort out the issues and the problems arising from the decision to leave the European Union. And that is exactly what we should be doing. And I come here in that spirit. I understand Remain voters have real concerns. I think some of them are exaggerated. And it's up to us, working with the government, to show that all of them can be managed and that there are many upsides which we are looking forward to, which Leave voters clearly had in their mind. And I'd like to reassure the House that calling certain views, certain names, is not helpful to a grown-up debate. This is not a no-deal exit we're talking about. This is a many-deals exit. As we've just been hearing from my honourable friend, a whole series of measures have been enacted recently in the European Parliament to show that both sides of the Channel there is serious work to make sure that lorries can move, planes can fly, goods will move across borders, there will be an understanding about what happens on customs and other checks, that the drugs will come in, the food will come in. And I think it is quite wrong, people, to scaremonger and frighten people by pretending that none of this work has taken place, or pretending that German pharmaceutical companies will refuse to send their goods anymore, or that the workers at Dover will get in the way and block them coming in. It isn't going to happen. We've heard very good news from Calais and Dover about all the work that's gone on at both ports to make things work. So let's come together and be practical and understand that certainly all Conservative and Labour MPs were elected to this 2017 Parliament to get Brexit through. And we all stood on national manifestos that said we would do that. And the public cannot believe it, that so many, particularly Labour MPs, are now saying, we didn't really mean it, we don't care about that, we want to stop it, we want to delay it, we want to redefine it in a way where it is no longer Brexit. Brexit means taking control of our own money and then being able to spend it on our priorities. And the sooner we do that, the sooner we will have that boost to our economy which taking that measure would bring about. It means having tariffs that make sense for British industry and for importers who might like tariffs taken off things. And I'm very glad my right honourable friend has slashed tariffs off a whole load of imports where it's not goods that we compete actively with in the United Kingdom, because that will be better news for all those consumers who won't have to pay those tariffs anymore once we have our own tariff schedule. But my big idea for the government, because I quite understand that a very large number of people in this Parliament want a bigger deal or more deals than are currently on the table, my idea is that the government, even at this late stage, should offer to the European Union a comprehensive free trade agreement based on the best of EU Canada, EU Japan, maybe with more services, because we already have alignment with services. And if the EU, as I suspect they would agree just to talk about that, then we can leave on the 29th of March without having to impose any new tariffs or non-tariff barriers on each other and proceed under GATT 24 to negotiate a free trade agreement. That, I would have thought, would unite a lot of moderate Remain voters with most Leave voters. I strongly recommend it to the government. This Parliament must allow us to leave on the 29th of March, otherwise it will be the people against the Parliament.
Howell Williams.
I think I've only heard one honourable member that's that profoundly silly slogan, no deal, no problem. Though I did notice some rather prosperous-looking people outside the palace this afternoon brandishing posters to that effect. For the rest of us, even the most sanguine adherents of no deal concede that there would be some economic pain. In the short term, they say, for me, no pain for the comfortably set up. It is the squeezed majority who would feel the pain, and for my part, no deal would be particularly damaging for Wales. My party will be voting tonight to take no deal off the table, and permanently so would be the best in our opinion. I refer honourable members to my Amendment C in my name and the name of my honourable friends, which would seek to extend Article 50 and also hold a referendum. Now, I just want to refer very briefly to some of the problems that we foresee for my country if we follow the no-deal course. It would, of course, endanger public services and it would put people's health at risk. As to our economy in Wales, according to the Welsh Government's analysis, a no-deal Brexit would wipe £5 billion off the Welsh economy, meaning fewer jobs and lower wages. 60% of Wales's exports goes to the European Union, and in that respect, I think we stand out amongst the countries of these islands in that we do have an exporting economy. As far as public services are concerned, with the economy in decline, under no deal, public services would certainly be endangered in Wales. In Wales, the number of EEA nationals in the social care workforce has grown by over 50% since 2011. Now, without a deal, I think EU citizens' right to work here will be in question at best, and putting further unwarranted pressure on the NHS and the social care sector. In terms of health, people in the UK rely heavily on medicines imported from the European Union. 99% of the insulin used in the UK, for instance, is imported largely from the European Union. And the BMA have estimated that no deal could lead to delays of between 12 and 24 months in life-saving drugs. One particular concern which I've raised in the House previously, indeed last week, is the effect on agriculture. I would like to quote the NFU Cymru President John Davies. This afternoon he said there can be no doubt that a no-deal Brexit would be incredibly damaging to the Welsh agricultural sector, and that eventuality should be avoided at all costs. And in that respect, he agrees entirely, I think, with Glyn Roberts, who is the President of the Farmers' Union of Wales. We have two farming unions in Wales. Here, they agree. All I would want to say lastly, Mr. Speaker, is that our Secretary of State, the Secretary of State of Wales, makes great store by saying that he is the voice of Westminster, of Wales in Westminster. And I think he has the opportunity tonight, given that we apparently have a free vote, he has the opportunity to stop playing games and come out strongly against the calamity of a no deal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't agree with my right honourable friend, the member for Wokingham, that a no-deal Brexit is in some way something which is eminently livable with. It plainly isn't. Looking at my own constituency, talking to the pharmaceutical companies that are there, looking at the cost which has already been incurred by them in order to try to face up to the prospect of no deal and the risks that they run if no deal goes ahead, it seems plain to me that no deal would be very damaging to this country indeed. Damaging in the short term because of the chaos that will accompany it, damaging in the medium to long term because I believe we will be seriously economically disadvantaged by it. And I find it genuinely very troubling that as we come closer to the crunch, so there seem to be more and more people who may previously have advocated a deal but not seeing that there's a deal around, suddenly decide that no deal is the option because they can't get what they want, or the form of deal they might desire. It is, I have to say, an extraordinary form of frenzy. You smash up the China first, and when you're not satisfied with the China you smash, you decide to smash some more. And that is what we are facing, and it's my duty to do everything I possibly can to prevent it. And I will continue to do that as long as the opportunities for it present themselves. Yes, of course I give way.
He talks about smashing up the law. Does he not accept that Section 1 of the Withdrawal Act 2018 makes it abundantly clear and expressly that we are going to repeal the European Community Act 1972 on exit day?
May do, but it lies within our capacity to change it. So, and we are going to have to change it, and indeed it is inherent that it is going to be changed in the next fortnight. I'll just move on to that in a moment. I don't want to repeat all the other things that have been said about the risks of no deal of the practice, because I think I don't wish to repeat what others have said perfectly eloquently. So then we turn to the process of this. And I simply point out that it's very unfortunate that what I understood yesterday was going to be a clear opportunity for this House to express itself against the principle of no deal and make quite clear that we don't want it, before moving on tomorrow to discuss what we might do to prevent it, which is a real issue, that the government tabled a motion which gives the distinct impression that, like children, we are going to be offered the same pudding, if not eaten at lunchtime, then at tea time, supper time, and now for breakfast, when it's perfectly clear this House has rejected this particular pudding in its totality. And as a consequence, something which might bring us together in reasoned debate has started to be undermined by suspicion that the government is only interested in forcing a binary choice between no deal and accepting its agreement. Now, listening to the Minister at the dispatch box earlier, I began to realise that perhaps actually that wasn't the case. But then why this was ever tabled in this fashion, I cannot understand. And in fact, the amendment of my right honourable friend, the member for Meriden, was correct in trying to identify and deal with that particular mischief. Now, that said, the government also has a point. The truth, and I agreed so much with a lot of what the member for Birmingham Yardley said, the right honourable lady. There is an issue here. This House has lived under the protection of our party system for a long time. And the distinction which I begin to see on these benches, and actually on the other benches, between those of us who have, in a sense, exposed ourselves, and as a consequence get a huge amount of threat, flack and invective, and those of my colleagues, not the Prime Minister, I might add, I don't include her in this because she has many a burden, but those of us who are in fact hiding behind the party system to avoid making the difficult choices. And we can't go on doing it because as things stand at the moment, the party system may restore itself. I rather hope it does. But as things stand at the moment, it's blown to pieces. We have got to make the decisions. And those decisions include, are we going to accept the Prime Minister's deal offered up again? I don't want it, because I think it's a poor deal despite her best efforts. Are we going to find some other deal, or are we going to revoke? Now, revocation is not something which I would wish to do without going back to the public, because it seems to me that in the light of the referendum, that would be a rather draconian and dangerous step. But we're going to have to address that, because otherwise we're going round in circles, and the Minister's right that we're eventually going to run out of time. And we simply pushed back the cliff edge. We are going to have to resolve this. And at the moment, the government is not helping resolve it by tabling amendments of this tendentious character. And I really would urge my colleagues on the front bench to face up to their responsibility and to make sure, firstly, that we get some clarity tonight and we could hear further from them to give it, and secondly, that we can take this debate forward.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a great pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Beaconsfield, who speaks such wisdom on this issue. Mr. Speaker, if the social and economic catastrophe, which is no deal, were being caused by some kind of natural disaster, there will be a collective outpouring of grief and concern. There will be huge government action to try to mitigate it. There would no doubt be offers of international aid as well. But the fact that this catastrophe is being so actively, willingly, and by some even enthusiastically chosen is the height of masochistic self-indulgence. I doubt that psychologists will spend many years analysing just exactly why this psychosis came to infect so many of our ruling class at this particular time, how we ended up with this concept of masochism as revolt. And no doubt, the desire to create such chaos, the exhilaration that is felt by that is perhaps understandable by those who aren't going to be affected by the results. Those, for example, who could move the investments they might be lucky enough to have to Ireland, just as a random example. But it certainly is going to hurt our constituents who are already struggling in so many cases to get by. The idea that this is being deliberately embraced also at a time when we know of the illegalities associated with the Leave campaign, the evidence of the Russian interference. It is even more shocking that it is being embraced in this way. Looking at Twitter just a few moments earlier, as we're here debating no deal, people like Aaron Banks, the biggest donor to the Leave campaign, the biggest donor ever in British history, is busy going around European governments lobbying them to block any UK request to have any extension of Article 50. So let us just be clear that we are being played for fools here, and that we are going to be responsible for it if we don't wake up and notice it. And for the Right Honourable Member for Surrey Heath, he has some gall to stand there as if he is completely independent of all of this, that he is not complicit in it, that he is not an architect of it, I think is the height of absolute shamelessness. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have heard so much about the economic costs that are going to ensue as a result of Brexit, a no-deal Brexit, and constituents in Brighton are no exception, and I have been lobbied by so many individuals, families, businesses, universities, Sussex University, where 1 in 4 of the staff are EU citizens, where already they're having problems with recruitment and retention, with research grants and so forth. Similarly, some of the big companies and small companies. But, this goes much more than just being about the economy. What I worry about as well is that a Brexit no deal would make it even harder to even begin to address some of the many reasons that people voted to leave in the first place. Now, of course, there were very many different reasons that people chose to vote to leave. But to the extent that a good many of them were voting to say that the status quo is intolerable, were voting to say that the inequality in this country is grotesque and that they want their communities to have a say in the future, the idea that any of all of that is going to be easier to address if we leave on the basis of no deal is fanciful, it is irresponsible. I think we need to have an honest conversation with the people of this country. We need to level with them, and we need to be saying very clearly that we need a new social contract, that we need better jobs, that we need higher quality public services, that we need investment in the green economy, that we need people of all backgrounds and communities to be treated with respect and given the opportunity and the power to thrive. We need genuinely to give back control to people. We need particularly to put young people at the heart of all of this. Mr. Speaker, we need that kind of future, a Green New Deal, not the Prime Minister's failed deal, or worse still, no deal.
Thank you. Andrew Bridgen.
When we, overwhelmingly this House, voted to invoke the Article 50 letter, we knew that the default position was that we would leave the European Union on the 29th of March with no deal. My right honourable friend, the member for Surrey Heath, who opened this debate, did so giving his opening speech in his normal, enthusiastic and energetic manner, but his words will have struck horror into the hearts of the 17.4 million people who voted to leave, and indeed to our activists and members across the country. In our manifesto it said that no deal is better than a bad deal, and indeed the Prime Minister has said at that dispatch box on over 100 occasions that we are leaving the European Union on the 29th of March with or without a deal. Where does that leave our democracy, Mr. Speaker, or belief in politics? My right honourable friend, the member for Rushcliffe, spoke at length, as he's wont to do as Father of the House, and I respect him for his consistent opinion with regard to the European Union. He spoke about 3 years ago, and it seems a long time ago almost, the referendum, but I remember well that he led the Remain campaign in the East Midlands, and I led the Leave campaign, and we debated. And we were on television, we were on the radio, we went out in the hustings. And at the end of the day, when the votes came in, and he is right, his seat voted to Remain, but it was one of very few in the East Midlands that did. The result was 59 to 41 to leave the European Union in the East Midlands. And I'm very disappointed, as will be the people of the East Midlands, that my right honourable friend, the Father of the House, treats that democratic decision by the East Midlands so badly that he would invite us to revoke Article 50 and go against the will of the British people, something which this House decided we would give the decision to the people in a referendum.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I will, of course, give way to my right honourable friend.
As he knows, I never said that I would change my lifelong opinions personally on the strength of one opinion poll, but when we fight an election, and I urge the case for a Conservative government, but the Labour Party win, and the Labour Party take office, does he think it's the rule that I should then attend this House as an opposition member supporting the government's policies because they've just won a democratic mandate for them? That isn't how we conduct politics in this country at all. It would be an absurd way of proceeding.
My right honourable friend makes his point, as he has consistently throughout his career, in favour of the European Union. But the answer is that the people of the East Midlands voted to leave the European Union, and I would hope that he would respect that. We've heard nothing about the preparations by the government to prepare for no deal. They've been played down. There's 9,000 civil servants working on no deal preparations. The Treasury has allocated £4.2 billion of taxpayers' money to prepare for no deal. They are really moving forward on that. Business has been told we're leaving and prepare for no deal on the 29th of March. We've seen on the news that they've reserved warehouse space for extra stock. All that cost has been incurred by our country. And if we leave on the 29th of March, business doesn't like uncertainty. We know that. We end the uncertainty if we leave with no deal on the 29th of March, which we've already heard is not no deal. It is a managed no deal. We have a huge trade deficit with the European Union, £67 billion. We could offer them GATT 24, tariff-free, quota-free trade the moment that we leave, which they'll be very advised to accept, given that they trade with us so much. The European Union is on the verge of a recession. Germany has got no growth. They've only stopped quantitative easing for 3 months since November, and they've slipped into recession. They've started printing money again to support the euro. Now is the time when we've still got economic growth. They need our markets. We should now push forward for more concessions to the European Union. It's not the time to take no deal off the table. It's the time to keep it there as a threat to bring the European Union to heel. When we get to the compression point, it cannot be this Parliament or this country that blinks first. And I urge all colleagues to keep no deal on the table. It's our only insurance to getting out of the European Union.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say it is a real pleasure to follow the honourable member for North East Leicestershire with North West Leicestershire with every word he says. I remind myself of exactly why I took the decision to leave the Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, the state of the Conservative Party is best embodied now by the honourable member for North West Leicestershire, because if you don't sign up in blood in favour of Brexit, there'll be no place for you in that party any longer. That's the reality of the Conservative Party now that we've had this referendum, and now we have a government that is taking us through and forcing upon this country Brexit, and actually making the case as a member of the Conservative Party, a party that has always prided itself as the party of business, making a positive case for no deal in the face of this Brexit government's own impartial impact assessments, which have shown conclusively that it would be, in the words of the business secretary, who I think might know what he's talking about, would be ruinous for this country. I know who I would rather listen to. The business secretary, not the honourable member for North West Leicestershire. He's probably not even seen them. And even if he has seen them and he's read them, and perhaps even understood them, he would reject them as some Remain conspiracy because it doesn't fit his perfect ideology. And I gently say to him, the day may yet dawn when the good people of North West Leicestershire, as they face the reality of Brexit, though God help us if they ever face the reality of a hard Brexit, and they lose their jobs, and they see the future of their children and their grandchildren reduced because of his words and his actions, I hope they will seek to put the blame where it absolutely lies, with him and all of those who have led this country to make the biggest mistake we have ever made in our history by voting to leave the European Union. And, Mr. Speaker, I will not be part of that. And as the honourable member for Yardley said, unfortunately not in her place, how wisely she spoke. I do not fear my electorate. Good Lord, Mr. Speaker, I was elected with a majority of 389. I can look fear in the face. I understand these things, but I also know this. People respect you if you are honest with them, and if you fight for them, and if you tell it to them as it is. They don't thank you for spin, and they don't thank you for false promises upon which you cannot deliver. Mr. Speaker, just in case you didn't know what was going on, it's fascinating. My right honourable learned friend for Beaconsfield identified the motion is flawed. It doesn't do what this government promised it would do and enable us to vote to take no deal off the table, that awful irresponsibility. And so the right honourable lady for Meridian, she tabled an amendment very wisely which actually did the job and gave that House that opportunity. The Prime Minister stood at the dispatch box and promised a free vote. That is not occurring, Mr. Speaker. There will be no free vote, and now that right honourable lady has been persuaded not to push her amendment. Well, I hope it will be pushed, Mr. Speaker, and I hope people will show the courage that so many honourable and right honourable members have done Members like the member for East Surrey, who had the courage to resign on a point of principle to do the right thing by his constituents, the right thing by his country. But there's a free vote on another Mickey Mouse amendment which undermines everything the government stands for.
Antoinette Sandbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to follow my right honourable friend, the member for Broxtowe, who rightly points out that when you're honest with your constituents and you tell them how it is, they respect you for it. And for my constituents, they have seen that we have discussed the economic consequences of a no-deal Brexit time and time again. I'm disappointed but not surprised that some of my colleagues have chosen the irresponsible course. Given a choice between compromise and chaos, they choose chaos. We all know the facts. No deal can tip us back into recession, will cost the North West jobs and cripple our exports. It would undermine the difficult decisions this government has had to make to strengthen the economy over the last decade. It is time for this House to state clearly no deal is not in the interests of our country or our constituents, and that we will not countenance it. The negotiation is over. The deal is over. No deal is no longer just a threat to drive a hard bargain. It's a threat to our economy and a sign of how unwilling to compromise we are to any future trade partners. I give way.
Giving way. Does she also feel that honourable members should read the letter that they've all received from Professor Andrew Goddard, the President of the Royal College of Physicians today, setting out his stark warning for the health of our patients and the NHS in the event of a no-deal Brexit?
I do, and I also think that constituents ought to remember that a no deal is a threat to the promises that were made during the referendum. Vote Leave said, "Taking back control is a careful change, not a sudden stop. We will negotiate the terms of a new deal before we start any legal process." Well, we know how far that's got. A careful change, not a sudden stop. No deal is the most sudden stop that anyone can envisage. However, it's not just the letter of the promises that would be broken, but the spirit as well. Vote Leave, take back control. For months you couldn't watch TV or listen to the radio without hearing that refrain. Vote Leave, take back control. Well, let's look at how no deal would take back control. It would mean that our farmers would be reliant on the EU to list UK products of animal origin as meeting their import requirements for their countries. It would mean us pleading with the EU to issue an adequacy decision regarding our data protection rules. It would mean years and years of negotiations and trade-offs in order to rebuild a trading partnership that would be a mere shadow of what the Prime Minister's deal offered. All because a few of my colleagues failed to realise that simply walking away does not cause the EU to cease to exist, nor does it mean that its influence will cease. None of this is the control that was promised. It cuts off the control we had within the EU, where we had a say in the making of laws. It cuts off the control the deal gave us by destroying any goodwill and willingness to negotiate that the EU had left in their negotiations with us. No deal condemns us to economic turmoil, and what's more, it does so by betraying the promise of the Leave campaign. I've often been told to respect the referendum result. I did that. I voted for that deal twice. But today I lay that same challenge at the feet of those on this side of the House who think that no deal is worth it. It isn't what you promised. It isn't what 17.4 million people voted for, and it isn't what's best for the country.
Mr. Speaker, the responsibility of any government is to protect its citizen. Protection against threats to our society, whether they concern national security, the health of our economy or community cohesion. In 2008, the government was very quick to respond to the global financial crisis, but sadly plunged so many into despair. A decade on, many on the benches opposite are actually advocating for a no-deal Brexit, which I believe will make people even more despairing. A destination which, according to the Bank of England, could plunge us into a situation far worse than the 2008 crash. Mr. Speaker, it's unusual for both the CBI and the TUC to speak with one voice, but on the question of a no-deal Brexit, they're both against it. This time it's far worse because the government would consciously and deliberately be inflicting this outcome upon the UK economy and by extension upon our communities. It's truly shocking that the Chancellor claimed merely a few hours ago that the government's approach to Brexit was pro-business, and yet so many of the statements appear to be the opposite. My right honourable friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, has clearly detailed the devastating impact such a scenario would have across sectors, from transport to medicines to public finances. And the member for Erdington, the member for Meriden, have made it very clear in both the excellent meetings which they've had in this House about the impact on the manufacturing sector. Mr. Speaker, I briefly wanted to mention small business because they too are affected. A woman in my constituency who runs a fashion business, and let's not forget that fashion accounts for £35 billion, fishing for £1.8 billion. That's just a small comparison. But she said to me, "Dear Catherine, I thought I would share with you an email that I received from a client in Denmark who no longer wishes to trade with us. It's self-explanatory. Dear Sandra, thank you for your email. With England leaving the EU, we've decided to focus on distributors from within the EU to avoid issues at the border, from Martin in Denmark." And up and down the country, small business is coping with this day in, day out. We've seen companies, trade unions, charities, the NHS, watchdogs all coalesce around the view that a no-deal Brexit will inflict chronic economic hardship upon us all. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, it will fray even more the delicate fabric which holds us all together. The tone of the national debate has plummeted since Brexit became our national conversation around dinner tables. That's why I'm proud to have co-signed Amendment A, and I'm very keen still to move it, unless others can persuade me otherwise. I recognise that many honourable members on the benches opposite are not actively advocating for a no-deal outcome, but with days to go before we crash out, we all must recognise that declining to vote for Amendment A, or at least taking it seriously, will make them complicit in such an outcome should occur. We have 373 hours left until the UK leaves the EU. I hope all members will reflect upon the specific ways in which a no-deal scenario will have that impact upon households, upon businesses, in our schools, in our workplaces, and recognise that damage, and with the knowledge I hope they will vote to avert this chaos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Shamjima.
Mr. Speaker, this, I believe, is one of the most important debates in the Brexit process, because we decide whether in just over 2 weeks we would leave the EU with some deal, do something else, or we have a rupture of 45 years of a relationship that permeates every aspect of life in this country. In that context, we have a responsibility, clearly, to the 17.4 million people who voted leave. But we also have a duty, by which I mean this Parliament, but also the government, to the 66 million citizens in this country and their safety and their livelihoods. Every decision we take in the context of leaving with no deal has to be looked like that. Now, some people have talked about leaving with no deal as though it is some kind of inconvenience. There will be a little bit of disruption, like your BT internet going down for a few hours. Others have gone to the other extreme and said it is not like Dunkirk. Well, nobody said to anyone during the referendum campaign that vote leave and you'd have to invoke the spirit of Dunkirk. Nobody, that is, I say, an incredibly low bar to set for success of this particular project. Now, many people...
When we joined the European Union, food prices went up 10%. We severed trading links with historic allies like Australia and New Zealand. Did anyone ever say we crashed into the European Union?
What I am talking about is a rupture after 45 years. Now, many people cite our manifesto, which says we will leave the single market, the customs union, and be outside the jurisdiction of the ECJ as justification for this. But that same manifesto also says we will leave with clarity and certainty. There is no way and no world under which leaving without a deal provides clarity and certainty about our future relations. And all the challenges we have with the Prime Minister's deal, which is that there is no vision, there is no clarity, our bargaining position is weakened, that we would have to go cap in hand with the EU, and we will be able to apply even more so in the case of no deal, because we will be a distressed negotiator. Now, those who say that somehow leaving means you don't need any deals at all, it's just not true at all. What you do is you leave, and on day one, you don't have a deal, but you rapidly have to negotiate a whole set of deals. We will be at the mercy, we will have to rely on the kindness of strangers in order to be able to do so. So should you have no deal on the table just for negotiating purposes? Well, the EU knows that for a country that has been able to sign on to the PM's deal, where we leave our voice, our vote and our veto in return for best endeavours, we are not serious about no deal. They do not take that position. It is not a credible negotiating position at all. Now, but also, when we say that WTO is better for us, we also then say, well, we want to negotiate other trade deals. So why leave from the preferential position to go out and then try and negotiate something better in terms of no deal? It just does not make sense, and it is not credible either. Now, this idea keeps rearing its head in different ways. It's a managed no deal. It's a WTO Brexit. These are all rebrands of the same idea. It means we are leaving without any arrangements. We are setting sail without knowing where we are going. Now, I'm willing to entertain the prospect that it could work. Maybe in 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line, or 50 years down the line, as the member for North East Somerset said, it could work. But in the meantime, what would we have done to people's lives in this country? What about manufacturing, or the farmers in my constituency who came and saw me and said, if no deal goes ahead, we're completely wiped out? Now, what I would say is that is so much of this is about trade, is about tariffs, and it's about borders, but we forget about the people that we're here to represent, or it's easy to forget so. But what will happen if we were to leave on the 29th of March without a deal is that we will be on a war footing when there is no external threat. We will have a massive civil contingency, and the Prime Minister would stand in front of Downing Street on Independence Day, having to say to the country, do not worry, we will manage all the traffic dams. Do not worry, we will make sure you get your medicine. I have now sent the Trade Minister to go and negotiate all those mini deals. Do not worry, it will be all right. And that will be because the government has chosen, of all the negotiable options available, the one that caused the most disruption to people's lives. In what sense? In what world will that be a victory for this country? In what sense, in that world, can we say to those who voted leave, this is the vision that was given to you during the referendum campaign? There is no world in which that is right.
To the honourable gentleman. Owen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow the member for East Surrey, who spoke just as eloquently as his fellow Surrey MP on the front bench, but I think rather more truthfully about the perils that Brexit poses to our country, a no-deal Brexit or any other sort of Brexit. Mr. Speaker, in the 10 years since I've been an MP, I think we've lived through some extraordinary political moments. Things that have seemed entirely impossible have come to pass. But even in this surreal age, it does seem to me that today's debate, low-key though it has been in many measures, is a particularly extraordinary, surreal moment, because we are debating here in the British Parliament the prospect of voting or not voting for a policy that the British government has declared is going to cut 10% out of our GDP, out of our economy over the next 15 years. That is going to reduce the size of our economy by £200 billion over the next 15 years. It is utterly inconceivable, Mr. Speaker, in this era or in any other era, that anybody sensible can possibly vote for a policy that is going to cut more than twice what we spend on the NHS each year out of our economy. And in an era, in a recent era in which we have schools closing on Friday afternoons because they can't afford to stay open, in an era in which we have teachers being stabbed, it feels, almost weekly on our streets because of a dearth of police officers in this country, in an era in which the head of the NHS is telling the government they need to deprivatise the NHS and invest in it. It is entirely inconceivable that this Parliament or any Parliament could vote to do such damage to our public services and to our people. So I don't think there is any prospect, Mr. Speaker, of this House, save for a few on that side voting for that outcome. I don't think there was ever any prospect of no deal really being pursued by this government. It has been a blackmail negotiating tactic by the government's front bench to hold all of our feet to the flames and try and ram through a Brexit deal. And therefore I want very briefly to say we all know that any version of Brexit is going to diminish our economy. Any version of Brexit is a jobs-eating Brexit. Even the version advocated by the government front bench, by their own admission, will cut not 200 billion, but between 40 and 60 billion out of our GDP. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we must obviously vote against no deal tonight, and we must obviously vote in favour of an extension to the Article 50 tomorrow. But we must also be honest with the people of this country. And I say this to my front bench as much as I say it to the government front bench. We must be honest with them that Brexit in any regard is going to damage the livelihoods and opportunities of our constituents. And we in the Labour Party should be opposing it for that, if for no reason other than that. I want to close by saying I thought my friend, the Honourable Member for Yardley, spoke courageously and eloquently this evening. She's absolutely right. We shouldn't be frightened of speaking truth, not just to power, but to our constituents. If that means that my party wishes to deselect me, if that means that my constituents wish to not vote for me in the next election, well, so be it. But I will do so knowing that my conscience is clear, that I didn't vote for Article 50, that I won't vote for a Tory Brexit, that I will not vote for a Labour jobs first Brexit, but I will vote tonight to do the country a service and stop no-deal Brexit at all costs.
Extremely grateful. 3 minutes. John Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I refer members to my business interests as listed in the Register of Members' Interests. Can I just very briefly, if I may, Mr. Speaker, encourage a note of moderation when talking about no deal? I, and many of us, if not all of us, prefer a good deal to no deal. That's one of the key logics of actually leaving the European Union. But may I suggest that WTO is not the so-called disaster that everybody is suggesting. We have to look to economic reality. We trade profitably with the rest of the world outside the EU on largely WTO no-deal terms. What people can forget is that investment is about comparative advantage. It's about the extent that your corporation tax rates are lower, how more flexible your labour markets are, your top universities, your financial expertise. In aggregate, they are more important than WTO tariffs. And if the proof were needed, we only have to look at how well this country is doing economically in the face of so-called concern that we could be leaving the EU on no-deal terms. Those investment decisions over recent years have been made in the full knowledge that we could be leaving on no-deal terms. Briefly.
Does my honourable friend agree with me that the truth is that many of those in this chamber who wish to take no deal off the table, the actual truth is they want to stop Brexit, but they haven't got the guts to admit it to the electorate because they know that 2/3 of our constituencies voted to leave the European Union?
I think, unfortunately, there's an element of truth in that, but I wouldn't want to label everybody in that camp. Mr. Speaker, what I would suggest is, to many honourable members who have quoted predictions about the future, I think we've got to keep the argument and the debate grounded in reality. I think people need to remember that there were many predictions of economic woe and gloom should we vote to leave the EU in 2016. They came from the Bank of England, the IMF, businesses, the various sector organisations and public organisations. And some of the predictions were suggesting 500,000, 700,000 extra unemployed by December 2016. What happened? Actually, we created jobs. Economic growth did well. And we actually, now today, have a record low unemployment rate, which is half the EU average. We have record manufacturing output, and we have record inward investment. So I think we need to be careful of predictions, because as Mark Carney recognised, Governor of the Bank of England, the Bank of England had to publicly apologise for getting it so wrong, as did so many others. And we have been told by our own government that actually the preparations for no deal are in full swing. When I asked the Prime Minister on the 12th of February, is the government ready? Can she reassure the House that should we leave on the 29th of March on no deal WTO terms, we are sufficiently prepared? Her response was just 3 words: we are indeed. So the preparations have been made, and I think we should take some comfort from that. So in short, Mr. Speaker, all I would say is that ruling out no deal makes a bad deal more likely. I think there needs to be an element of moderation across the House when describing no deal. The economic reality is at variance to the various doomsday forecasts which were proved so wrong back in 2016, and we should take note of that fact.
Really grateful. Matthew Pennycook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to wind up this debate for the opposition. And it's been a good debate. It was opened by the Environment Secretary, who made a powerful case for why a no-deal Brexit should be opposed, and by my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, who, as he always does, rose to the occasion with his usual rigour and honesty. It's been a good debate, as I said, Mr. Speaker, and among others we've had passionate contributions from the right honourable gentleman, the member for Leeds Central, my right honourable friend, the member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, the right honourable and learned gentleman, the member for Rushcliffe and Beaconsfield, and the honourable members for Birmingham, Yardley, East Surrey and Eddisbury, all of whom spoke with great force. Mr. Speaker, what I have taken from today's debate is that exiting the EU without an agreement is not simply one amongst several equivalent Brexit options. It is in a category of its own. Everyone will have their own views on the balance of strengths and weaknesses of other options, whether that be a Canadian-style free trade agreement or a Norway-style arrangement, and the appropriateness of the trade-offs and compromises involved in each. But those options can at least be contemplated rationally on the basis of their likely consequences for our economy and our security, their implications for the Irish border, and their chances of successfully emerging from the detailed negotiations on the future relationship. Mr. Speaker, in contrast, it is hard to overstate how damaging a no-deal exit from the EU in just over a fortnight would be, and speech after speech today has brought that home. A no-deal Brexit is simply not a viable option. Indeed, an exit from the EU on the 29th of March without agreement, or indeed any date thereafter, will be nothing short of a national disaster, a point that we on this side of the House have endlessly repeated over the past 2 years. A no-deal Brexit would affect every facet of our national life and every region and nation of the UK. It would bring to an end, at a stroke, the whole body of legal arrangements that exist between the UK and the EU, plunging us into a legal and regulatory vacuum. The focus of much of today's debate has rightly been on the impact of a no-deal Brexit on the economy, and for good reason, given the implications for businesses and individuals across the UK. The implications of crashing out without a deal on the 29th of March would be significant, both in terms of lost growth over the long term and the grievous dislocation that we face in the short term. The proposals for tariffs under a no-deal exit that the government published this morning, without any consultation with business, merely serve to underline what a disastrous outcome a no-deal exit would be. But, Mr. Speaker, The impact of a no-deal departure is about much more than just tariffs. It would mean a sudden and drastic change in the entire body of rules that currently govern how we trade in a range of crucial areas. It would threaten the complex law enforcement and judicial cooperation arrangements that keep Britain safe. It would almost inevitably result in infrastructure being placed on the Irish border, place untold strain on the Good Friday Agreement and Anglo-Irish relations more generally, and exacerbate the current political instability in Northern Ireland, raising the spectre, as the Secretary for the Environment said at the outset, of direct rule from Westminster. In short, Mr. Speaker, such an exit is the hardest and most chaotic of departures. It provides no certainty, and no one can say with any real certainty just how extensive the damage would be. Now, of course we'd survive, Mr. Speaker, but why would any government force the British people to cope with an entirely avoidable act of self-harm, which opinion polling suggests only a minority of the public support? No responsible government in their right mind should countenance a no-deal exit from the EU, especially when the other party, as the honourable member for East Surrey, who's not in his place, brought home in his contribution, when the other side knows full well that it has always been a hollow threat. And the tragedy is, Mr. Speaker, that instead of simply announcing that under no circumstances will the UK leave the EU without a deal, this government adopted such an outcome as their official plan B, endlessly repeating over months the nonsensical mantra that no deal is better than a bad deal, in a way that I believe desensitised many people in our country to the risks involved. And they've also spent, as the SNP spokesman said in his contribution, significant sums of public money trying to ensure they're prepared for it. And trying is the operative word, Mr. Speaker, because we know from the government's own impact assessment summary that the UK is simply not prepared to leave the EU on the 29th of March. Leave aside the legislative burden that still needs to be faced. Those impact assessments make clear that the departments are on track for just over 2/3 of the most critical projects. And it's honest about the fact that in the event of a no-deal exit, the UK would be at the mercy of the actions of the European Commission, EU member states and EU businesses. And that brings me to my next point, Mr. Speaker, which is that there is no such thing as a managed no-deal.
Order. Order. There's a lot of background noise. I'm not sure the acoustics are...